The biggest reason for reading is to get rid of the mediocrity. One day earlier, one more wonderful life. One day later, one more mediocrity. The ideal book is the key to wisdom. Let us use this key of wisdom to open the door of wealth and luck. Share classic books and explore life philosophy. Take you to the ocean of knowledge and climb the peak of life. The Clock Mansion Murders. This book is the 5th volume of the museum series, Murdering Timepiece Museum by Susie, which is also translated as The Ghost of the Clock Museum, The Trap of the Clock Museum, and The Clock Museum Incident. Top 20 for 1992. Weekly Bunch's Top 10 Mystery Novels of the Year. The Detective Fiction Research Society's Best 100 of Intrinsic Reasoning. Author, Susie Pedestrian. Labels, Susie Pedestrian, Murder Timepiece Museum, Museum Series, Japanese Reasoning, Japan's New Style. Introduction. How many secrets are hidden in the Clock Museum? One by one, all the mysteries will be gradually revealed in a terrifying process. Ghost of the Clock House won the 45th Japan Reasoning Writers Association Award, which is the culmination of the style of many past works. Crystallization. Don't miss such a desolate and splendid deduction masterpiece with an even more astonishing ending. Tick, blood flows with the hands, who's counting down? When the bell of revenge rings thousands of times, don't even try to escape. The Timepiece Museum, which houses hundreds of ancient clocks in the secret area of Kamakura, is owned by the president of the Watch Manufacturers Association. Legend has it that after the president's only daughter committed suicide 10 years ago, her ghost often lingers in the clock tower without pointers in the museum. Chaos Magazine, which introduces telepathy, superhuman abilities, has a plan: challenge the ghosts of the Timepiece Museum. So the editor of the magazine, Jiang Nan, along with a photojournalist and several students from the Reasoning Research Association, found a very famous beauty spiritualist, Guangming Temple, to visit this strange building. Unexpectedly, Guangming Temple disappeared after the first spiritual meeting. Amid everyone's speculation, Sakiko, a reasoning member who hid in the room in fear, suddenly remembered the beautiful girl she met 10 years ago. Could it be the daughter of the owner of the museum? But she couldn't think about it any longer, because a dark figure held a heavy desk clock, raised both arms high, and smashed her in the face. Recommended reason: you never know how crazy people can be for love. Raised high and lowered gently, the trick is as imaginative as it is real. Gives a unique reading interest. The Clock Mansion Murders. Susie read with you. Fauci was still hesitant when the things he asked for arrived, but finally decided to ask Lu Gu the heart-wrenching question he had been holding in his mind the night before. That is, about what happened in the summer of 10 years ago, although not fully recalled. Oh? What the hell happened? Lu Gu was very surprised when he heard this, and asked Fauci's face with his eyebrows furrowed. Are you saying that in the summer 10 years ago, you dug the pit that you fell into forever? Although I can't say for sure, Fauci said, avoiding the other person's gaze and looking out of the window, maybe that is the case. Can't you remember at all? Well, I'm also very anxious myself. Although it happened 10 years ago, you were already a 5th grade student at that time. Can you still have clear memories? How can I say it? For the past 10 years, I have tried my best to forget what happened that summer. I don't know if it was intentional or unintentional. I always thought in my heart that I must forget it and stop thinking about it. So, that is, he closed the door of memory by himself. Perhaps that's what makes it all the more terrifying. Well, yeah. Go pouted, nodding while stroking his chin. But, Fushikuan, if this is the case, it must be said that it is a troublesome thing. Why? Since you dug the pit that caused trouble, then you should be the culprit who caused the eternal suicide. Therefore, it can also be said that you killed the eternal. Although Fauci was mentally prepared, because Lu Gu used the words equal to murder, he still felt a little surprised and straightened his sitting posture uncomfortably. If Gu Arundian had known this fact before his death, he might have fed his daughter to avenge and killed you all. But fortunately, he is already dead. Anyway, this was 10 years ago. So, it seems that no one is going to blame the pranks made by the children. But Lugu frowned tightly. For example, if Mikoto of Kamioji Temple is also Mitsuko Tarai, what would happen if she knew the details of the matter? It is said that Mitsuko Tarai, the elder sister of Mitsuko Tarai, committed suicide because she felt responsible for eternal death. Although this is indirect, she may have been caused by the child who digs the pit. I don't know how Guangjiang treats this fact. Maybe she's not going to do anything. But there's no denying that she might hate you guys because of her sister's hatred. Now, in addition to you, there are 3 other people related to this incident 10 years ago. They are still in the old house of the Kogue family with Tarai Mitsui, and Tarai seems to have volunteered to participate in this event. So, I can't help but say it's a hassle. Yes. Fauci took off his glasses and pressed his eyelids hard with his fingers. Now, although he tried his best to recall what happened that summer, he couldn't remember it at all. I really want to reach it. I want to see it. Of course, as long as she doesn't go crazy, I don't think she will take any action against your friend. Lugu softened his tone a little. It's nothing more than this, that is, at the soul-calling meeting, while calling out the soul of Miss Forever, while condemning you all or express some other opinions on it. However, what I am most worried about is the young Master Yukimi who lives in the clock tower. Because he knew from a young age that protecting his sister is his sacred mission. What? You may see him when you go back to the timepiece shop, but don't mention it in front of him. If you accidentally stimulate him, it will lead to death. You know? Gugu Yujimi Fauci nodded silently as he imagined the young man he had never met before. At this moment, the old clock hanging on the wall in the counter struck 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Hey, you! Suddenly a cry was heard. Turning his head, it turned out to be the old gentleman wearing a beret. He was sitting in a seat at the counter silently eating freshly made fruit ice cream. Are you friends of Mr. Gur of the Timepiece Museum? Huh? Ah, yes. However, we can't talk about friends. Lugu replied. For some reason, we're investigating the situation at his house, he said, stretching from his chair to look at the other person's face. The shopkeeper nodded. I heard that his family suffered misfortune before. Oops, sorry. Nothing else. Do you know about the Timepiece Museum? No, I don't know much. I was just interested in the ancient bells there. The owner put down the ice cream spoon, left the counter, and came to the round table made by the 2 of them. I'm interested in collecting ancient bells, he said in a shy tone. The inner room is full of clocks and clocks that I have collected. It's not of much value, but it's a lot of fun. So when I heard there was a collection there, I went to visit it, hoping to feast my eyes. Ah, so it is. Lugu agreed mysteriously. It's been 10 years since you first went there, right? See it? No. It was categorically rejected. The old shop owner held the beret in his hand, with a wry smile on his plump face. Later, I tried to go there a few times, but I was turned away. I had no choice but to go back to the back and just look at the volatile clock. Changing clock? Lugu asked with a frown. That's the clock tower. The old shopkeeper replied, blinking the small eye in the tortoiseshell-framed glasses. The clock in the clock tower points to a different time whenever you look at it. Therefore, people nearby call it a capricious clock. It is said that the hands of the clock have been removed recently. The Clock Mansion Murders. Susie read with you. Chapter 11. Old Pavilion number 5. Help! A scream came from somewhere in the hall. There's noise. Whose voice is it? Who? Help! In the vague consciousness, Jiangnan Xiaoming finally understood the meaning of the shouting. He suddenly raised his head and looked around as if he had been bounced by something. At this time, Jiangnan Xiaoming was sleeping on his stomach in the living room of the old building of the Timepiece Museum. The 2 elbows he stretched out to the round table were completely numb, the muscles in his shoulders and neck were extremely sore, and his upper body was still lying unnaturally on the table. Opposite the round table is Guoxing Minzhua. He seemed to be awakened by the shouting just now. He looked around nervously as he pushed the hair down his forehead repeatedly with his hand. Help! Amid the commotion of the torrential rain hitting the roof, shouts were heard again. Jiangnan and Guoxing looked at each other and jumped up from their chairs like an electric shock. The voice just now was Mr. Nehai, right? Guoxing said with his bloodshot eyes wide. I heard the shouting too. Jiangnan said while inserting his hand into the pocket of the Ling robe and took out the pocket watch. It's almost 12:30. Jiangnan looked at the moment indicated by the hands, and at the same time confirmed it further through the big clock walking around the round table. Guoxing ran to the east corridor. Jiangnan also hurriedly followed. Jiangnan was exhausted, his hands and feet were not obeying orders, and he felt that the blood flowing in his veins was not blood, but the muddy water on his body. The more he tried to run, the more his body swayed involuntarily, so that his shoulders and arms hit the wall. Rumbling boom boom, the low and lengthy thunder resounded in all directions. The surrounding bells also began to ring one after another, as if echoing the sound of thunder. In the sound of these echoes in the museum, Jiangnan felt very smoky, couldn't help but want to plug his ears, and even had a feeling of depression. He felt that this completely closed timepiece museum was proud of their panic. Laugh wildly. Jiangnan turned towards the corridor leading to the south. Room 9, which is close to the inner sea, is the 3rd room from here. When he went to the 2nd room, he found that the door of this room 8 was ajar. This made him stunned for a moment. What is going on? Room 8 is Jiangnan's dormitory, which was originally a reference room for Japanese clocks, and it is still bright inside. When was the last time you went back to this room? Were the lights on in the room at that time? Although I can't remember these clearly, at least I remember that the door was not half open like this. How strange. Jiangnan was very puzzled. Mr. Nehai. Guoxing shouted loudly as he turned towards the corner of the corridor. Jiangnan didn't take a look inside, no. 8 and rushed after Guoxing. Mr. Yukikai. Guoxia rushed to the door of room 9 and shouted loudly. Jiangnan also ran to the door while calling the photographer's name. Mr. Yukikai, is it okay? However, there was no response in the room. Mr. Yukikai. Guoxing shouted repeatedly. He twisted the handle and tried to open the door, but to no avail. Oh, no. Guoxing looked back at Jiangnan. There's something in there. Get out of the way. Jiangnan pushed Guoxing away and twisted the handle with both hands. Although it felt unlocked, the door just wouldn't open. It seems that Guoxing is right, there is something heavy in it. Mr. Nehai. Jiangnan knocked hard on the door, causing the oval glass inlaid on the door frame to rattle. Mr. Yukikai, please open the door. Still no reply. So Jiangnan spread his legs and pushed the door with his shoulders. Although there was a thin gap between the door and the wall, it still wouldn't open. Guoxinjun, come, let's push together. Jiangnan said. However, just as he left the door, he suddenly couldn't help but let out an awe. This was because he saw a swaying shadow on the opposite side through the door glass. What happened? Someone. Jiangnan replied, staring at the glass of the door. There was movement in there just now. Is that Mr. Utsumi? This not. Jiangnan shook his head. If it was Mr. Yukikai, he would definitely agree. So, who is it? Who? Jiangnan shouted at the door. The terrifying and piercing cry surprised even him. Who? Answer quickly. Through the glass, I saw a swaying shadow again. Yes, there must be someone in the room. However, this person is definitely not the Yukikai Atsushi who shouted just now, but someone else. Who? Hey. Mr. Jiangnan. Hearing Guoxing's cry, Jiangnan looked back. I saw Guoxing holding a slender wall clock above his head with both hands. It looks like he took it off the wall in the hallway. Please get out of the way. Guoxing threw Zhong towards the glass of the door. With a loud bang, the glass was shattered. The clock flew into the room, making a faint sound. Guoxing wrapped the handle with the sleeve of his black clothes and removed the glass fragments remaining on the door frame. Oops! Guoxing looked into the room and couldn't help shouting. Mr. Utsumi. The photographer was lying on his back in the center of the room. His back was leaned back, his long-bearded chin was upturned, a pair of dazed eyes stared at the right wall, his mouth was split open, and the blood from the wound on his forehead was all over the floor. One piece, blood-soaked long tousled hair. Obviously, he was out of breath. There was also a damaged clock on the floor in front of him. The clock appears to have been used as a murder weapon. Tossed on the lower body of the corpse was a mess of long black objects, like a coiled snake or a swarm of bugs crawling over the corpse. It turned out to be the film pulled out of the cassette. Jiangnan felt extremely nauseated and dizzy when he saw this scene from behind Guoxing. He hastily shifted his gaze to the rest of the room. However, no one was found in the blood-stained room except the inner sea. How could such a thing happen? Who is that figure I saw just now? Did it just disappear? The display cabinets for the indoor collections have been moved, and most of them are concentrated in front of the door. However, one cabinet remains in its original location. Could the shadow be hiding behind the cabinet or some other blind spot? If not, was it just an illusion of your own? For example, that figure is just his own reflection in the glass. No, absolutely impossible. Absolutely impossible. Jiangnan shook his head again and again. He pressed his chest to the door and observed the movement in the room again. He held his breath, completely absorbed. However, all that was heard was the sound of non-stop rain outside, and there was no sense that someone was hiding somewhere. Anyway, we have to find a way to go in and talk about it. Guoxing urged Jiangnan, who was suffering from being unable to take the next step. The two of us will try to push the door again. If it doesn't work, I'll climb in through this hole. This is the 6th reference room on the north side of the old building. Room 3 assigned to Junichi Kawasaki is the 3rd room from the main entrance hall. Centered on the living room, this room is in a symmetrical position with room 9 where the inland sea lives. Here is a collection of sundials from both the east and the west. Kawasaki left Gushing and Gangnam out of the living room and returned to this room alone. He leaned against the door at the entrance, clasping his knees with his hands, trying to stabilize his emotions. However, he was filled with unease, cowardice, doubts, all of which made him feel more restless. So, what is the reason for Kawasaki's restlessness? Although I tried to think about it, my mind couldn't turn it around. The brain itself cannot think smoothly, just like rusted gears cannot function properly. Yep, that's it if he sees it. The main reason is probably this. It is a sense of mental stagnation, a sense of loss of thinking ability. It was as if his body was constantly being sucked out of power by something. Although this feeling is gradual, but the increasingly aggravating and entangled Sandman makes his sense of powerlessness even worse. And in such an emergency, he felt sleepy and restless all day long, and he also felt restless about his situation. Everyone knows that it is extremely dangerous to sleep alone in this timepiece shop where a hidden murderer lingers. But even though he was clear in his heart, he couldn't get rid of the drowsiness. He felt that he was in a very dangerous situation. If he fought forcibly, his body might collapse completely. Weird. How is this going? Where is the problem? Kawarizaki suddenly felt a strong sense of doubt in his heart. Not only that, but he was helplessly dragged into a sleep that had already been knitted. In the half-consciousness shrouded in bluish-white smoke, the face of a friend with 10 years of friendship dimly appeared. Guashing means male. Right. He was indeed a little unusual. When Kawarizaki found a note that said you killed people in the large closet of the Zhong Pendulum Pavilion, he felt that Gusheng's appearance was very strange. The calm attitude he used to deal with the immediate crisis has disappeared, and now he shows the panic-stricken look unique to Guasheng. That. Why is this? That kid. This may be another reason for Kawarizaki's restlessness. Maybe the culprit is me. Kawarizaki recalled Guasheng's thoughtful expression and painful voice when he said this. Maybe it's all because of me. The summer of 10 years ago. Guasheng said it was the pit they dug in the forest. Could this be the reason for the invisible death of the Eternal Girl? Is that what the "you killed people" whistleblower is referring to? Kawarizaki thought so in his heart, but he felt that something was not right. The thing about digging the pit is not in my mind. I have not dug. That summer, I did meet a beautiful girl in the forest. Although I can't remember clearly, I can still picture the scene in my mind. But at that time, a few of us just sent the child home. Sakura seems to have said the same. I don't remember anything about abuse, pushing the pits, or anything like that. While shaking his head lightly, Kawarizaki managed to sink his wall into a dreamy abyss. He finally used his slow-thinking brain again. If he makes further assumptions. What if what Guasheng said really existed? In the summer of 10 years ago, 4 people, including myself, dug a pit in the forest. Always fall into that pit and die. Because of this, we are now being targeted for revenge. He still felt that Gu Shengmin's Wanan's approach was suspicious. No matter who the culprit is, if this is the motive for his crime, Sarkiko will not care for the time being, but there is absolutely no need to kill Watanabe. He had nothing to do with what happened that summer 10 years ago. The one the criminal should kill is not him, not Watanabe. Kawarizaki stopped thinking. Then he fell into a dark, sleeping abyss. After the clock on the wall above the door struck noon, Kawarizaki's consciousness slowly began to wake up. Later, after a long time, due to the sudden and violent impact on his body, he completely woke up from his deep sleep. It turned out that he had been hit on the left side of the head. Kawarizaki, who was leaning against the door and dozing with his head down, fell down with an ouch. How is this going? There was a strong roar in his eardrum, like tapping on a copper bang, and at the same time he heard the faint sound of rain hitting the roof. He lay down on the floor, touched his head with his right hand, and suddenly felt his hair slippery. This is blood. This is. Severe pain runs through the nerve. When he suddenly opened his eyes and found blood on his palms, he shouted oops. Only then did Kawarizaki understand what had happened to him. Since it was leaning against the inner door, it was reasonable to expect that there would be no surprise attack. What's going on here? Kawarizaki endured the pain in his head, rolled over and sat up. He leaned his back against the wall, propped up one leg, and looked up to see the attacker standing holding a heavy cylindrical desk clock. He was dressed in black like himself, with a turban tightly covering his head. Below is a bluish-white face, very eerie and terrifying. His eyes were half-moon-shaped, and he sneered with a cracked mouth. It turned out that he was wearing a fake mask. Perhaps because the initial sudden blow did not achieve its intended purpose, the other party seemed panicked. Seeing Kawarazaki stand up, he was so frightened that he kept his back. As for where this guy came from, it's too late to think about it. "Who are you?" Kawarazaki shouted angrily and started to fight back. Thankfully, the injury to his head was not serious. I don't know if it was because of the opponent's miss, or because of the shaking of his body when he was dozing off. Kawarazaki lowered his head and slammed into the opponent's stomach. The attacker wanted to attack again with the clock in his hand, but he was a little slower than Kawarazaki. The clock fell from the attacker's raised hand. The glass on the dial shattered and the hands flew out. The two twisted together and fell to the floor. Kawarazaki desperately suppressed the assailants whose hands and feet were rattling. He rode on the attacker's chest, reaching for his throat with his blood-stained right hand. The other was panting in pain. He really wanted to strangle him like this. Kawarazaki grabbed the opponent's throat with his right hand and took off the mask he was wearing with his left. "You murderer," he said, picking it hard. The attacker's face was immediately exposed. "Ah, it's you." Kawarazaki shook his head in surprise. "Why?" Right here, Kawarazaki suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. This pain was completely different from the pain just now. His puzzled question turned into a scream. The hand holding the throat gradually lost its strength. The other party broke free from under him. At this moment, the wall clock above the room struck 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Kawarazaki touched his head with his hand and understood the real cause of the pain. Something like a knife pierced deep into it. Only after pulling it out did I find out what it was. It turned out that he had been plunged into a black flat steel rod, the clock hand that had just fallen on the floor. Blood flowed from the wound where the needle was pulled out. The whole body quickly loses strength, and people gradually lose consciousness. Kawarazaki stood up while holding the blood-stained pointer in both hands. "Why do you want to kill me?" He wanted to use his last strength to ask again. However, he was unable to make a sound, and his body collapsed like a puppet with a broken string. The murderer put on the mask again, adjusted his turbulent breathing, and looked at the fourth victim coldly. He sighed slowly and turned his gaze to the wall clock beside the porter. The silver pendulum is still rocking evenly, with two faithfully striking black hands. The time indicated by the hands is 1:10. The murderer took off the wall clock on the wall and threw it at Kawarazaki's head, who was lying on the ground. Blood was spattered and the wall clock was damaged. Kawarazaki moved his hands and feet a little, and seemed to be still breathing. Seeing this, the murderer picked up the wall clock that was rolled on the ground and threw it at his head again. Guoxing and Jiangnan pushed open the door and finally entered room 9. The dark shadow I saw through the glass just now was not found in the room. Searched the backs of the display case and the bookshelf, but found nothing. From this point of view, is the shadow you just saw an illusion? Still. Guoxing put down the confused Jiangnan and ran to the photographer who was lying in the center of the room. Disregarding the blood-stained clothes, he bent down to examine the wound on his forehead. However, without knowing whether the other person's heart was still beating, he shook his head gently. "You're drinking too much," Guoxing said when he saw the empty whiskey bottle thrown next to the corpse. He must have had no time to resist, but... Guoxing stood up and turned his eyes to the black film covering the lower body of the corpse. "What is this?" There are 5 or 6 rolls of film in total. Several cylindrical cassettes were thrown on the ground. It appears that the films were pulled from the cassette. This must not be done by inner sea, but by criminals. Guosheng watched the messy film for a while, then left the corpse and walked into the room. He saw a dark camera bag on the wall. He opened it and looked inside. All that's left is new film. Ah, it looks like he has no two cameras, Jiang Nan said, looking up at Guosheng, who was observing the surroundings. Indeed, no camera was found. Neither the single-lens camera nor the compact camera used by Utsumi seems to be in this room. Did the criminal take it? But what's the use of this? The crisp sound of the bell shook the atmosphere in the room. It turned out that the bell hanging above the door rang. Immediately afterwards, a series of bells came from the corridor outside. Is it 1:30? Guosheng muttered and walked to the corpse again. This time he crouched under the corpse's feet, slowly reaching for the tangled film. Why did you kill Mr. Yukikai? Guosheng-kun, Jiang Nan shouted. First of all, how did the criminal get into this room? I know. Hey, I know. Guosheng put down the film and stood up. Didn't you see a shadow just now? Just before we pushed the door in, the shadow disappeared. Even if it was your illusion, the door was originally held against a lot of things. What about criminals? How did you come in, and how did you get out? Isn't this a clear question? Guosheng kept combing his unkempt hair while telling indisputable facts. Jiang Nan nodded and turned his eyes to the room again. Apart from the entrance blocked by the display case, there is not even a small window, so there is no place to hide people in the room. How did the criminal get into this room? He killed the photographer with the clock he brought in and threw the film on the corpse. Then, how did he slip away from here? The idiom "kill in a secret room" came to mind. However, what Guosheng said just now also makes sense. He was still searching for the answer in his mind. An obvious answer was about to appear, but when he tried to reach out and grab it, he was disturbed by the unbearable headache. It was still raining outside. With the subtle change in the intensity of the rain, Jiang Nan suddenly had an illusion of flickering light in the room. Jiang Nan shook his head weakly and looked down at the photographer's face, who died of anger. Inercy was full of extreme fear and suspicion, and stayed alone in the room. These resentful eyes stared at a place on the wall. There is a large clock dial made of mosaics. Let's go. Jiang Nan woke up when he heard Guosheng's shout. Go and inform everyone. The two left room 9 with a lot of questions, and happened to meet Shigeru Kobayakawa, who was turning from the corner of the corridor. When Jiang Nan told him what had just happened, his face turned pale with fright, and he murmured, Kuen Nehai? Is this in this room? Yes. About an hour ago, Guosheng-kun and I heard a shout in the hall. Mr. Kobayakawa, didn't you hear that shout? Kobayakawa's room is room 7, and it's just one room away from the Utsumi room. Therefore, he would not fail to hear the screams that had just spread into the hall. I'm sleeping. Zayabayakawa raised his hand and wiped his sleepy eyes. Although it sounds a little loud, I never imagined that. Then why are you here now? Just woke up and heard your voices. Let's go and call the other two, Guosheng urged. Kobayakawa peeked in the direction of the broken glass door of room 9, looking restless. But he didn't want to go in and have a look. Coming to the door of room 8, Jiang Nan suddenly remembered the strange phenomenon. Just now the door of the room was half open, so he went in to take a look. But there's nothing suspicious about it. Neither the items nor the Japanese clock near the display case have changed significantly. What's the matter? Guosheng asked. Nothing. Jiang Nan answered vaguely. He looked inside, still feeling strange. Is it a spiritual effect? On the wall on the right-hand side of the door, and separated from room 9, there is a large clock composed of tile mosaics. The position of the hour hand on the clock seems to be different from before. What's the matter? Who? Hearing the knock on the door, the newcomer in the room asked nervously. Me? I'm Guosheng. And Mr. Jiangnan and Mr. Kobayakawa. Mr. Guosheng. Is it really Mr. Guosheng? No doubt. It's me. After recognizing the voice of the other party, Xiaoshua opened the lock on the door. She emerged from the crack of the door and asked, "What happened?" What happened? Mr. Utsumi was killed. Hearing Guosheng's answer, Xiaoshao screamed. She whispered no and slammed the door shut. Little tip. I hate it. I hate it. That's enough. Little tip. The inside was locked again, a step earlier than Guosheng grabbed the handle. Hate. Don't come in. Calm down, open the door first. I don't want to be killed. No one wants to kill you. Who can tell? I don't even know what you're thinking, Mr. Guosheng. Me? What am I thinking? I'm going to stay here forever. Just be here alone. Hey. I said. Leave me alone. I won't leave this room until I find out who the culprit is. Little tip. Guosheng clenched his fists and tried to knock on the door, but stopped immediately. He looked back at Jiangnan and Kobayakawa and shrugged helplessly. There's no way. Let's talk when she calms down, Jiangnan said. If she doesn't want to go out, don't force it. To be honest, I really wanted to be in a safe place. Guosheng called the door again, but there was no reply. All that was heard was the creaking of the box spring and the faint sobbing. The three decided to temporarily leave Xiaoshua's room and go to Kawarazaki Junichi first. The room where Kawarazaki slept was room 3. This room is the farthest from room 9 where the Utsumi was killed. Therefore, the cry of help just now will not be heard. Whether he fell asleep or woke up, he wouldn't know what just happened. However, he did not dare to break away. He was not a criminal who attacked the inland sea. But they walked down the foyer to the corridor leading to the north. In the hallway lay the remains of clocks that had been smashed when the iron doors were smashed. After passing room I and room 2, we came to the corner in front of the room we were going to. At this moment, Guosheng, who was walking in front, let out a soft cry. What's wrong? Jiangnan asked. That. Guosheng said, pointing to the wall clock on the wall opposite the door. It is a wall clock commonly known as a double circle clock, which consists of 2 discs of different sizes. The large disc, the cover A of the clock dial, was opened, and the 2 hands inside were also bent forward limply. And could it be? Guosheng was shocked. He murmured and walked to the front of the wall clock. I saw the 2 black pointers with uneven lengths protruding forward, like the horns of beetles. There was a piece of white paper stuck to the pointer. You killed it. The crooked text is written in red ink. This is the exact same warning note found in the large closet of the pendulum pavilion. Runyi. Guosheng shouted and changed the direction of his body. He wanted to use his body to knock open the door. At this moment, Guosheng suddenly let out a scream. It is not difficult to imagine what the waiting scenario is. Jiangnan crossed Guosheng's shoulder and peeked into the room tremblingly. The terrified Kobayakawa also stood behind Jiangnan and looked into the room. Jiangnan exclaimed in a low voice. Zayabayakawa's breathing was interrupted, and he was stunned. I saw Kawarazaki Junichi collapsed in a pool of blood. Runyi. Guosheng stretched out his hands like a ghost, walked into the room, knelt down beside his friend with a plop, grabbed his blood-stained wrist, and checked if there was still a pulse. Too cruel. Such. Kawarazaki, who was lying on the ground, had a deep wound on the back of his head, as if it had been pierced with a sharp blade. And his head, like the first 3 victims, was smashed by something. The remains of murder weapons and sophisticated machinery were thrown next to the corpses. "It's a clock again," Jiang Nan said in horror. There are 2 wrecks on the ground. One is a cylindrical desk clock. Zhou was indeed placed somewhere in the foyer. The glass on the dial had shattered, and the hour and minute hands inside had fallen. The other seems to be the wall clock on the wall in this room. The 2 hands of the clock are intact. The time indicated is 1:10. But the machinery has stopped moving. Jiang Nan took out his pocket watch from his pocket and checked the time. It was almost 2:30. No. But. Guosheng shook his head repeatedly while grabbing his friend's wrist, while tearfully muttering to himself, as if talking in his sleep. In the hall. Jiang Nan lit a cigarette and took a sharp sip, and opened the notebook on the round table. It was a large notebook for interviews. The notebook recorded what happened after arriving in Ziri on the evening of the 30th, and marked the time. Originally, this was reserved for future reports, but I didn't expect it to have other meanings and values than memorandums. Just now, Kawarazaki returned to the room and left himself and Guono here. Later. All these Jiangnan are recorded in detail. He wanted to grasp what was happening here as accurately and objectively as possible, in order to calm his chaotic mood, even if it was a little consolation. It seems that the last time Jiangnan returned to room 8 was to get his notebook. As for whether the lights were still on in the room and whether the door was closed, he could not remember at all. K equals Gangnam. July 30th, Sunday. Arrive at the Timepiece Mansion at 4 p.m. Mikoto has arrived. Appeared by Jimmy at 5 p.m. One less mask in the hallway at 6 p.m. Nanomaya appears. Enter the old building at 6 p.m. 9 p.m. First convocation. The meeting adjourned at 12 p.m. July 31st, Monday. Go to the toilet at 3 a.m. Found Mikoto and followed her. Mikoto entered the Pendulum Pavilion. At 3:30 in the morning, voices and noises are heard. Wake up at 2 p.m. 3 p.m. K and Kobayakawa go to Zongpendu. Found the bad clock and bloodstains. Mikoto was not found. Talk in the lobby at 5 p.m. At 7 p.m., the students started playing games in the hall. Kobayakawa goes to room 7. Sakiko went to the bedroom. Disbanded at 10 p.m. August 1st, Tuesday. Sakiko and Watanabe were killed at midnight in the morning. At 0:30 in the morning, after witnessing the masked man, Kosho found the bodies of Sakiko and Watanabe. At 0:40 in the morning, Xiao Xiao told Guosheng about it. At 0:55 a.m., Kei was woken up by Kawarazaki. At 1:30 a.m. trying to open the door. Talk in the lobby at 3 a.m. At 5:30 a.m. inner seat stayed in room 9. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Xiao Suwa went to the bedroom. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Kei went to Zongpenduplex with Guosheng and Kawarazaki. Warning note found in large closet. At 9:15 in the morning, Kei returned to the lobby with Guosheng and Kawarazaki. Kobayakawa goes to room 7. 9:30 a.m. Kawarazaki goes to room 3. This is what Jiangnan made at that time. While taking notes in Jiangnan, Guosheng was silently meditating and kept sighing. With the sound of the rain hitting the roof and the bells ticking on the decorative cabinets, time passed by every minute. As for when he fell asleep, I don't remember at all. Jiangnan put the cigarette in the ashtray, picked up the ballpoint pen in the notebook, and continued to write. August 1st, Tuesday. At 0:30 p.m., Kay and Guoxing heard the cries of Inner C in the hall and ran to room 9. The door to room 7 was ajar. Kay saw a figure in room 9. Body found in Inland Sea. Kawarazaki was killed at 1:10 p.m. At 1:20 p.m., Kay and Guoxing entered room 9. Meet Kobayakawa in the hallway at 1:50 p.m. Wake Xiaoshua at 2 p.m. Kawarazaki's body is found. Jiangnan put down his pen and watched the big clock on the table while smoking. 3:20 in the afternoon. It will take at least a whole day before the Iron Gate opens. Who is the criminal? Jiangnan reconsidered this issue while peeping at Kobayakawa and Guoxing, who were sitting around the round table. The three have been silent since returning to the hall. Small beads of sweat flowed down Zayabayakawa's pale face. He was shaking all over, looking around from time to time. It can be seen that the nerves are quite tense. Guoxing held the piece of paper found in front of the door of room 3 and stared at the hair blankly. None of them went to tell the news of Kawarazaki's murder to Xiaoshua, who was staying in the dormitory. Who is the culprit? Jiangnan was still thinking about this issue in his dull mind. Sakiko Kashi, Ryosuke Watanabe, Atsushi Yukikai, and Junichi Kawarazaki, the four of them were killed one after another in just half a day. According to Xiaoshua, the criminals wore spiritual robes like us, covered their faces with masks that were lost in the corridors of the new pavilion, and exuded the same perfume smell as the missing Kamioji Makoto. Could it really be Tarai Mitsuo, sister of Tarami Mingjiang, who committed suicide in the forest 10 years ago? Could she be the murderer of this series of murders? She used the key to enter the old hall, then hide and wait for the opportunity to kill. Or is the offender someone else? If the murderer wasn't Makoto, then she might have been killed by the real murderer. That is to say, she was killed when Jiangnan heard strange noises on the first night. The carpet in the Zheng Pendulum bedroom was stained with real blood. The body has been hidden somewhere by the murderer. So, who was the murderer then? There are only 4 people left here now, including Jiang Nanzi, Kobayakawa Shigeru, Guoxing Minsaneo, and Shinji Anshuo. Kobayakawa and Kosho may be the murderers. Although it is not clear that they killed 4 people, no, plus Makoto is the motive of 5 people, but at least there is a possibility of crime in terms of location and time. It can be said that only Guoxing cannot be the murderer. This is because when he was attacked by the murderer in Neihai, he heard shouting in the living room with Jiangnan. Also, if Kawarazaki was killed at the moment indicated by that stop-and-go wall clock, then Guoxing was with Gangnam at this time. They ran to room 9, where they lived in the Inland Sea, and were trying to open the door that was covered with something. So, do not, etc. In order to be cautious, Jiangnan reconsidered. Is Guoxing really not a murderer? Is it really impossible for him to kill Utsumi and Kawarazaki? If Guoxing was the murderer, then the cries of help heard with Guoxing at that time were not the real voice of Inner Sea, but were forged by a tape recorder in advance. After killing Neihai, put the recorder somewhere, such as the next room at the scene, turn up the volume, adjust the time, then go back to the living room and wait for Jiangnan to wake up after hearing the sound of the tape. In this way, the first sentence Guoxing said to Jiangnan at that time was, "The voice just now was Mr. Yukikai." Later, the figure they saw through the glass when they ran to the door of room 9 was also an illusion. So, what is the explanation for Kawarazaki's killing? Jiangnan glanced at Guoxing, who lowered his head and continued to reason. It is believed that Kawarazaki was killed earlier than the time indicated on the destroyed clock. He was probably killed not long after the inland sea. In order to create an alibi, the murderer deliberately set the time on the wall clock to 1:10. Or on the contrary, the murderer didn't know if it made sense to do it, and he messed up the time of all the clocks in the hall and hallway. If the time of killing Kawarazaki is accurate, then all the other clocks are late. No, it can't be. You will notice the slightest movement. In short, Jiang Nan once again looked at the two people who were silent. Dare to doubt anyone but yourself. This must not be forgotten until the decisive facts are known. I remember that Nehai once said when he walked out of the hall, no one can be trusted. It might just be a matter of time before I take the same action as him. It was still raining non-stop outside. Jiang Nan looked up at the 12 skylights illuminated by the faint green light and sighed wearily. When the clock struck 4 in the afternoon, Gua Shenkai slowly raised his head. He looked at Jiang Nan and Zayabayakawa and said, "Would you like coffee? Are you worried about being poisoned? It doesn't matter. Criminals commit crimes with a purpose, and they won't put poison in everyone's food." He said so succinctly, pulling the pot and coffee cup on the round table to him. Opened the lid of the pot and looked inside. Oops, no more. Then he murmured and walked towards the kitchen. "I have something to say. Do you want to hear it?" Back in the hall, Gua Sheng said this to two people. Zayabayakawa raised his head in puzzlement, and Jiang Nan was also at a loss. His resolute attitude is unusual. "It's this piece of paper." Gua Sheng pointed to the note and said, "It says you killed it." Mr. Jiang Nan should know, the note found in the large closet of Zhong Penduan is exactly the same as this one. There is also a cut on the chest of the torn wedding dress. Such a note. Undoubtedly, it was left by the criminal, and it can be said that this is the accusation signal sent by the criminal to us. I had a gut feeling this morning when I saw this note in the big closet. The killed people mentioned here refer to the ancient dead forever. You refers to the 4 children who met her in the forest that summer 10 years ago. I tried to think about it and finally figured it out. In other words, the culprit of all events is none other than me. After returning here from Zheng Pendulum Pavilion, I have heard Gua Sheng say these words. He said they had dug a pit in the forest the summer of 10 years ago. But it was categorically denied by Kawarazaki. Just now Gyuzan said next to Kawarazaki's body, you didn't do anything. It wasn't because of you. But what on earth is it? Jiang Nan looked at Guasheng, and the doubts he had just had about him were forgotten all at once. Since the note was found in the big closet, the cloud over his expression had thinned, and he seemed to be returning to his abominable composure. The idea that the culprit in all the cases was his own must have shaken his heart strongly. As time passed, he probably realized it. The kettle on the kitchen stove creaked. Guasheng got up in a hurry and went to add new water to the coffee pot. He quickly brewed 3 cups of instant coffee, repeatedly said it doesn't matter if it's poisonous, and took the lead to drink it. I want to say everything that happened 10 years ago in my mind. Gua Sheng said again. I can't remember exactly what day it was, but I remember it was the last Sunday in July. The 4 of us came to the student dormitory and met Miss Forever in the forest by chance in the afternoon. She was a beautiful and frail woman. Girl. She was walking in the courtyard when she heard our voice and ran over happily. It is unclear what was discussed at the time. Seems like some very boring words. However, she suddenly felt unwell, and we hurriedly took her out of the forest and brought her home. At that time, I happened to meet a man like her father at the gate. I remember he also asked our names, and Sakiko answered. When I came back, I saw the boy named Yuji meet in the courtyard. That's what happened that day. That's all? Guasheng stopped, and Jiang Nan couldn't help but interject. But, in that case, that's all that happened that day. Guasheng repeated. So Junichi didn't do anything. That's really what happened that day. But speaking of which, Guaxing paused for a while. I remember, that was the other day. We dug a pit in the forest. The kid who fell into the pit is probably forever. Why doesn't Kawarazaki remember this? Jiangnan asked. Of course. Guaxing replied softly with a sigh. He has absolutely nothing to do with this. It has nothing to do with Sakiko. It was a prank by the two of you, me and Fauci. You and Fauci? He just didn't come. Guaxing faced the ceiling and closed his eyes with double eyelids. At that time, the four of us were basically good friends. Speaking of which, Runyi, who was tall and powerful at that time, was in the position of the king of children. Among the four, he was the most naughty and mischievous. Even when everyone played together, but also focus on him and listen to his dictates. Hayako is a girl, so I don't feel deeply about it. But Fauci and I were extremely dissatisfied with him. Once, maybe it was because something unpleasant happened the other day. The two of us wanted to teach him a lesson. At my suggestion, we dug the pit in the forest secretly. We took shovels from the small warehouse of the collective dormitory and found a place with soft soil. When we were digging, we just thought it was fun, and unknowingly, we dug a deep hole. We covered the hole with branches and leaves, trying to trick Runyi out the next day and sink in. These are the reasons we are in it was planned secretly. However, the next day, when we happened to meet Miss Young, we lost the opportunity. Although we felt that our arrogance was weakened, the plan fell through and the pit remained there. Guaxing retracted his gaze towards the ceiling and looked at Jiangnan and Kobayakawa alternately. We didn't even think that it was dangerous to leave the pit there. Later, Fauci said he was a little worried, and the two went to check it out, and it happened to be a funeral here. We were both very scared, and since then, never been to this area again. Since then, Fauci and I have avoided talking about the pitfalls. It must be because we feel ashamed of doing something stupid, or because we have some kind of guilt in us. But we never imagined that the funeral was actually held for the girl we met a few days ago. Now I think 9 times out of 10 this is the case. Guaxing sighed, quietly put the coffee to his mouth, and said I drank it. Jiangnan also reached out and picked up his coffee. Now I still think that the murderer of the case is Makoto Kamioji. Guaxing said so, looking at Kobayakawa's reaction. Besides, there are no motives. If the pit we dug led to the death of Miss Forever, then the one who resented us for killing her should be her father, Galundian. He spoiled himself so much. Our daughter, even if we are torn to pieces, he will not understand the hatred in his heart. But he has long since passed away. How will Makoto, also known as Makoto Tarai, treat us? Because we killed Miss Young, her sister Ming Jiang felt responsible and committed suicide. If so, then Ming Jiang is also seeking death because of our actions, albeit indirectly. It can be said that she, like Miss Forever, was killed by us. This kind of anger continued to increase in the crazy mind of the younger sister Kwang Jiang, who admired her sister, and a strong sense of revenge was formed. Kwang Jiang is not crazy. Zayabayakawa whispered, interrupting Guaxing's words. She's not crazy. Why are you so sure? Guaxing stared at Zayabayakawa with vigilant eyes. I often think that everyone in this world is going mad. If you mix up various members of society to get an average, regardless of the good or bad, and call the far average normal, then the people who deviate from this average it should be considered abnormal, so there is no normal in the strict sense. No matter what kind of person, there is the possibility of going crazy. Mr. Kobayakawa has it, Mr. Jiangnan has it, we all have it. As for when and where how it manifests is unknown. When it manifests, it's considered crazy. There are quite a few crooked theories. Kobayakawa said strangely. So, Guaxing-kun, How did Guangjiang know your names, and how did he connect you to what happened 10 years ago? You can think so. Gua Sheng replied immediately. 10 years ago, who dug the pit that Miss Young fell into? It's not difficult to know that this was done by children who often go to the forest to play. Of course, I will naturally think of the four of us who sent Miss Young home that day. It's not surprising that Gu Rendian, who lost his daughter, used the name he heard at the time as a clue to investigate our situation. However, it is impossible for him to know the real truth. Digging a pit, it was only the work of 2 of the 4 people. Luan Dian told Turai Aki or Ms. Iwa about the investigation, and then it spread to Guang Zhang's ears. It's very possible. But, of course, Guang Jiang didn't immediately seek revenge for those children. Later, over time, this matter may be forgotten. However, Guasheng looked up at the ceiling again. Last September, Kawarizaki and I visited here after hearing the legend of the ghost. It was Ms. Iwa who was in charge of receiving us at the time. It is difficult to say whether she found out that we were the same children from 10 years ago. However, we informed at that time. Names. Guasheng and Kawarizaki are 2 surnames that are not so difficult to remember. So when Ms. Iwa told Quang later, it must have aroused her suspicion. Having said that, the following situation is self-evident. It is fairly simple to go to the university and the affiliated group to survey its members. It is said that the editors of the theological journals interviewed university seminars long ago. A crazy Guangjiang sees these accidental luck as a revelation from God. So far, her previous potential sense of revenge has gradually expanded. She successfully implemented this special plan with the help of her lover's editor and the old friend of the timepiece housekeeper. How is it, Mr. Kobayakawa, when you first discussed this plan with you, you also put forward conditions to me, the president, that all 5 participants would become members of the 3rd grade in April this year? Yes. Did you make such a request because you accepted her instructions? Speaking of which, there are only me, Kawarizaki, Sakiko, and Fushir in the 3rd grade. If you choose another person, it will be the 1st. Watanabe, who learned about the ghost legend of the Timepiece Museum. He also came here last fall. So Mitsui gave you this instruction. It seems that this kind of analysis makes sense. Although it is not clear reasoning, it is just imagination and speculation, but Jiangnan feels very convincing. But Guashinjun. Jiangnan raised a new question. Why on earth did you want to kill Watanabe-kun? And Mr. Utsumi? Mr. Utsumi has nothing to do with the incident 10 years ago. Yeah. This seemed like an unexpected question. Guashing glanced sadly at Watanabe's corpse across the round table, and nodded without hesitation. I also wonder why Watanabe was killed. If the note that said you killed it refers to Miss Forever who died 10 years ago, then no matter what you think about it, it has nothing to do with Watanabe. But he did bear the brunt of being the target of criminals. No, maybe after Hayoniko, but why? I think the answer is this. Watanabe died after Junichi left here and went back to his room to sleep. In other words, Watanabe was killed by mistake. Manslaughter? Jiangnan asked in surprise. Then why exactly? The real target of the criminal's attack is Fushir, that is, Ryota Fushir. In fact, it was Ryosuke Watanabe who was killed. Ryota and Ryosuke have very similar names. Although the names are very similar, the surnames are completely different. It's the same. Jiangnan, who didn't know the truth, felt even more strange. Both have the same last name, until a few years ago. How is this going? Fauci's original surname was Watanabe. Later, when he was a freshman in high school, his parents divorced, and he followed his mother, so he changed his surname. What? Watanabe Ryota and Watanabe Ryosuke. The criminal got these two people completely wrong. Just imagine, if Fauci is here, then the victim may not be Fauci. Indeed so. Jiangnan finally understood and squinted at Kobayakawa. He didn't drink Guoxing's coffee, just kept shaking his head gently with his face down. So, Guoxing-jun, why was Mr. Nehai killed? Jiangnan turned around and asked again. Only he really has nothing to do with anything. Yes, the problem is here. Guoxing replied. There are still many mysteries about Mr. Yukikai's death. Why is his room sealed? What happened to the figure that Mr. Jiangnan saw? In addition, there is the problem of the scattered film on the body, and the problem of the two cameras that were taken away. Wait. Film and camera? Jiangnan muttered as he recalled the scene in the appalling room. He seems to have found an answer. Maybe the criminal didn't want Mr. Utsumi's life. I think so too. Maybe what the criminal wants to eliminate from the world is the photos Mr. Yukikai took here. The reason why he took the camera away may be because it was too late to get the film out of it. Guoxing said with his arms crossed. Mr. Yukikai probably unintentionally took pictures that are extremely detrimental to criminals. As for what kind of pictures, I can't tell. The Clock Mansion Murders. Susie read with you. Chapter 12. 4 children. To kill time, they went into a coffee shop. After chatting with them for a while, the old shopkeeper led them into a back room to admire his collection of vintage clocks. Although the owner modestly said, "It's all rubbish," they are actually quite valuable collectibles. Among them are several old-fashioned Japanese clocks, which Lugu really likes. Finally, in order to express his gratitude for the chat just now, the owner specially invited them to eat chocolate ice cream. It was past 6 o'clock in the afternoon when they left the coffee shop. I don't know what route the typhoon took, but the dark clouds pressing on the sky of the ancient capital are still very thick, and the violent wind and rain have not weakened. The Golf sedan crawls slowly through the storm. Sitting in the passenger seat, Fauci felt the body shake from time to time in the sudden gust of wind, and his heart was tense. I've seen through something recently, Dirga said solemnly. We've always believed that reality can't be changed. In fact, it's only based on a very fragile and very dangerous temporary balance. People who can't see this fact, there are so many around us. Especially in Japan now. Fauci couldn't figure out what line of thinking he had come from, so he casually said, "Oh. Reality is not an indestructible entity. To put it to the extreme, it is just a huge fantasy displayed to people by the system of society. Is it a fantasy? Yes, I'm not here to explain the principles of sociology, and I actually don't know that. But if I were to say it, I think the greatest role of society is to create a huge illusion called reality, and there is constant pressure to make people recognize it, believe it, take it as an entity. Only in this way can people find peace. This fact has not changed since time immemorial. But, in fact, society often overplays its role as a ruling institution. As a result, there are many stubborn people who do not admit this fact at all, but insist that reality is just reality and do not bow to it in the slightest. As soon as they see someone accusing their reality, they will become nervous and think it is a reality. I am very angry at the huge threat to myself, so I will try to eradicate it and eliminate it. The people who saw their actions and laughed at them were the ones who were better than them, and these people were still trying to get their own self-interest from the huge ruling apparatus. After Lugu chanted like a monk, he freed a hand from the steering wheel to wipe his nose. Of course, whether it's me who said this, or you who listened to it, as long as you are a member of this society, no one can escape this social institution. Everyone has a wish, to break free from pressure and gain freedom. What is this wish called? For example, if what you get from society is a public fantasy, while your personal wish is a private fantasy. Or use a derogatory term to describe it. Say, it's a nightmare. Nightmare? Yes, a nightmare. At least for sure, the extraordinary artists, thinkers, scientists who have almost changed the times are the cultivators of this nightmare. Such as Picasso, Max, Einstein, Hitler, and so on. Is Hitler a good thinker? When Fauci asked such a question, Lugu said disapprovingly, "Of course it is," and then added, "However, the nightmare he nurtured was a real nightmare, and was finally completely denied by the fantasy of society's public." That's all. It's not a question of good or bad. If Nazi Germany won the Second World War, history would naturally evaluate him and give him a completely different status. Maybe I'm talking naive, right? Oh, that's true. So, Lugu glanced at the bewildered Fauci and continued, "What I wrote about the architect Seiji Nakamura is exactly the situation mentioned above. I traveled around and checked, not expecting bloody incidents are going to happen in those places, but he feels that within the buildings he builds, there is a field that tries to win freedom from social pressure. Of course, there are also designers who pay to hire him. The nightmare it breeds. No, oh, maybe those people are the main characters." Lugu narrowed his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. Whether it's Tang Zhaoji, the owner of the Water Wheel Hall, and the gentleman who lives in the Lost Hall, their houses are all designed by Qingxi. It may be those special buildings that upgrade their lonely fantasy. Then the ancient elegance code for the construction of the Timepiece Museum must also be made by. Suddenly, Lugu closed his mouth and frowned. So what kind of nightmares are there in the heart of the ancient Erendian? At this time, even Fauci understood. Deer's answer to the question in front of him is related to the mystery in the poem, The Silent Goddess. Then, Fauci said, "What do you think of the divination question that Ms. Ipio mentioned last night?" "What divination?" "It's the prophecy of Nanomaya fortune teller. Ibo said that the fortune teller had counted the death of both the mother's age and the daughter's eternity." "Oh, what about that?" Lugu stared ahead, biting his lip. Hey, this kind of thing happens often. Can a person's death date be predicted by divination? This, you are the expert. Didn't you say the day before yesterday that there must be things beyond transcendent science? You also said that you believe that there are extraordinary phenomena in the world. Ah, that's true. Old man Nanomiya's divination is exactly this phenomenon, right? Lugu glanced at him again and smiled lightly. You don't seem satisfied. I hope there is a practical explanation, right? Mr. Lugu, what are you thinking? Well, I don't think it's surprising that the death date is calculated. Why? The old man prophesied that the times died after the 28th birthday, and forever before the 16th. Don't you think this is very ambiguous? Ambiguous? You're 14 when you die forever. Yesterday I said it, it's before 16, yes. But if you say that, even if you died at the age of 13, or at the age of 12, you can say that it is accurate. Anyone can make such a prediction for a frail and sick person since childhood. The saying about the times is even more ambiguous, that is, after the 28th birthday. It happened that she was 28 years old when she died, so the prophecy is accurate. However, if she died at the age of 30, or at the age of 40 or 50, wouldn't it also be after her 28th birthday? It's not wrong. Oh, you're right to explain that. The principle of divination is basically the same, Shikatani said with certainty. They try to use ambiguous language and use expressions that can be interpreted in multiple ways. All in all, this is a necessary language skill. Is the old man Nanomaya also conscious? It's impossible to know if he uses this technique wisely. But he doesn't look like someone who made a fortune by deception. If he did, he wouldn't predict the time of death for a bride. He might be special. I reckon it probably often divination, every time the result is recognized as a report. Then why does the ancient Elundian believe in such unreliable divination? Hey, wait, Mr. Fushi, that's another matter. Whether the conclusions drawn by divination are accurate, true, or false, are all subjectively judged by the inquirer. It's just like religion, whether you believe or divination believe. The problem. For example, if the ancient Erendian thinks that the content of the divination by Nazagong is very important, and he thinks it is accurate, then the divination can be said to be very effective. Right? In the woods, the narrow dirt road that connected to the Timepiece Museum was full of rainwater, making it very difficult to walk. Fauci was anxious, worried that the car's engine would suddenly fail at some point. The two of them took great pains to pass through safely. When they returned to the house, it was already 7:10 in the afternoon, just after dinner time. Before leaving, IPO told the mealtime. At the dinner table in the hall of the new pavilion, they met for the first time the contemporary young owner of the Timepiece Pavilion. Gu Gaojimi is exactly the kind of beautiful boy that Fauci had guessed. This young man in white pajamas was wearing a long light blue nightgown. Apart from being a little taller, he had long black fluffy hair and beautiful skin that was white and translucent without even a single freckle. As well as the slender body with slender shoulders, everything is like a girl, and it was him that Fauci saw outside the gate the night before. Mistaking him for the ghost of a young girl is also natural. Saiko introduced the two guests to Yukimi, who sat on the front chair, did not stand up, just smiled faintly. Although his cheeks were a little thin, when he got closer and looked closely, the face was really beautiful and could not be faulted. It is said that he is the son of Guarendian's cousin, so he has no blood relationship with his mother's time. But this face has some of his sister Yong's appearance that he saw in the photo last night. In this way, although Yong is very similar to her mother, he does have the blood of his father Luandian. This turned out to be evidence. I heard from my sister, Yujimi said, looking at them both with dull eyes. His voice was crisp and thin, but his tone was unexpectedly calm. You came in the blue car. The tire broke last night and you can't go back, right? Yes. Did you hear from your sister about the tire burst? When Lugu asked this, the boy shook his head. No, Aunt Saiko said it. Oh, is it? Ah, it's an honor to meet you. Lugu said loudly, striding up to the boy. My name is Lugu Menshur. Hello. His name is Fushi Liangtai. Rio too. The young man repeated in a low voice, and a look of unease suddenly flashed across his jet-black pupils. But when Lugu stretched out his hand to shake hands, this look disappeared. He tilted his head, looking a little hesitant, then extended his hand happily. How is Mr. Ma Yuan's situation? Sayori asked Lugu Jian. Sitting in the chair pointed out to him, Lugu replied, it seems to be quite ill. When was the last time you saw him? It was early last month. How did it feel then? I don't recognize me anymore. I explained it for a long time before he understood. Saiko put her hand on her chest, as if to adjust her breathing. Then he sighed loudly. The old man used to be very sturdy and cheerful, and he always cared about us very much. Maybe because Aji died first, he was hit. He has suddenly grown old since then, and it's really miserable now. Saiko's cooking skills can't be said to be brilliant. Although each has its own advantages, the whole taste is too heavy, and Fauci finds it unpalatable. But Lugu kept praising its delicious, delicious. Fauci wondered in his heart, Lugu doesn't seem like the kind of flattering person, maybe he has a special hobby. Ms. IPO, said Lugu, tearing at the bread, what is the fortune teller doing? Is he? Have dinner? Saiko became depressed immediately. She stroked her face and said, I haven't seen him since I woke up this morning. Haven't seen it? Is he in his own room? I've looked everywhere, but I can't find it anywhere. I'm thinking about calling the police. Oh, he's already demented. Will he run around on his own? He rarely goes out and doesn't return. It was so windy and rainy last night. She cast her eyes to the window, her face more haggard than during the day. Maybe in poor physical condition, dark circles under the eyes. She blinked weakly and continued, however, there have been a few times in the past when a person ran far away and didn't come back all night. So let's wait until tomorrow night. While others were talking, Yujimi put down her knife and fork and stared blankly at the flower chandelier on the roof and the wall clock on the wall. As soon as other people's conversations stopped, his eyes suddenly returned to the dining table. As soon as Lugu opened his mouth, he put down the tableware and looked around. Fauci found that the boy's movements had a certain pattern, and he suddenly thought that it is very likely that the boy's ears translated all the conversations of the people around him into Sister's voice. After dinner, when the coffee came up, Yujimi, who didn't say a word, suddenly called out awe. "What is this?" The boy's eyes were fixed on Lugu's hand. It turned out that Lugu used the napkin on the table to fold things as usual. "This is a fish," he said and threw the folded thing on the table. The teenager leaned out and looked closely. "Oh, it looks like it." His voice was so cheerful. "My sister used to be very good at folding things too." "Oh, is it? However, this is the first time I have seen this fish." Lugu may have been interested. He reached out and took the bag next to him, and took out a few 20-centimeter square colored papers from it. This is the kind of paper he saw when he walked into the stationery store when he ran past the Keklok temple. He thought it was a novelty and bought it back. "The napkin is too soft to fold," he whispered, and began to fold something new. After a while, crabs, shell snails, stars, helmeted worms, each of them was a complex shape that Fauci had never seen before. When the boy saw one, he cheered for a while, very naive. Fauci sighed. After Lugu folded out the hourglass he folded last night, he thought for a while and said, "Fold another original thing I'm working on." Then he started. It took a few minutes to fold out a square box with a long stick hanging inside, and I couldn't see what it belonged to. "What is this?" Fauci asked, and Lugu was a little embarrassed. He scratched his head with his hand, and then said, "I want to fold a clock with a pendulum." Fauci thought that this seemed a long way from success. "However," he said, "that's right." At this moment, Yukuji, who was staring at the construction of the redundant things, suddenly said, "It would be better if they were all dead." Deer Valley and Fauci looked up at him in surprise. At this moment, the young man's pink lips trembled slightly, and his hands on the table clenched into fists. "What did you just say?" Lugu asked him. The boy didn't seem to want to answer, and turned his angry and sad eyes to the hollow of the house. "Sister afraid of being lonely, you cry alone in the dark, you say it's too lonely. Clocks are really annoying. Those clocks, it would be better if they died." "Why did you say that?" "That's right, originally." His fists trembled, and the tremors spread from his arms to his entire body. "Master Yujimi." Sayiko hurriedly ran to Yujimi's side. She winked at Lugu, shook her head, and put her hand on Yujimi's shoulder. "Go, let's go back to your room, the medicine is ready." Aunt Sayiko, I don't." "Oh, it's okay, my sister has already gone to bed, you should go to bed too." The boy nodded slightly and stood up. Fauci looked at the ground, and suddenly a distant fragment of memory appeared in front of him. "It is Koga Yukimi. I met him in the summer 10 years ago. At that time, in order to return the girl, we entered the house, and a boy was standing under the tree in the courtyard, staring at us, his sharp eyes with hostility, as if he did not understand our actions. That is Yujimi. He had adored his sister since childhood, and regarded her as a goddess. What mood did he have when he came to see us?" Fauci thought so and closed his eyes. "What do you think?" Fauci-kun. After they watched Saiko take Yukimi out of the hall, Lugu smashed the unfinished pendulum clock with his hands at once, and then asked. It was almost 10 o'clock in the evening, and the wind and rain outside still did not stop. What do you want to say? I suddenly thought, is he really crazy? Are you talking about the reaction just now? As soon as Fauci asked, Lugu raised his eyebrows and nodded. Then he said, you mean, he's actually normal? I don't know why, but I feel that way. I don't think he's normal. Before you origami, he didn't seem to care about anything around him. I saw that too. How should I put it? I just think it's crazy, not the kind of crazy method Sayoko said last night. Crazy? She said that Yukimi thinks her sister is still alive. At least her soul is by her side, and she often talks to herself. But this is just Saiko's explanation. The youth does make people feel this way. But on the other hand, it cannot be ignored. He just said my sister was very good at folding things in the past. If he really believes that her sister is still alive, why not say my sister is also very good at folding? I know that my sister can no longer fold things now. Right? Lugu rested his chin with one hand and touched his chest pocket with the other, took out his cigarette case, and put today's one in his mouth. One more thing. I found that when I introduced you at the beginning, when he heard your name, his reaction was a bit strange. Well, I noticed that too. Besides, there was a sudden commotion just now. It seems to be caused by the word clock. Why is this? Oh, I can't tell. At least Yujimi's mind is more normal than his appearance. Maybe he understands everything around him better than others. He knows that his sister died 10 years ago, and he knows the cause of death and his current situation. Lugu closed his eyes and slowly smoked a cigarette. That's why he said that my sister was alone in the dark. That's probably the case, isn't it? Maybe. Fauci didn't know how to answer. Lugu didn't care, just continued to analyze to himself. His voice was getting lower and lower, and when it finally stopped, Saiko came back. It's nearly 10:30. Saiko was going to make some more coffee, and Lugu asked her, where did Yujimi leave the room last night? Did you ask him? I didn't ask. Saiko looked very tired. She shook her head. Even if you ask, I'm afraid he doesn't remember it. It used to be like this. He said he hated clocks, so why? I'm afraid I remembered my sister saying that. That is how the matter. Miss Forever hated the clocks and clocks hanging everywhere in the old hall. She complained to the master in person. Why do you hate it? She felt scared. She also told me that she felt like she was being watched by clocks all day long, and her body seemed to be tied up. So Yukimi hated these clocks that tortured her sister. Oh, so it is. Lugu was about to ask further questions when the door of the hall suddenly opened, and the servant Tinsua Jiaming came in. Saiko cried out in surprise, what happened? I thought I had already gone back. Oh, I can't go back. Tiansua's clothes and trousers were wet from the rain, and water droplets kept dripping down. He scratched the top of his head, which was also wet, and said in a daze, halfway, the road was broken, and the car couldn't pass. I tried a lot but couldn't do anything, so I had to come back. Oh. This kind of heavy rain is rare. I can't go home tonight, so I have to ask you to stay with me. If we go from the back road, can we go out? Lugu interjected. Tiansua immediately pursed his thick lips and said, the back side is no longer passable. How bad? Lu Jiao also pouted. When we came here just now, we already felt dangerous, but we didn't expect this to happen. Anyway, the rain doesn't stop, and there's nothing to do. Okay, I see, Saiko said, looking at the servant and then at the guest. Stay here tonight. Maybe the storm will stop tomorrow. Mr. Lugu, you should stay too. Ah, thank you. Tien Sua bowed. That's too embarrassing. After Lugu said this, Saiko shook his head hurriedly. Where is it? I was the one who held you back. I should apologize for making it so late. Where? I have time anyway, so does Fushikuin, right? Tomorrow evening, the people who came to interview should also come out. Simply wait for them here. The road should be repaired by then. Judging from the situation, Lugu must think that Sayoko's retention is exactly what he wanted. Since last night, it can be seen from her attitude that if she is only asked, she will probably be allowed to visit the old museum and those collections. Okay. Sure enough, Lugu agreed immediately. I also want to see Jiangnan-kun, so we're welcome. How about it, Fushikuin, can you? It's past 11 o'clock at night. After Lugu and Fauci put their things in the room where they stayed last night, they followed Sayoko to the clock tower, because Lugu asked to see the situation in that tower again. Walking into the hall with the roof, Lugu stood in the center. The interior lighting was dim, there was no furniture or decoration, and it was empty. There is not a single window on the stone wall. It was still raining heavily outside, and there was a shrill wind from time to time. Their clamor completely drowned out the sound of clock gears. Lugu observed the surroundings silently, and then crossed his hands around the back of his head and started to walk. He took the place where he stood as the center and walked in a circle. Fauci stood at the door leading to the new building, staring at him, looking a little bored, and Saiko, who was standing next to Fauci, had the same expression. Deer Valley gradually increased the radius of the circle, and for a while, stopped near the north wall of the hall. He made a hum as if he had found something, and reached out to the dark brown wall, leaning his eyelids against it. Then he took a few steps along the wall, stopped immediately, and stared at the wall again. After repeating the above actions several times, he shouted loudly and turned his head slowly behind him. Ms. IPO, come here for a moment. What is the matter? Please come and have a look. Oh. At this time, Lugu had reached the south wall, and Saiko and Fauci followed. Ah, it's this wall. Lugu pointed to the wall and said, this wall is very strange, you know? Come and see Fushikuin. Fauci did as he ordered and looked at the place where his fingers were, and there was nothing strange about it. What's up with this wall? Look carefully, I'm afraid it's not all stone, is it? Fauci walked to the foot of the wall, concentrated his attention, and looked at it carefully for a while. Sure enough, as he said, it looked like it was made of dark brown stones, but it was not. It is clearer by hand, it is not a stone, it feels different. This. Is this glass? Yes, thick glass is built into the wall. It also has a bit of color, like yellow, through which you can see the brown stone in it, so the wall is pretty thick. Did you know about this, Ms. Ippo? I know. Saiko nodded honestly, and Lugu turned his eyes to the wall again. Why do you want to make it like this? It seems that it is not only this place, but many places around it are inlaid with glass. Really? Fauci asked. Yeah. Each piece is about 7 or 80 centimeters square. There are also a little smaller or a little longer. The colors are not all the same. It seems to be on the upper part. How about Ms. IPO? I've noticed it in the past, Sayori pondered. Probably it was for decoration. If you didn't consciously look carefully, it was no different from an ordinary stone wall, and the color was exactly the same. Lugu stroked his pointed chin. Maybe there is one on the wall outside? Yes, there are many places. Well, if the outside and inside are in the same position, it's like sandwich bread with ham, with 2 glasses holding the stone. Do you think this has anything to do with it? It's hard to say. Lugu shook his head ambiguously, left that place and walked towards the center of the hall again. He put his hands behind his head again. This time, I happened to look up at the patio on the third floor of the hall. Fauci followed his gaze upwards. The lights on the walls were weak and could not reach the roof, and it got darker as it went up, and it was difficult to catch the shadows of some gray-white roofs. Looking closely, there was a large dark hole in the center of the roof. Came here last night and didn't notice it at all. That, Lugu asked, leaning back, what kind of hole is that? I remember it should be the mechanical room of the clock tower. There's a bell hanging there, Saiko replied. The bell? Is it above the hole? Yes, yes. Is it the bell on the clock tower? Yes, yes. But since I got here, I haven't heard the bell once. The bell doesn't ring. When Lugu heard Saiko's words, he couldn't help sighing with a hoe. He turned his eyes from the patio, no sound. Is it because it's broken? No, the tower has never rang since it was built. 9 years, not once? Yes. What's the matter? There is a pendulum for ringing the bell, but it doesn't work with the machine. Would you like to see it? Of course, Lugu answered, I would love to see it. So Lugu and Fauci followed Sayoshi towards the stairs, still the steep stairs that went up the east wall. After reaching the landing on the 4th floor, Sayoko opened the black door on the right. Please, this is it. Opposite this black gate is the study room of the ancient Erendian that I went to last night. Fauci did not know what the power plant of this tower clock would be. He imagined that it should be a complex mechanism composed of large and small gears, with a large pendulum in between. This is probably because he often sees similar scenes in movies and novels. In fact, the mechanical room they entered was exactly what he imagined. Oh, it's amazing. Lugu couldn't help cheering as he looked at the room under the dim light. The sound of the storm outside was even more mournful here. Ah, what a break into the world of detective fiction 10 years ago. Right, Fauci? Ah, isn't it? Looking at the closely linked gears, the large iron boxes, the thick iron rods standing horizontally and vertically, and the large-scale installations that fill a large room, Fauci had a question. In order to drive a clock, what is needed so much machinery? As long as modern technology is available, using an old-fashioned clockwork mechanism, at most a fraction of this size is sufficient. Maybe it's a deliberately designed installation of the times. Lugu said he was obviously thinking about the same question. Is it the Gurundian that wanted to do this, or did Qingxi first propose it? Anyway, in 9 it must have been quite difficult to do this kind of ancient machinery a few years ago. It can be said that only the former president of the ancient clock company can do this. The heart part of this big clock is still turning, because the big pendulum on the left is still shaking, and the gears and the rotating shaft make a friction sound. The young man I saw just now comes here every day to wind up and replenish power. Since November last year, the outside second and hour hands have disappeared from the clock dial, whether he knows it or not. Where is the clockwork? Lugu asked Saiko again. Over there. Saying said, he walked towards an iron box on his right hand. Lugu and Fauci followed her while watching their feet. This is it. Saiko was referring to a hole cut into the iron box. The hole was round, 2 or 3 centimeters in size, and deep. An octagonal black iron pillar protruded from the inside. Is it this? Lugu asked while looking carefully. Is the key to twist this octagonal iron pillar somewhere else? Yes. The iron pillar is too small for such a large machine. I have seen a similar device in a photo in the past. The iron pillar on it is very long, and there is a handle that is 1 meter long. Oh, then where are the keys? In Yuji-mi's room, Saiko replied. I said yesterday that winding this clock is something Yuji-mi must do every day. Oh, yes, I did. Then Lugu walked towards the center of the room. As seen from below, there was a rectangular opening 4 meters wide and 2 meters long on the central floor. In order to prevent passers-by from falling, strong iron railings were installed around the opening, and 2 black steel rods were placed on the side of the railings. It seems that these are the 2 hands that were removed from the dial outside. Ah, is that the big bell I mentioned just now? About 3 meters above the square mouth, there was a large bell hanging, the body of the bell flashing a faint golden yellow. Lugu held the iron railing with his hand to test its strength. Then he stretched out his upper body and looked up at the clock from bottom to top. It is true that there is a hammer under the clock, but no rope to pull the hammer. If the clock is not mechanically connected to it, it will not ring. Fauci was too timid to lean over the railing like Lugu did, but he still watched the clock carefully. There are 3 bells in total, and they are hung in a line on thick rods across the patio, and the bells are equidistant from each other. Sure enough, these clocks are not connected to the mechanical parts, and there is no rope to pull under the hammers. Is it a design error? Fauci said. Gower smiled and said, "How is that possible?" Then he left the iron railing, turned to Saiko, and said happily, "I finally found a clue." What clue? Saiko tilted her head inexplicably and turned her gaze to the 3 big bells. You mean the bell? The bell, of course, that's what it is. The bell that doesn't ring even if you want to, the bell that's been silent for 9 years. Saiko was stunned for a moment, and Fauci couldn't help but exclaimed awe. After Lugu waited for the explosion that happened to sound, he showed his white teeth and said, "The goddess is bound in a silent cell, right?" The 3 walked out of the mechanical room, and then entered the 4th floor of the ancient Alenden study. This is also the request made by Lugu. This room has not changed from the previous night, and the cigarette butts thrown in the ashtray are still there. The vertical luxury desk clock against the wall still did not move. Fauci glanced at his watch. It was just after midnight. It seemed to be the same time when I got here last night. I would like to ask some information about the construction of this clock tower. Is it okay? Lugu went straight to the desk unceremoniously, turned around, and said to Saiko, "Nakamura Seiji designed this building according to Mr. Lewin Diane's request, and then naturally the construction unit was invited to start the construction. At that time, what was there? Did something weird happen? Strange thing?" Saiko looked puzzled, one hand resting on a haggard eyelid. "You can say anything as long as it comes to your mind." "What the hell is good?" Let's put it this way, what company contracted this project? For example, is it a company under Lewin Dian? This, I don't know, but there are several companies that are very familiar with him. Lugu said with a gloomy face, and walked towards the side of the desk again. He lifted the crimson curtains on the window slightly and looked out. Fauci felt that the sound of the wind and rain surrounding the tower had gradually diminished, reaching its peak when he had just entered the mechanical room. When Lugu left the window and turned to Fauci just as he was about to speak, Saiko said, "Speaking of which, I don't know if it's weird or not." "What do you remember?" Lugu turned to her again. "The new building over there and the clock tower over here started at the same time. I remember that 2 different construction companies did it at the time. In addition," Saiko put her hand over the earphone of her right ear. He tilted his head. "The tower here seems to have changed construction units halfway through." "The construction unit has changed? Really? I remember it like that. Isn't it, for example, that the foundation works were done by one construction company, and about the rest by another company? I don't know the details, it's probably like this." "Oh, is that so?" "Sure enough." Lugu blinked his sunken eyes and nodded again and again. "Looks like this, it's getting clearer." "Does this matter have any significance?" Saiko asked. Lugu widened his eyes and said, "Although I'm not sure yet, it's very likely." "Forget it, it's not time to say anything yet. Even if I guess correctly, it's still too late to say, and there's still a lot of time to come." Then, after obtaining Sayiko's consent, Lugu began to look at the cardboard boxes in the house again. He felt that there might be some clues left by the ancient Erendian there. Fauci thought to himself, if the 3 big bells I saw in the mechanical room just now were the target implied by the phrase Goddess of Silence, where did Lugu get any inspiration from? It's really the 2 kings who don't understand. He didn't know what clues Lugu expected to find from Lu and Diane's relics, but the matter had come to this point. He could only help Lugu rummage. The cardboard boxes were stacked high, a dozen or so, and Sayoko said they were filled with books. Deer Valley told Fauci to be as careful as possible, to read book by book, and to tell him if he found something meaningful or a note in the book. The 2 of them drank the coffee that Sayiko had brought from the pot, and sat on the floor, reading separately. Unexpectedly, the work is very labor-intensive, and the number of cardboard boxes has not decreased. "Ms. Ipio, go to sleep first, it looks like you are quite tired," Lugu said apologetically to Sayiko. "She has stayed here with them. Please don't bother." He shook his head slowly. "It was originally a request I came up with. Otherwise, let me help you find it." If you could help, you'd be asking for it, but..." Lugu smoothed his messy curly hair with dusty hands, and looked at the messed up room again. Did Mr. Luindien have the habit of keeping a diary during his lifetime? This, I don't know. I think it would be nice if there was a note left. There are some old man's things in the old hall, and no one has ever touched it. If you allow me, I'd like to see over there too. I don't have to go today, but in the future. Then, of course, Sayoko joined in, and the 3 continued to flip through it for a while. When the sticker on the last cardboard box was opened, it was past 2:30 in the morning. Despite being so late, there was not a single visible result. "Nothing," Fauci said, throwing a thick English book, The Nature of Time and the Universe, that he had just finished flipping on the floor. Feeling very tired, he let out a long sigh. Only the last few are left in the box. I'm sorry." Lugu was also a little frustrated, and his darkened face showed a disappointed look when he spoke. "Did you look inside the table?" Sayiko asked. "Oh, you roughly flipped it over when you made the coffee." Lugu patted the soil on his jeans, stood up, and sat down on the easy chair in front of the desk at once. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. The sound of wind and rain outside had become silent at some point. Lugu raised his cheeks and meditated, "Is this the goddess of silence?" He whispered to himself. Then he looked at the photo of Gu Yi Luindien, his daughter Young Yang, and Mai Yuanji, August 5, 1992, "Still not right, Gu Yi Luindien, what are you going to do?" Suddenly he stopped, as if remembering something. His hand reached to the photo frame, put it on the table, turned over the back, pulled out the nails to remove the cover. Lugu looked at the thing in his hand and called out in a low voice, "What is this?" Fauci quickly stood up and leaned over to see what he had taken out of the frame. It was a piece of paper. It was torn from the ancient Erendian diary. It seems to have been burned. Maybe I wanted to dispose of it, but I changed my mind halfway through and picked up the burnt part and put it here. Indeed, the piece of paper seems to have been burnt, and its original shape cannot be seen. There are brown marks everywhere. It is lined with neat blue ink words, only part of which can be read. Is this the name of the 4 of you? Lugu asked quietly, raising his eyes to look at Fauci's expression. Fauci stared at the paper with helplessness, nodded slightly, and his mind rolled, falling into the pit, sinking, today, liar and no. Those fragments of dialogue. On the piece of paper is written. Their names are recorded here for verification. The names of the 4 children who put forever on that day are Guashing means wa, Kawarazaki Junichi, Watanabe Ryota, Kashi Sakiko. Maybe think so, but how can I? Because they always do that. They killed it. 4 kids broke this clock I built for eternity. I can't help but hate them. Sure enough. Fauci was stunned. He muttered, "Sure enough, it's us." The name is wrong, Fushirkuen. Was your last name Watanabe? Fauci replied absent-mindedly, "My parents divorced, and I followed my mother." The summer 10 years ago, the memory that had been closed for many years suddenly turned upside down in his heart, and the scene became unprecedentedly clear. The Clock Mansion Murders. Susie read with you. Chapter 13. Old House Number 6. The purpose of the criminals is to destroy the pictures taken in the inland sea. Guasheng repeated his conclusion again. The hands of the various clocks in the hall have passed 5:30, and it will be 6 o'clock soon. The sound of the rain hitting the roof has not diminished, and the sudden burst of thunder added to the feeling of tension. The criminal pulled the used film out of the camera to expose it, leaving the unused film behind. At this moment, Mr. Jiang Nan and I heard a shout and ran over. The criminal was too late to process the film. He fled the scene in a hurry. So, Mr. Jiang Nan, I think the figure behind the glass you saw was not an illusion, it was the criminal. But how could the criminal escape from that room in such a short time? Forget it. Don't talk about it. Zayabayakawa suddenly shouted at this moment, "It's wordy, it's endless. What's the use of just putting up some inexplicable reasoning? Say less." Mr. Zayabayakawa. Guasheng retorted, "This is the only thing we can do." "What do you tell us to do?" "I hate," Zayabayakawa shouted, preventing Guasheng from continuing. He was still in a state of despair just now, but now he is suddenly restless and angry. Just a fool who can talk empty words has no useful ideas at all. The key now is how to get out safely, right? Of course, that's why we analyze it here. What's the use of posing like a great detective? Kobayakawa suddenly stood up from his chair and slammed his hands on the table angrily. You say that Guangjiang is a criminal. Even if that's the case, I don't care anyway. If, as you said, she came to avenge you, then there is no reason to kill me. I am safe. Kobayakawa repeated it safe as if to listen to himself. Then he stared at Guasheng again, with blue veins on his angry face, and he opened his mouth and let out his breath, like a big fish thrown on the shore. He grabbed the cold coffee and drank it all in one go. Let me tell you the truth. I think the most suspicious thing is Guasheng. It's you. What did you say? Guasheng was stunned and speechless. Zayabayakawa shouted even more passionately, I don't know what happened 10 years ago. You just said something with your nose and eyes. Who knows if it's true or not? You said I made it up? Then why do I have to kill Sakiko and Junichi? Didn't you say that anyone can go crazy? It's so confusing. Guasheng said with his hands spread out, when Nehai and Runi were killed, I was with Mr. Jiang Nan. Evidence of alibi, right? Jiang Nan said that people who have such evidence should be suspicious first. Zayabayakawa's eyes glittered looking at Jiang Nan. In the world of reasoning you like, this is a common phenomenon, right? This. Jiang Nan wanted to answer, but couldn't go on, because just now, he was also suspicious of Guasheng's alibi. Kobayakawa sneered with his nose hum, tapped the table again with both hands, and stood up. He strode to the kitchen and immediately took all the beer left in the refrigerator. It's still the correct approach. Before the rescuers arrive, the smartest way is to honestly lock myself in the house. I will do the same. He opened the lid of the beer and gulped it down. Although he said it cheerfully, he was actually shivering uncontrollably. None of this escaped Jiangnan's eyes. "Mr. Zayabayakawa, you can't do that," Guoxing said. "The house we live in can't be locked from the inside." Didn't the inner sea set up a high barrier behind the door, and the result was? The house where Guangjiang lived can be locked, it's safe there, and there's a door latch. But you leave me alone. Possibly because of the energy brought about by alcohol, Kobayakawa's voice was louder than before. "I don't want to accompany you to bullshit. I want to do what I want. You can do what you like." Kobayakawa walked out of the hall as he said and locked himself in the room used by Makoto at Kamioji Temple. The sound of his closing the door was exactly the same as the thunder outside, and it reached the ears of Jiangnan and the others at the same time. After a while, all the clocks struck, and it was 7 o'clock in the afternoon. "Let's have something to eat," Guosheng said. "Haven't eaten anything since last night?" "Yes," Jiangnan replied feebly. He drank the little coffee that was left in the cup, but he had no appetite. "Although my stomach is really empty, I don't know why I just feel that my throat is very dry and I want to drink water." He warmed up the boxed instant porridge, but only drank half of it. Guoxing's physical condition seems to be the same. He made instant fried noodles, and after only a few mouthfuls, he kept singing water. A long, suffocating silence followed. Guoxing stared at the increasingly dark skylight, and Jiangnan stared blankly at the open notepad on the table. "Let's continue to analyze." Guosheng sighed and opened his mouth again. On his face with only a sparse beard, the look of fatigue became more and more obvious. "Although Mr. Kobayakawa has an opinion, I can't bear to stay silent like this. I think we should continue to try to figure out what's going on in front of us, how it happened. This is also an account of the dead friend. No, it should be said to be an apology." Jiangnan was very moved when Guoxing said the self-blame of apology, and he felt the same kind of pain. He had the same painful experience 3 years ago, knowing that his friends were in a very dangerous situation, but he couldn't do anything about it. Everything that happened 3 years ago in the Shijiakan is unforgettable to this day. Despite this, Jiangnan still did not answer, because his doubts about Guoxing still existed. After listening to his confession, I almost completely believed him, but what Zayabayakawa just said made sense. Maybe everything was made up by Guoxing himself? This possibility is also there. I don't know how Guoxing understands Jiangnan's silence. He filled a glass with water from a water bottle, drank it dry, and asked, "We just talked about why the inner sea was killed, right? The criminals wanted to destroy the negatives, and the 2 cameras were taken away to deal with the negatives inside. I don't know what footage Nehai took to make the criminals so scared. I'm afraid Nehai didn't know what was wrong with the photos he took. The next thing to analyze is the situation in that room. How did the criminals get in, and how did they escape in such a short time before we rushed in?" "Yes." Jiangnan was shocked. Even if Guoxing is right, Mikoto of Guangming Temple is a criminal, or Guoxing himself committed the crime using alibi evidence, or there is another criminal, no matter who it is, this problem exists. What method did the criminal use to get in and out of the secret room? The only door that can be entered and exited, because the inland sea has pushed a solid obstacle, it would be too late to use physical methods on it. After we break in, if the criminals want to hide, there is no place for the criminals to hide. Guosheng blinked slowly eyes. "In that case, we should first consider." At this moment, Jiangnan thought about it, and even he was surprised that the answer was so simple. "When I saw the situation in the secret room, I should have thought of it long ago. Yes, that's him, Seiji Nakamura, that's the name." Before Mikoto disappeared, Jiangnan often thought of Nakamura's name, but for some reason, the name disappeared from his consciousness. Suddenly, he realized that his mind seemed to be controlled by something all the time, at the mercy of it, and he shook his head at the thought. Do you know who designed this house? Jiang Nan intercepted Guo Sheng's words and said, "This is a famous architect. He is famous for designing peculiar buildings like the Clock Museum. His name is Nakamura. Qingshi. Central Village, Qing Division." Guoxing chewed word by word and nodded. "I seem to have heard of it." "Ah, yes, you are not an architecture major." "Yeah, but just heard the name. Does he have anything to do with it?" "Possible." So Jiangnan put the peculiar building Shui's house that had died 4 years ago. Find out what peculiar buildings he has left in various places. Find out the many bloody events that have occurred in those pavilions over the years. He has a peculiar childlike interest that might be called an automaton junkie. Automated mechanism? Even in a building that you already own, you must add mechanisms such as secret cabinets, secret doors, or secret passages. Sometimes you even secretly add such devices without telling the owner of the house. So this timepiece museum must also be. You mean there is also such a device hidden in this house? Probably. It makes sense, as expected. Guo Sheng licked his thin lips. There is probably a secret passage in room 9 where the Neihai was killed. I just said, the first thing to consider is this. A question of possibility. I guess so. Jiang Nan took another sip of water from the glass and moistened his throat. I'm afraid there is a secret passage in room 3 where Kawarazaki-kun died. That's why he was suddenly attacked. He thought he only had to lean against the door. It's safe to sleep. So where is that secret passageway? This issue should be studied below. In Jiangnan's mind, the scene of room 9, where the body of the inner sea was located, appeared. It was the same house as the other reference rooms, with glass cabinets for display, bookshelves full of documents, an old Japanese indoor clock in the cabinets, and the only walking clock hanging by the door. He remembered the frozen, terrifying expression on the dead man's face, his chin cocked, his mouth wide open, his eyes staring with resentment, and his gaze was directed towards. Yes, there is the same tile in that room, the mosaic clock. The wall on which the clock is hung is adjacent to room 9 on the right. The hands on the wall at that time seemed to have changed from the last time they were seen. What's the matter? What did you think of? Guo Sheng asked him. I thought of one thing. After Jiang Nan replied, he suppressed his excitement and stood up from his chair. Maybe we can find the secret door. Let's go and have a look. Wait a minute. Guo Sheng stretched out his hands to block Jiang Nan. First we need to clarify one thing. What's up? Look at that iron gate. Guo Sheng stood up and pointed at the gate with his chin. It was the sticky tape I put on when the first incident happened. I don't know what happened, I forgot to look at it. There were 3 stickers that sealed the door, all of which remained there, untouched, and it didn't look like someone had opened it and reapplied it. Guo Sheng's mind was a little confused. The composition he had originally envisaged in his mind was that the criminal Kamiyoji Mikoto had the key to this door, and she had opened the door and went out to hide. Then wait for the opportunity to sneak in again and again to kill. However, there is no sign that the tape attached to the door has changed, that is to say. At least since the time I put the sticker on, the criminal hasn't gone out. Is it still lurking in the old building? Guo Sheng shook his head from side to side and whispered to himself. He didn't go out from here after he killed Yukakai and Junichi, that is to say, it's still somewhere in the old building. Mr. Jiangnan, let's go to the inner sea room first. They passed through the hall and walked towards the showroom area on the south side. In the corridor they passed by, the wall clock struck 9:30. 20 hours and 30 minutes left. Jiangnan calculated how long it would be until 6 p.m. on August 2nd, and could not help but speed up the pace. He knew that even if I got to the secret door of that house, things wouldn't get much better. Sudden attacks like the Yukakai and Kawarizaki may be reduced, but we can't guarantee our safety. But after seeing the sign that the door was not opened and closed just now, Jiangnan began to feel a ray of light. That is to say, in addition to the secret passage between the houses, there is likely to be an escape route connecting the inside and the outside in this house. Mikoto probably slipped out of there to avoid our sight. If you can find that way, you can. Wait a minute. Jiangnan stopped Guoxing, who was walking in front, when he was in front of room 8. Look this way first. Mr. Jiangnan, this is your room. Oh, yes, you looked a little different when you saw this room just now. Well, yes. So, Jiangnan told Guoxing about the feeling just now. Guoxing immediately understood what Jiangnan's words implied. He returned quickly and entered room 8 before Jiangnan. He kept walking towards the right wall. Is this the hand? On the large clock dial made of tile mosaic, there is only one long hour hand, which is pointing to the position of 2. Guoxing pointed to the hour hand and asked Jiangnan, what time did it point to just now? I don't remember that clearly, I just thought it wasn't in this direction just now. Guoxing stood in front of the clock dial and gently reached for the pointer. It's easy to move. Every time I reach a number, I feel a click in my hand. Guoxing said, and slowly moved the needle to the right. He pressed the number on the disc, and the order was changed from I to 12. Pause for every word, press the wall at the same time, touch up and down, but nothing changes. It won't be so easy to open, right? Guoxing looked back at Jiangnan and shrank his shoulders. Do you also think this clock is a secret door leading to the next door? Jiangnan asked Guoxing for his opinion. Guoxing stretched his hand to the hour hand again, and said, it's very suspicious. If that's the case, this nail acts like a combination lock on a safe. For example, dial 9 to the right, dial 3 to the left, and that's it. Saying that, Guoxing continued to dial the needle and press the wall. But the wall still stood still. Actually, of course it can't be opened. Because, even if he guessed correctly, there is a combination lock on it, not to mention the number of passwords, even if it is composed of several digits, he doesn't know wow. It's like searching for a grain of gold in the desert. Mind, which surprised Guoxing. It seems to be number 53. Then try this number first, turn right to V, then left to 3. If it doesn't work the other way, turn left to V, right to 3. Jiangnan said, walking towards the clock dial go. The same clock as this one, there are 2 in each reference room. If they are all secret doors, I'm afraid it wasn't designed by Shinji Nakamura on his own initiative, because there are too many. So this must be the owner of the construction, Gu-i. The will of the code. It makes sense. If the number on the combination lock is determined by Gu-i, then this number may be personally related to him, or to this house. Right. It seems worth trying, right? Jiangnan immediately tried the combination of numbers V3, but there was no change, and then reversed the 2 numbers, 3V, also failed. The 2 people successively put all possible related numbers that they thought of, and tested them one by one. Try I97II first. This is the year when the Timepiece Museum was built, 1974. Jiangnan heard it from Kobayakawa. Tried 7II again, an abbreviated form of 1974. 1974 was Showa 49, so I tried I9 again. X8 is the total number of imitations of ancient clocks in this old museum, the combination derived from 108, because there is no 0 character on the clock dial, so 108 is divided into the first 2 digits of 10, and the latter digit the 8. I6, this was the number in the ghost language spoken by Mikoto at the first night's convocation meeting. It is the age of marriage that the dead Gui has always been looking forward to. If this fails, it is decomposed into 10 and 6, forming X6. Later, I thought of Gui Lu and Diane's birthday and year of birth, but neither of them knew it. Then I tried some numbers that I knew were useless, just for self-comfort, such as the phone number of this home, zip code, etc., but all ended in vain. No way. Jiang Nan's hand left the hour hand. He thought, it seems that he should give up this idea, at least the number of digits is clear, so that we can screen them one by one. Would you like to go to the study to collect numbers? Hua Sheng said. Study? Yes. The room I used seems to be the study room of the ancient Arendian. Almost everything in the room has been moved to the new building. However, if you look for it, you may find some records and the like. That's too much work. Otherwise, just smash this wall open. If there is a secret door, it will be easy to tear it down. Having said that, Guoxing suddenly stopped. He snapped his fingers and snapped, yes. What? There's another number that should be tested. Guoxing walked towards the clock dial again. Judging from his nervous expression, it didn't look like a number he just came up with. Jiang Nan took a step to the side and focused on Guoxing's right hand holding the hour hand. Do you remember the photo I found when I got to the Zheng Pendulum Pavilion? Guoxing said and turned the needle to the right to position 8. Photo? Is that the one in the music box? Yes. It's a group photo with Yu Jimi's brother and sister forever. The date is written on the back of the photo. Ah. Jiangnan clapped his hands, yes. Guoxing retracted the needle to the left again, and as soon as its tip reached the V, there was a slight metallic sound on the wall. Success! Guoxing cheered. 8V, August 5th, Eternal Birthday. With the clock plate as the center, a rectangular crack with a width of 1 meter and a height of less than 2 meters appeared. The secret door leading to the adjacent room is still here. The seam of the door is subtly concealed by the seam of the tile. The door opened silently opposite. After a while, the body of Inner C appeared in front of them. The clock on the wall of the two connected rooms struck 11 o'clock at night almost simultaneously. Shinjianchuo opened a crack in the door and looked out secretly. Under the dim light, there was no one in the hallway. She pricked up her ears carefully for a while, and heard nothing but the rain on the roof and the ticking of the clock. Where have they all gone? Just now I vaguely heard the voices of people talking, as if Guoxing and the others were talking in the hall. I couldn't hear what they were talking about, but only a few words came to my ears from time to time. She cared so much about what they were talking about, but didn't have the courage to walk out of the room. She lay on the bed, desperately trying to sleep, but she couldn't fall asleep. When Gua was born to call herself just now, she was so sleepy, but now she has no sleepiness. All kinds of thoughts were rolling in my mind, and after a while it was Guoxing's cry Neihai was killed. For a while, it was Watanabe and Sakiko who were bloodied. She was tortured by terror and almost lost her mind. She was shivering, wrapped in a dirty blanket. The "I won't leave this house" that she shouted to Guoxing just now was really true. She thought someone must have gone mad, maybe more than one. The murderer didn't have a valid reason, just wanted to kill us all. His madness may have been caused by the house, the evil spirits who lived there. Guoxing was wrong in concluding that the summoning of spirits was a deception. It must have been the female ghost summoned by Makoto at the Guangming Temple on the first night that possessed the human body. I can't trust anyone, not Melon, Kawarazaki, Gangnam, Kobayakawa. Maybe all the people who stayed behind were haunted by ghosts. The only people who can be trusted are the dead people, Sakiko and Watanabe. She has decided not to leave this room without persuading others. However, only now did she realize that she had been locked here until the gate opened at 6 o'clock in the afternoon on the second day. This is really not easy. She can endure not eating all the time. Even though she hasn't eaten food for more than a day, she has no greed, which may be considered lucky. But now my mouth is thirsty. Plus the uncontrollable physiological requirement to urinate. My stomach is so full that I can't stand it anymore. It's not impossible to let go in this room, but this young girl's rationality will not allow herself to do so anyway. The toilet is on the same row as your own room. The second room on the left-hand side of the corridor is the one. In the middle was the room where Sakiko's body was. The distance is not too far. If you finish urinating soon, you can also go to the kitchen to get some water. Horror made her heart clench, and she gritted her teeth and dared to slip softly down the hallway. She stopped and pricked up her ears again. There was neither conversation nor figure, as if no one was in the hall. Urged by the urge to urinate, she ran towards the toilet. Halfway through the hall, there was still no one, only Watanabe's corpse covered with a yellow blanket came into view. She seemed to feel that the corpse was about to stand up, like a ghost in a movie. She quickly looked away. After using the toilet, she quietly went back to the corridor. At this moment, she saw that the bedroom door she had just left was half open. She almost cried out and quickly covered her mouth. Did I not close the door just now? She asked herself. She felt as if she forgot to close the door, but... Is it closed? Why can't I remember what happened just a few minutes ago? She became anxious. It doesn't matter if you forgot to close the door. But if it doesn't, someone opens the door while going to the toilet. Who on earth is it? For what purpose? Once the cloud of suspicion appeared, it could not be stopped. But standing here all the time is not the way. Yeah, I didn't close the door. She tried to convince herself and started walking again. It's definitely not closed, it must be. She crossed the hall again, trying her best not to look at Watanabe's body, took a few more steps, then stopped and pricked her ears. No sound was heard, nothing. At this moment, click! There was a loud noise from an object, causing Xiaoxua to sweat coldly. Who is it? She felt that the voice was ahead. The front came from the open door. Someone. Right in the house. Immediately, her hair stood on end, and she was horrified. She wanted to shout and cry, but she stood in the middle of the corridor and dared not move. At this moment, right next to her, a loud noise suddenly sounded. She screamed "Ah!", jumped up and ran. The sound was actually the wall clock on the wall. Just when she saw that the hand of the wall clock pointed to 11 o'clock, all the clocks in the corridor and the hall rang together. The sound resounded in all directions, completely suppressing the sound of the rain outside. Shinjianshu felt that it was an unprecedented violence, and she even had hallucinations, feeling that the whole house was going crazy. Disgusting. She desperately covered her ears with her hands and shook her head. Don't ring, she yelled. At this moment, a black figure suddenly ran out of her open bedroom. Xiaoxiao didn't care to see who that person was. She immediately concluded that it was the murderer. She screamed hoarsely and ran again immediately. Hey, someone shouted from behind. It was a familiar, rough man's voice, but at this time he couldn't even think about who he was. Hey, don't run away. She dared not look back. There was only one thought, he was the murderer. He came to kill me, he came to kill me. She ran as fast as she could. Run, or you'll be killed if you don't run. This thought has taken over everything. She ran around desperately, not knowing where she was going. Stepping on the spiritual robe again and again, she almost fell. She threw away the slippers that were in the way and ran up a long tunnel-like corridor with many clocks hanging on both sides. Finally, she found herself in a room. She closed the door, twisting the handle, gasping for breath. It seems that I didn't catch up. Did the murderer let me go? Is the disaster over? Her heart was still beating wildly, not just her chest, but her hands, feet, neck, head, all parts of her body seemed to be beating with a thumping sound. After calming down a bit after a while, she saw the house clearly. This is a house I've never seen before. In the center of the room stood a large bed with a very ornate drapery on top of the bed. There are all kinds of high-end furniture around. There are luxurious writing desks, decorative cabinets. For some reason, the colors are very old, and it looks like a medieval ruin. Then I saw the silver-white carpet on the ground, the smashed clock under my feet, and the black bloodstains around it. Ah, here is. Shinji Anchuo only realized here that the one that he desperately fled in was actually the dormitory of Zhong Pendulum. She didn't feel strange or terrified. There was a strange silence in the room. The sound of rain outside seemed to be much quieter. At this time, she had a strange feeling, as if her body was gently rising from the earth. She slowly looked around the room again. There was a wheelchair on the opposite side of the bed, next to the wheelchair, and the rear right of it was exposed. There were 2 little doors, and the doors were open. Is this a big closet for hanging clothes? Ah, this is the cupboard with the blood-stained wedding dress, right? It was the one that Jiangnan and Kobayakawa found yesterday when they were looking for the missing spiritualist. Shinjutsu left the door behind him and walked towards the closet. She was in a daze, as if she had broken into someone else's dream. The reality is getting weaker and weaker, and at the same time, the intense terror just now is also getting weaker. She walked into the closet step by step like a puppet led by a string, and soon saw the bloody wedding dress. This is the girl who committed suicide 10 years ago, forever clothes. She had been looking forward to wearing this dress when she was 16. As a result, he failed to do so and passed away. Xiaosua wanted to continue walking, but suddenly stopped. You can't get close to it. Her heart was talking. If this house was really the house of the ghost of a dead girl who hated it, wouldn't this be the heart? Thinking of this, she was suddenly startled and broke out in a cold sweat. She wanted to dodge this dress quickly, and was about to turn back when she saw an open hole in the back left side of the closet. The hole was hidden behind a large pile of hanging clothes. Why is there a hole in this place? She forgot the warning of don't get close in her heart, and while hiding from the blood-stained clothes, she approached the entrance of the cave tremblingly. It was a square hole, 7 or 80 centimeters long on each side, and there was a faint light in the hole. She stretched in and took a look, and she couldn't help being surprised that there were actually steep steps inside. The steps go all the way down to the ground. She was stunned. Is this the entrance to the basement? So she remembered what Guosheng and others had said when she was locked in the room just now. They mentioned words such as secret door and secret passage. It was unclear what they were talking about at the time. Then maybe this is. You can escape from here. Xiaoshua immediately thought of this. This is the secret passage connecting the inside and outside of the house. At that time, Guosheng and the others were speculating that there might be a secret escape route in this house. Certainly so. If this is the case, you will be able to escape by yourself, and maybe you will be saved. Just get out of here. It is too late for the newcomers to consider, why is there such a channel? Why is the channel open now? Who opened it? She didn't think of anything and kept walking down the steps. After walking down the steps, I saw a long straight tunnel. The ceiling of the tunnel, the walls on the left and right, and the road below my feet are all cement structures. The passage is 1 meter wide, slightly taller than her body, and about 1.6 meters in height. One can walk over without much effort. With the help of the faint lights on the ceiling not far from each other, the small tip ran quickly on the passage. The sound of rain could no longer be heard, only the sound of his bare footsteps on the ground and the sound of heavy breathing echoed in the tunnel and surrounded him. I don't know how far I ran, but when I reached the other end of the passage, I saw another step that was the same as before, leading to the top. She desperately climbed up. There was a lid on the exit, which was tightly closed. She saw a handle, and when she twisted it, the lock squeaked as if it had been opened. But she pushed with all her strength, but did not get up. She was a little desperate. As soon as the strength of the hand was loosened, the lid made a squeak sound, but instead it came down gently and automatically. As she approached a dark room, she heard the sound of rain again, and the howling wind seemed to be beside her. After a while, his eyes had become accustomed to the darkness, and by the light of the steps he had just walked out, he could barely see what was going on inside the house. Here, the four walls are all made of stone, the room is small, and there are 3 stone boxes on the ground that look like coffins. What is this place? She looked around in a panic, and finally found the exit door on the left wall. She ran over quickly and fumbled for the door handle. While praying don't lock it, she twisted it hard. The door finally opened, the rain started again, and the warm wind blew her hair. Ah, saved. She was about to step out, but at this moment, She couldn't help but exclaimed, "What's going on?" She still held the doorknob in her hand and stared in astonishment. She didn't understand what happened. For an instant, she really wondered if she was going crazy. Why is there such a thing? She froze. At this moment, behind her, a dark figure came up quietly, just like her, wearing a black spiritual robe and a bluish-white mask on his face, the shadow of a murderer. Hands wearing white gloves grabbed Shinjutsu's neck from behind. She was terrified and desperately tried to break the hands apart. The black shadow pulled her to the ground with force. She fell on her back, and the black shadow pressed on her body and squeezed her throat. Why? She couldn't breathe, she lost the strength to resist, and she realized she was about to die. However, she still stared at her terrified eyes, thinking about why. This question was finally unsolved, and soon, Xiao Sua sank into the abyss of death. Jiangnan and Guosheng figured out the combination of 8V, and after successfully opening the secret door connecting room 8 and room 9, they went to open the same door in each room one by one. The first to open is the clock dial on the wall of room 9 in the dead inland sea. Fortunately, the password remains the same. It only took a few seconds for the door to open. Room 9 is also connected to room X next door. Now we can catch the criminal's whereabouts. Guosheng said, in order to enter the closed room in the inland sea, the criminal first sneaked into room 8 next door, used the secret door to enter, and then murdered. Then, when the criminal was processing the camera negatives, we heard shouting and came running. The door could not be opened. We were busy outside the door for a while. Taking advantage of this gap, the criminal ran away with 2 cameras. He escaped into room X through the opposite secret door, and the criminal didn't forget to close the door that he just came in, and shuffle the position of the clock. These actions can take a few seconds at most. Then why didn't the criminals exit through the door they came in first? Hearing Jiangnan's question, Guosheng immediately said disapprovingly, "Of course, because room 8 is your room and it is very close to the hall, so you can only escape in the opposite direction to avoid being discovered. Isn't it obvious? The opposite corridor can't get through, we can't come from there." From room X to room 11, and from room 11 to room 12, the doors opened one by one. However, although there is the same big clock on the back wall of room 12 on the farthest side, it could not be opened after trying it. It seems that there is no secret door in this half. If you can open this, you can go outside, why can't you open it? Guosheng felt very sorry. Probably not so easy. The two walked from the main entrance of room 12 to the corridor, where the corridor turned a right angle to the north. After walking straight for a while, I couldn't get through. On the wall of Shuto, there is the same big clock plate as in the other houses. This wall can be opened. Guoxing pointed to it and said, "From the perspective of the location, behind this wall is the entrance hall. There is also a large mosaic clock in the entrance hall, you remember?" "Oh, yes. I think that's what's behind this clock." At this time, Jiangnan remembered the floor plan of the old building drawn by Guoxing the day he arrived. He remembered that on the back of this place, that is, on the wall of the north entrance hall, there was indeed a large clock dial, and there was the same secret door above. The two walked along the corridor to the top wall. Guoxing twisted the pointer, the lock was automatically opened, and the wall opened to the north. "Sure enough," Guoxing said, carefully turning his head outward. "When we saw Neihai's corpse and were in a panic, the criminals fled from here to the hall, and then went to kill Runichi. Come on, Jiangnan, hurry up and see what's going on in the houses on the other side." Guoxing slanted through the hallway littered with broken clocks, walked towards the porch that he turned into the north, and looked at the 3 tapes attached to the door. There was no change here. The two walked into room I, the room where Guoxing stayed on the first night. Guoxing speculated that this might be the ancient study. Sure enough, there are no replicas of old clocks in other reference rooms, only large writing desks and bookshelves. Bookshelves almost take up most of the walls, but they are all empty. Maybe those books have been moved to the new building. Camera. As soon as he stepped into the room, Guoxing saw it immediately. The 2 cameras that disappeared from Utsumi's side were thrown into the left corner of the room. As I guessed, you see, both rolls of negatives are pulled out. The 2 open rolls of film and lenses, flash, inner cover, etc., all left the body and were thrown aside. The criminal may think it's safe to escape here. Guoxing approached the destroyed camera. It looks like he threw the camera on the ground after taking out the film. No, maybe he didn't know how to open the camera and take out the film. Come on, he thought it would be easy to smash the camera. However, it was so rude that even the battery fell out. There are also large tile mosaic clocks on the walls on both sides of this room. The clock on the left of the door, the same as the one in room 12, cannot be opened either. The wall on the right is adjacent to room 2, and the clock above it is also opened with the 7V code. They walked from room 2 used by Watanabe to room 3 where Kawarizaki was killed, and then to the next adjacent room I. After about 15 minutes, they reached room 6 at the top. The wall on the outer side of this room, like room 12 and room I, cannot be opened. The house is filled with all kinds of ancient vertical clocks that are carefully crafted. Leave this. After a house, the two walked into the corridor again. The corridor slanted down from here, and after a few meters, it was impossible to pass. Just as Jiangnan remembers, this wall blocking the road also has a large mosaic clock. Guoxing walked up as usual, and soon opened the secret door again. From here, I went out and saw that it was in the middle of the corridor leading to the Zheng Pendulum Pavilion. Then, Guoxing said, leaning wearily against the wall of the corridor, the secret door is now almost fully exposed. He looked at a clock hanging on the wall. Just over 18 hours left, he muttered, sighing again. Jiangnan inadvertently took out the pocket watch in his pocket. It was 11:15, and all the clocks in the corridor also pointed to this time. We just waited like this for 18 hours, or should we take the initiative to find the criminals? Since the gate has never been opened, the criminals must still be in the old hall. There is another way to escape. I just figured it out. How about we try it? What way? Set fire. Break the skylight in the hall, set the furniture on fire, and set on fire. Jiangnan nodded and said, that's right. But he added, but, can Iba see the fire smoothly? It's raining outside, it's midnight, and there are no other residents nearby. At least it's better than waiting. That's true, but... Jiangnan hesitated, and at the same time made a big O. Guoxing tilted his head, are you sleepy? Kinda. You seem sleepy too? I can't keep my eyes open. Hey, it's a little abnormal. Suddenly, Guosheng raised his eyebrows and left the wall against which he was leaning. What did you say is abnormal? It's about being sleepy. Guosheng replied with a tight frown. Think about it, don't we all want to sleep? It's the same for Junichi and Xiaoshua. Xiaobayakawa just said, sleep well. Too dead to hear the cries of inner sea. Didn't the two of us also doze off in the hall before we shouted in inner sea? That said, it is true. Of course, only the first night I really slept well. In general, I still didn't get enough sleep. Guosheng said and yawned again. Usually in such a terrifying situation, the nerves are so tense that we can't sleep. But we are uncontrollably sleepy, weak, and unclear. Do you feel that way? Indeed. Maybe. Guosheng looked very uncomfortable. He looked at the other end of the corridor, towards the hall. At this time, the wall clocks on the wall began to strike midnight. After the bells stopped, Guosheng continued, we may have all taken medicine. Take medicine? You mean, did someone take sleeping pills? Yes. Is there such a thing? When will the medicine be given? There's something wrong with the water in the water tank. What would happen if we spilled strong sleeping pills in it? We were taking it bit by bit. Every time we drank coffee and ate instant noodles, we were refilling the medication, so we were always in a coma. In a state of drowsiness. Oops. Since last night, haven't I been terribly thirsty? No matter what I eat or drink, there is no taste. So, isn't this also the effect of drugs? Guaneng squinted his eyes angrily and licked his lips. If we are in this state, the criminal is of course easy to act. I am afraid that the criminal, Mikoto Kamioji, just came in and secretly put the medicine into the water jar, as long as you don't drink it yourself. Jiangnan also felt that this possibility completely existed. In this way, the dazed feeling when he followed Mikoto on the first night, as if in a dream, can be explained. Everyone got up late the next day, probably because of the drug effect? If only I had discovered this earlier. Guosheng gasped in remorse and pinched his eyelids with 2 fingers. If you fall asleep again in a daze, it will be bad. Hurry up and do something you can do. Is it on fire? This is the only way now. Before the ignition, there is one more question that should be investigated. Guosheng tilted his head, huh? Jiangnan blinked hard repeatedly to drive away the sleepiness that kept coming. He went on to say, I think it's very likely that Mikoto of Guangming Temple is hidden outside this old building. That is to say, apart from the gate, there is a secret passage that connects inside and outside. She uses this road. Didn't we all see it just now? There is no door to the outside. So there are other doors, different doors from ordinary doors. Are you sure? No, I just think it's possible. This is the case with other buildings designed by Nakamura Chingji. Can you guess where this secret passage is hidden? If there is, I think it's in the Zhong Pendulum Pavilion. I think that room has an important place in the distant house. Moreover, on the first night, Mikoto of Guangming Temple disappeared in that room. It makes sense. Only that room is far away from other rooms, and it is most suitable to go in and out quietly. Yes. Anyway, look there first. If you can't find anything, only the ignition is on. Understood, let's go. So, the two rushed to the Zhong Pendulum Pavilion. At this moment, in the back direction, that is, on the side of the hall, there was a sudden loud crash, the sound of glass breaking, and the sound of furniture falling. It seems that many people are fighting fiercely. What is it? Jiangnan stopped in surprise. Maybe something happened to Kosho or Kobayakawa. It was too late, but it was fast. Guosheng had already turned around and ran towards the hall, and Jiang Nan had also hurriedly chased after him. When the two arrived, the hall was in a mess. Almost half of the decorative cabinet leaned against the wall toppled to the ground, and the clock placed in the cabinet was thrown on the floor. Fragments of shattered glass scattered all over the floor, splashing all the way to Watanabe's body, which was covered with the carpet. "What's wrong?" Guosheng asked loudly. In the midst of the wreckage stood a man who was raising a clock to fall to the floor. Hearing the shout, he stopped and turned towards them, the man's eyes red. It turned out to be Shigeru Kobayakawa. "Mr. Kobayakawa, what are you doing? What happened?" With a hum, Zayabayakawa threw the hand raised on his head down, and with a deafening bang, the clock was smashed to pieces. As he stepped on the broken clock plate with his slippers, he shouted, "I can't stand it. These hateful clocks." Kobayakawa said in a muffled voice, "If you don't tell me to sleep, everyone will come together to make trouble." "Mr. Kobayakawa, what's the matter?" He ignored Jiang Nan's questioning at all. How hateful. Damn it. Mr. Kobayakawa, calm down a little bit. It's useless to do this, you know? Stop talking nonsense. Zayabayakwan suddenly foamed at the mouth and screamed, "Stop talking nonsense. Stop talking nonsense." He was furious, his face flushed, and his thick lips turned to one side, turning purple like a dead man. His eyes were strange, the focus of his eyes was out of balance, and the muscles on his face kept spasming. If Guosheng's speculation is accurate, and the drinking water does contain sleeping pills, Kobayakawa would have been poisoned long ago. It just so happened that he drank a lot of alcohol, coupled with the psychological pressure caused by the current abnormal situation. Under the influence of these factors, I am afraid that he has become abnormal. From his rolled-up sleeve, Jiang Nan couldn't help being surprised to see that his right hand was stained red with blood. However, it was probably just a minor injury from the splattered glass. "How's Xiao Xiao?" Guosheng couldn't help asking when he saw her door open. Kobayakawa didn't answer immediately, just continued the clock under his ankle as if possessed. After a while, "The girl is no longer in the house," he said savagely. "What did you say?" Zayabayakawa looked at Guosheng's surprised look, and hummed again, not wanting to say anything, and turned his back to them again. Then, he went to the cabinet and took out a surviving clock, while cursing, "Bastard," while smashing it at the wall, and then frantically kicking the legs of the table. The slippers had been thrown aside and his feet were stuck on the glass, but he ignored it. It looks like he's really lost his mind and his nerves are going crazy. But, as if mocking his madness, the remaining bells who survived the disaster struck 12:30 in unison. "Hate!" Kobayakawa yelled loudly, clenching his fist and hitting the clock on the table. Jiang Nan was hesitating whether he should rush over to stop Kobayakawa. At this time, Guosheng had seen Shinjianshuo's room and ran back. Where did she go? Guosheng asked Zayabayakawa anxiously, because she was really not in the room. "Answer quickly, Mr. Kobayakawa." Kobayakawa turned his face slowly. For some reason there was a cowardly smile on his face. His face was still twitching. I'm going to drink water," he panted, his broad shoulders swaying up and down. "I saw her room was closed, so I went in and checked. The girl was not in the room. I felt strange, and came out again. Look, she's standing in the corridor. As soon as this girl saw me, she suddenly screamed and ran." As he spoke, Kobayakawa's voice became lower and lower, and the reluctant smile disappeared. His slightly swollen face seemed to be about to cry. He is no longer manic. "You said you ran away. Where did you run to?" "I'm not the murderer, and I don't want to do anything to her, but why?" "Where are you running to?" Guosheng asked him again sternly. "Over there." Zayabayakawa raised his injured left hand and picked up the corridor leading to the Zheng Pendulum Pavilion that Jiang Nan and the others ran over just now. How long has it been happening? Do not know. Mr. Kobayakawa. I don't remember. Is it really over there? That's right. Guasheng Nail asked again, then turned and ran away. Zayabayakawa looked at Guasheng with dull eyes, and fell to his knees, as if he was exhausted. Covering his face with his hands, he fell to the floor, then twisted up, his face nearly rubbing against the shattered glass. Jiangnan was in a dilemma, and in the end, he had to put down Guasheng first and walked towards his boss instead of chasing him. Xiao Xiao, Guasheng called out the name of this lower-grade classmate and ran to the Zheng Pendulum Pavilion. He still felt powerless, dizzy, and drowsy frequently. As long as he relaxed a little, his eyes would ask. It seemed that he was drunk, and he only felt that the corridor that he ran over was not straight, but curved up and down, left and right. It seems that what Jiangnan said just now is right. We were given sleeping pills. Before looking for the secret door, I should not drink so much water, although I am thirsty. Now, if criminals come to attack me, can I resist? Guasheng suppressed his unease and opened the door. The lights were on, and the situation inside was the same as when it came. Small tip, the sound of rain outside was still the same. Guasheng stood up and listened to the movement around him, and said, "Where are you?" "Xiaoshua, it's me, it's Guasheng." There was no one in the living room. The wreckage of clocks is scattered on the luxurious carpet, which is distressing today. It is together with old furniture, much like a ruin. Guasheng opened the bedroom door on his left hand, Xiaoshua. She was still not there. She might be too scared to hide somewhere. Perhaps. Guasheng looked at the back of the bed and the large closet inside, but still couldn't see her. Where did you go? Could it be that Kobayakawa was talking nonsense? Probably is. Or was he misreading the direction in which Xiaoxiao fled? Anyway, it's puzzling. She was so afraid of leaving the room. Why did she run out again? Guasheng remembered that he hadn't even gone to the bathroom, so he went back to the living room. He stopped shouting, silently opened the door inside, and even looked at the bathroom and toilet. The result was still no one. He remembered what Jiang Nan said just now. Jiang Nan said that there might be a secret passage leading to the outside in this room. Did Xiao Xiao discover the exit of the secret passage? Maybe she was saved? On the one hand, he thought about the good, and on the other hand, he painted the most terrifying result in his heart. Maybe the criminal came in and attacked her through a secret passage, and she has. Guasheng shook his heavy head and stood in front of the desk against the wall. The whole body changed from weakness to numbness, and the first bursts of dizziness. Although he knew he couldn't sit down, he still sat on the chair beside him. The velvet box was still on the table. He reached out and opened the box, and there was a brisk wedding march. He listened to the music and took out the photos from the box. The lonely smile of a girl in a wheelchair came into view. This is the girl I met in the woods 10 years ago. Although her name was Forever, Han Yen died young and took her own life. How does the girl spend her days in this room? In that big bed, what kind of dreams would she be immersed in every night? Guasheng bit his lip. Suddenly, the scene of that summer appeared in his mind. He and Fauci dug a pit in the woods. You killed it. Several scarlet letters pierced his heart like sharp knives. Crazy, he thought again. The criminal, Mikoto Kamioji, was indeed insane. Perhaps the responsibility for the girl's death lies with us, for which her sister also committed suicide. She points her resentment at us, understandably, but... crazy. He felt very tired mentally, and it was not the effect of the medicine. Criminals are crazy. The matter is clear. In this world, there is no one who is not mad, and there is a potential for madness in everyone. Isn't that what I said to Kobayakawa? Suddenly, the boy standing next to the wheelchair in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts caught Guoxing's eyes. Is he crazy? This young man who admires his elder sister and still thinks that his elder sister lives in the world Kogyukimi. On the first day, he appeared in the living room. Judging from his expression, he seemed to be a person who was isolated from the world and wandered in dreams all day long. He thought that his sister was by his side, and he once said to the guests, "You are here to bully my sister, right?" His eyes were full of hostility at that time. He even said, "I'm going to kill him." He said, "If that's the case, I'll kill him. Anyone who bullies my sister, I'll kill him." If he knew the cause of his sister's death, if he could understand it. If he is not as crazy as people think? Could it be him? He wanted to deny his assumption and look away from the photo. However, the doubts that have arisen cannot be denied no matter what, and the doubts are getting heavier and heavier. Then his thoughts flew to the scattered negatives of the dead photographer. The criminal killed him to process the negatives, but what exactly was filmed on there? Suddenly, an explanation came to mind. Uchiha may have unintentionally photographed a person who should not have walked into the old building. It is likely that on the first night, when he was filming the scene where everyone was talking and laughing, he happened to include a man who was quietly peeping into the hall. No, or it wasn't necessarily the actual shot, it was mainly the person who felt the light of the flash. He thought he might be photographed. If so, the motivation is there. If this conjecture is correct, then the criminal. At this moment, from the bedroom with the door open, a shadow suddenly jumped out, and the man raised his hand above his head. Guoxing saw the shadow out of the corner of his eye. He was shocked, put down the photo, and stood up. In an instant, Guoxing's eyes widened and he was at a loss. The black spiritual robe had a cloth covering its head and a bluish-white mask on its face. Guoxing knew in his heart that this was a criminal. He raised his numb hand to resist the looming attack. However, due to the medicinal power, his movements were very slow, and an iron tool like a poker fell faster, hitting Guoxing's head. He couldn't even say help, so he overturned the chair and fell to his knees on the floor. The heavy blow nearly blinded him, and a warm liquid ran down his forehead. He realized it was blood. He raised his hands with all his might to prepare for another attack. The murderer hit the front head again with another heavy blow. At the same time, the wall clocks in the corridor outside chimed together, striking 1 o'clock in the morning. The sound of the bell overwhelmed the marriage march that continued to be played in the music box. Jiang Nan managed to help Xiaobai up, and somehow settled him into a chair. While coaxing him to stop him from resisting, he pulled out the glass pieces stuck on his hands and feet. Kobayakawa kept muttering, "The sound of the bell is so annoying, it won't let me sleep. I don't want to die. Let me out. I didn't kill it." Jiang Nan took a lot of effort to hold him down. After a while, he finally calmed down and slumped wearily on the table. Jiang Nan left his boss and walked out of the hall. The chimes of 1 o'clock sounded all around, seeming to urge him. He quickly walked towards the Zheng pendulum where Guoxing went. Lugu, in the long corridor, Jiang Nan thought of Lugu as he ran. My heart kept calling his name. Dear Valley, dear Valley. He deeply felt that it would be great if Lugu was here. Although he couldn't tell how much he could help, he felt that in front of Lugu, even in such a tense situation, he could honestly discuss countermeasures. In that incident 3 years ago, the two of them ran around together, and the memory seemed to have happened in childhood, as distant and nostalgic. He ran to the Zheng Pendulum Pavilion, opened the door, stepped in, and immediately exclaimed, Kuan Guoxing. In front of the desk on the left of the center of the room, there was a blood-stained gushing Minzwanan. Kuan Guoxing. Perhaps Jiangnan should have thought at this time that the criminal who killed Guoxing was still lurking nearby, and he must be vigilant. However, things came too fast. Jiangnan ran to Guoxing desperately and knelt beside his cracked head. Guangxing. Hey, there was no response. The closed eyes and the half-opened lips did not move slightly. He put his ear to Guangxing's mouth, and his breathing had stopped. Feeling the pulse, the body temperature is still the same as that of a living person, but there is no beating of the heart at all. How cruel. There was a chair lying next to the corpse, and Jiang Nan put his hands on the seat, still feeling the body temperature. Maybe he was sitting in this chair before he died. His eyes turned to the table. The little red velvet box was open, which was probably the music box, but there was no sound. As if the clockwork had been twisted. Jiang Nan got up and looked at the box. It was strange. There were still silver headwear and brooches in it, but the photo was missing. Why is that? What does that mean? He immediately found out. Guangxing, who was lying on his back, was holding the photo in his right hand. Jiang Nanzhong leaned down again, and after hesitating for a while, he lifted the hand that had not yet stiffened and took out the bent photo. He guessed that Guangxing was sitting on a chair, opening the box and looking at the photos when he was attacked. But it seems that Guangxing's head injury was not from the back, but from the front. Guangxing must have resisted the moment he saw the criminal rushing over. It's obviously a little odd to hold this photo so tightly at that moment. Thinking of this, Jiang Nan was taken aback, and he took a breath. It is very likely that Guangxing consciously and desperately grabbed this photo after he was attacked by the criminals and before he died. He was expressing an idea. Isn't this what is often said in mystery novels? Leave a dying admonition? Jiang Nan looked at the photo again. Yu Jimi, who is always in a wheelchair, is standing beside him. The background of the photo is this hall. There are only two beautiful siblings in the photo. What does Guangxing want to imply through the photos? What is he trying to tell us? A very simple answer. Just as he was about to appear in the chaotic mind entangled by the Sandmen, suddenly received a violent blow on the back of his neck. I don't know when the murderer who sneaked behind him quietly, using the same weapon that killed Guangxing, knocked down Jiang Nan again. Before he had time to look back, he let out a short moan and fell to the floor. It happened to be in a row with the melon. With this fall, the inverted triangle pocket watch in the pocket also jumped out of the spiritual robe and rolled onto the floor. He heard a human sigh mixed in the storm, and then lost consciousness. Maybe it's lucky. The bell at 2:30 in the morning woke Kobayako Ashiro. As his consciousness returned to normal, he felt unbearable pain all over his body. These were all wounds punctured by glass pieces, and the half-dried blood stains all over his body were also very uncomfortable. He sat in a chair and looked around, throwing down on the floor decorative cabinets, broken glass, and broken clocks. What the hell am I doing? This self-questioning is actually just self-covering. Although he lost his mind, he was not completely insane, nor was he drunk enough to lose consciousness, nor was he hysterical enough to lose his personality. Although there is a vague sense of what I have done here, I still have a memory deep in my heart. He understands that, in the eyes of reason, his actions are very stupid and should be ashamed. He was reluctant to actively admit the ugly behavior he had made, so after regaining his composure for a while, he deliberately concealed himself and repeatedly asked himself, "What am I doing?" He felt very empty and hugged his head tightly. When the clocks around me said 12 o'clock at midnight, in the whirlpool of cunning laughter from those clocks, I lost my barely kept sanity. So, myself. Now, there is no one in the hall except myself. There is neither a voice nor a figure. Jiangnan, Kobayachuan called out Mingyu of his subordinates. Jiangnan, Guangxing dash. No one answered, only the rain beating on the roof, the roaring wind and the murmur of the surviving clocks. Jiangnan, Guangxing, he called again, and then he suddenly remembered, oh, they went to look for the little shoots that ran out. Am I going to chase them too? As soon as the thought flashed past, he immediately shook his head again. In such a dark corridor, he does not have the courage to go alone. They will be back in a while. Just wait here. Otherwise, just lock yourself in the house. Kobayako sighed and took a deep breath. Then looked up. The domed ceiling is lined with skylights like a clock face. 12 thick tinted glass envelopes the dark night. He suddenly wondered if he could get out through those round windows. Gotta try to get out of there. This was the plan that everyone had rejected when the escape plan was first discussed. Because the diameter of each window is only about 20 centimeters, it is difficult for a 5 or 6-year-old child to get out. But is there no way? Kobayako continued to stare at the dark window like a drowned man grabbing a straw. In short, the window should be broken first. That way, the plaster next to it will fall off. As long as you widen the opening a little bit, you can barely stick your head out to call for help. Yes, there is only one way out. However, even if he could call for help like that, would his voice reach the ears of outsiders? It was so late, and it was stormy outside, and the hope of success was almost zero. However, Xiao Hanchuan can no longer think about these things calmly now. Anyway, you must break the window first. In a sense, his current mental activity is exactly the same as when he smashed the clock in the hall just now. Kobayako stood up from the chair and put on the slippers that were thrown aside. He remembered that there was a long-handled mop in the pantry that would surely serve its purpose. He hurriedly fetched a mop from the storage room next to Xiao Xiao's bedroom and climbed onto the table. With the mop handle, you can easily reach the sunroof. He clenched one end of the handle with both hands, aimed the other end at a piece of glass above, and stabbed it hard. The first time I didn't poke the glass, I only lifted up a piece of cement on the side. It didn't work the second time. Maybe there is alcohol on his body, his heels are unstable, and the target is always wrong. The third time, I finally hit the glass. With a loud bang, the hand shook, and cracks appeared in the dark green glass. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, clenched the mop again, and continued to stab. After poking around for a few more times, the glass finally fell down, and he couldn't help but close his eyes and hurriedly dodged to the side. This time it was broken, and in an instant, his feet had left the table, and with a thud, he fell to the floor lying on his side. For a few seconds, Kobayako seemed to lose consciousness. Severe pain in head and shoulders when opening eyes. Possibly biting his tongue, he tasted a stench of blood. Kobayako gasped and tried to stand up. The outstretched left hand rested on something soft. Turning his head to look, Watanabe's body is beside his eyelids. The blanket that was covered has been removed, the broken head exposed, and the white bulging eyes staring at him resentfully. Possibly the corpse had begun to decompose, giving off a peculiar stench. Kobayako hurriedly withdrew his hand, and he rolled and crawled away from the corpse. A burst of nausea, alcohol-smelling gastric juice rushed into his mouth. He couldn't stand it, and he slumped on the floor again. After a while of vomiting, Kobayako slowly raised his head. Huh? Suddenly, just under the table he had just dropped, he saw a sushi that he had never seen before. He stayed for a while. What is this? The table was round with a clock dial on it. Kobayako got under the table and lay down to see it. He thought it might be the mechanical part of the clock. In the center is a square box, with small black things stuck to the sides of the box. What is this? He reached out and felt it, trying to find out. At this moment, the waist exposed outside the table received a violent blow, which shook to the brain. Zayabayako immediately let out a pitiful, pig-slaughtering cry, and fell to the ground at the same time. Then the same place was beaten several times in a row, and the flesh under the clothes suddenly cracked, and the bones were broken. He had understood what had happened. In the midst of unbearable pain and terror, despite despair, Kobayako shrank his body into a ball and rolled out from under the table. Stop fighting. Her tear-filled eyes finally saw the dark shadow that attacked her. Pain and fear made him unable to stand up. Zayabayakawa shouted, "Stop hitting! Help!" However, the murderer showed no mercy, raised the bloody weapon again, and smashed it hard on the head of Kobayakawa, who was crawling around trying to escape. After a few minutes, the deputy editor-in-chief of Chaos magazine died, and the murderer looked away from Kobayakawa and looked up at the ceiling. One of the circles lining the clock face has been broken. There are still many things to do, and it is quite laborious to clean up. But the man put his expressionless gaze on the big clock on the table and checked the time. 2:40 in the morning. Totally in time. The Clock Mansion Murders. Susie read with you. Chapter 14. The Merits and Demerits of Insomnia. Fushi Liangta turned off the light and went to bed, but could not sleep. The storm had subsided, and the entire house was in silence, much different from what it had been a few hours ago. This stillness interferes with sleep. It was about 3:30 in the middle of the night when the three left the study at the clock tower. After returning to the hall of the new building, Saiko brought brandy again, saying that after drinking it, she could sleep faster. Lugu expressed his gratitude and drank it immediately. But Fauci didn't want to drink it, and he barely took a sip. After a while, at 4 o'clock, he returned to the house where he had stayed yesterday. The exhausted body collapsed on the bed. However, after tossing and turning for a long time, he still couldn't fall asleep. He had to give up and simply turned on the lamp and sat up. The piece of paper found in the study, the text on the ancient Arendian diary, always floated in front of my eyes, and it was difficult to disappear. These are the words he wrote in the grief and resentment of losing his beloved daughter, and there are 4 of us in it. Guashing means wa. Kawarazaki Junichi. Watanabe Ryota. Kashi Sakiko. Judging from the time this diary was written, Gui Luandian knew the names of the 4 children who came here that summer 10 years ago. That being said, Fauci also seemed to remember seeing a man in the house when he was taking the girl home from the bushes that day. He is probably the father. He had asked our names. However, at the time, it was not explained in detail. Why did he know the Chinese characters for the 4 names? Think about it, there is only one answer. He had suspected, or believed, that the 4 children had dug the pit in the forest that caused his daughter's death, so he investigated them as suspects of his daughter's murder. As a result, everything was found out. I can't help hating them. Fauci shook his head sadly, chewing on the last line. I am afraid that the hatred of the classics towards us cannot be expressed in these words, right? He probably wanted to kill us. Lugu Mencher had no comment on the newly discovered text. Maybe he avoided it because he saw Fauci's nervous expression. He only said, "It's time to rest today, and we'll talk slowly tomorrow." He went back to his room. Fauci sat on the edge of the bed, took his glasses from the bedside cabinet and put them back on. He glanced at the window, which faced the backyard, revealing the darkness of night through the gap in the white sunshade. There was not a single street light outside. What are Guancheng and Kawasaki doing? Did they also think about the misfortune that our past actions have brought to this family? Maybe they have recalled the past after Mikoto, Terai Mitsui, said the implied words? But what comes to mind? Fauci looked away from the window, closed his eyes, and tried to pull back the fragment he had just remembered in the study in the tower. 10 years ago, in the summer of 1979, shortly after the elementary school summer vacation, he took part in the summer camp held by the school and arrived in Kamakura. It was about July 29th, and they planned to stay for 3 weeks until August, the beginning of the month. First and foremost, the 4 of us have met forever in the woods. This memory is very clear. One day in late July, I can't remember the time, it was probably, it was the afternoon of the last Sunday. In the dark woods, they saw a girl in white, and they also remembered the parts of the conversation between them and the girl. Who are you? It's very funny. Where did you come from? We. And so on, our extremely ordinary, meaningless conversation. Oh yes. For some reason, the girl suddenly changed her face, her lips trembled, and she shouted, "Nonsense, I don't believe it." At that time, she was pale and had difficulty breathing, and we were all scared, so we kept sending her back to the house. Why was she angry then? It is also certain that there have been pitfalls leading to eternal and premature death. It was indeed us who dug a hole in that forest. But why dig a hole then? Can't remember anything further down. He still closed his eyes. The past seems to be wrapped in a hard shell, and it can't be opened. No. Fauci muttered to his feet, turned on the headlight, and moved to the table by the window. Maybe when you go deep into the core of the matter and think about it, you can't remember it. Maybe when there is an unexpected opportunity, it is easy to think of it. Let's think about other things first. Let go of the memory of the past first. Think about what happened from beginning to end in these 3 days. Maybe it is more important to organize your thoughts. On the evening of July 30th, I met Lugu by chance, and this was the beginning of things. When we visited this house, we saw a white figure at the door when we left. I listened to his conversation in the Deer Valley room that night. Late at night, Abo Seoko called and made a request. The next day, on the 31st, I revisited this place and heard a strange sound. One of the masks hanging on the corridor was missing. I heard Saiko introduce various things that happened in the past and the unknown poems left by Guga. Nanomaya said to see death. Inside the clock tower, Yujimi was not in the house. A typhoon hit, a car tire burst. And then to today. It looks like a lot has happened. Tomorrow night, I can probably visit the old museum with Lugu. When I get home, I will strike while the iron is hot and record all these things. Oh, I remembered. Maybe because of the word record. To help unearth memories from 10 years ago, it's a good idea to make an instant calendar. Thinking about it while watching is much better than just thinking about it in your head. Maybe remember the date and so on. So he took a notebook and a pen from his bag, and immediately began to reckon from now to 10 years ago. A few minutes later, the calendar for July and August 1979 appeared on one page of the notebook. According to Saiko, on the afternoon of July 29th, she fell into that pit forever, and the next morning she attempted suicide in her house, and 2 days later, she stopped breathing on the morning of August 1st. Fauci held the pen and stared at his calendar. Suddenly, huh? Fauci couldn't help but exclaimed, "Why?" Thinking of this, almost at the same time, the hard shell of the closed memory actually cracked. He felt dizzy and closed his eyes tightly. In his mind, the light from the cracks reflected a scene. In the woods, a group of children were digging holes with shovels with their heads down, but not 4, only 2. One is himself, and the other is Guashing Means Wanan. Oh, yes. That was the naughty way Guashing wanted to go, and wanted to punish Kawasaki, so the two of them dug this hole. Yes, digging the pit was the day before the 4 met forever. He still remembered a sense of satisfaction and a sense of unease and guilt after digging. They sneaked out of the woods. It was as if someone was watching them then. Then came a different scene. People dressed in black. Black cars were lined up in a row, with black and white curtains hanging around them. Just like what I saw at my uncle's house 3 days ago. This is the scene of a funeral. Later, he and Guashing went to the forest again to see what happened to the pit they dug. I happened to see a funeral in this house. Although there was no basis at that time, I felt that the sick girl I met in the forest might have died. How far was this terrifying speculation in the mind of a 10-year-old child at that time? For example, have you linked your mischief to the girl's death? Can't recall now. Nevertheless, Fauci opened his eyes slowly and glanced at the notebook on the table again. What's the matter? He encountered new questions, and he propped his chin up, lost in confusion. After a few minutes, he left the house and walked towards the clock tower. Wednesday, August 2nd, just after 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Ibo Seo knocked on the door cautiously a few times. This is the guest bedroom where Lugumenchi sleeps. For some reason, there was always no sound inside. After waiting impatiently, the inside answered with a dazed voice, "Hey," and after a while, the door opened. "I'm sorry, I think it's time for you to eat." Hearing Saiko's words, Lugu quickly grabbed his unkempt hair and asked, "What time is it now?" There was a yawn in Lugu's stunned voice. After Saiko told him the time, "Yeah, it's so late." He blinked his sunken eyes and scratched his hair embarrassedly. "I slept so hard, I got on the chime on my watch, but..." "You are too tired, why don't you sleep for a while?" No, I'll get up right away. Has Fushikun got up already?" That. Sayoko glanced at the door next door. He's not in the room. Not here? I called several times, but there was no sound, so I looked inside. Maybe I got up and went out. Oh, you must be going around by yourself. The meal is ready, waiting for you in the hall. Okay, I'll come right away. In less than 10 minutes, Lugu had packed up and came to the hall. His drowsiness didn't seem to dissipate, and he bit his lip from time to time to restrain yawning. The weather is fine. Looking at the grass under the sun through the window, it was so bright that I couldn't open my eyes. Did Fauci go out for a walk? I think so too. Is Master Yujimi still sleeping? Well, I got up late recently. I slept until after 3 o'clock yesterday, and didn't get up until you left. Really? Did you go and see the room of the old man Nanomaya? Go. Saiko nodded, shadows passing over her face. It seems that he never came back. However, if you went out, it would be strange to come back in the heavy rain last night. Lugu put his elbows on the table, his crossed hands resting on his pointed chin. He frowned slightly. I don't know what happened to the collapsed road. I called Tien Sua's phone to inquire just now, and said that the repair work has just started, and it will be almost the same by the evening. Lugu didn't want to wait for Fauci, so he started to eat by himself. Maybe because of the headache, he sometimes put down his chopsticks and rubbed his head. However, the appetite is still quite strong. He silently ate the food on the plate and drank the coffee with relish. Then he started to speak seriously. Miziba, it's the same thing. After thinking about it over and over again, I finally found an answer. Is that the one you said last night? Is that what you said? Silence Goddess means the bell on the clock tower? Saiko looked up at Shikatani's expression while thinking about the scene in the machine room last night. Yes. Lugu replied without hesitation, my thinking is a bit out of the norm. I'm not sure whether it's correct or not. Maybe I'm completely wrong. Can you tell me about it? Saiko said straightly. Just then, someone suddenly knocked on the 2 closed doors. Oh, is Fauci back? Lugu said to himself. Before Saiko could say come in, the door was already open. Lugu guessed wrongly, and the servant Tinsua Jiaming came in. Is there a problem? Sayoko was still sitting on the sofa, staring at the half-old man who was shorter than himself. Something strange happened. Tien Sua replied while looking behind him. Looking very flustered. Strange thing? Sayaka thought for a moment, then stood up slowly. What's the matter? The floor at the gate is dirty, over there. That one, there seems to be blood. It's stained with blood. What did you say? Blood? Blood? Saiko and Lugu called out at the same time. Tiensua wrinkled his flat nose tightly and nodded. Over there, the bloodstain came out of the corridor of the old building. How can I put it? Like someone dragged something out. I was really scared, so... Miziba, let's go have a look. Lugu suddenly stood up from the sofa and knocked the cups and plates on the table. His dark face suddenly turned pale. After a while, Saiko took the key from the kitchen drawer and opened the locked door. The time is 2:30 in the afternoon. 68 hours and 30 minutes have passed since the Chaos Magazine interview group entered. The Clock Mansion Murders. Susie read with you. Chapter 15. The End of the Nightmare. When his consciousness floated up from the bottom of the terrifying darkness, there was still darkness waiting for him. It was pitch black all around. He forced his eyes open, blinked a few times, and still couldn't see anything. He raised his right hand and put it in front of him to take a picture. Not only the outline of the hand, but also the shadow could not be seen. He lay on his back, cold and hard on his back, which he guessed was the floor. Where is this? In a hazy consciousness, he asked himself, what am I doing? In the back of the neck, under the back of the head, there is a sharp, dull pain. The pain is like a living creature with a will. It seems to have built a nest in the back of the head. Jiangnan wanted to sit up forcefully, but as soon as he moved, a burst of pain struck immediately, from his head to his shoulders, to his ears, to his skull, and to the center of his brain. Jiangnan groaned in a low voice and fell to the floor again. Memory is like an indeterminate amoeba. It shrinks and deforms repeatedly in the brain with the rhythm of pain, and it takes a long time to gradually become fixed. In this way, after a long time, Jiangnan gradually remembered what happened to him. I remember. In order to find Xiaoshua who ran out, Gua Sheng went to the Zheng Pendulum Pavilion by himself and chased after Kobayakawa after he calmed down. There, I saw Guashing's body, with the top of his head broken, lying on his back in front of the desk in the living room. His right hand clenched the photo inside the music box. When I myself was thinking about what message he wanted to leave before he died. That's right, he said aloud. The pain spreads from the neck to the whole body again. I was attacked suddenly from behind. Didn't even have time to look back at the criminal. As soon as he woke up, he immediately lost all consciousness. In this way, his position should be in the original house now. Maybe the criminal just wanted to knock me out, not take my life. He probably turned off the lights and ran away. Jiangnan rolled his eyes, looked left and right. It was still dark, and he couldn't see anything. He fought the pain and stood up. From the touch of his hand, he knew that there was no carpet in this room. The living room just now was carpeted. It can be seen that at least here is not the same place as just now. So how long did it take to lose consciousness? He felt as if only a few minutes, and as if hours had passed. Jiangnan touched his pocket. The pocket watch was no longer on his body. Maybe he rolled down somewhere when he was knocked down. He looked around again and there might be a clock with fluorescent hands, but no. In short, there is nothing that can shine. I am surrounded by true darkness. He began to crawl and feel. After a while, the wall was found. This is not a wall with wall coverings, but a smooth wall with many shallow grooves crisscrossing it. It appears to be a tile wall. He stood up with his hands on the wall, and soon felt a protruding object that seemed to be an electric door. However, there is no response after pressing it a few times. Could it be a power outage? Maybe the lights were all broken. He felt the wall in the dark and walked, and after a while, he finally understood where he was. This is the washroom of Zheng Pendulum, which is located inside the living room. He found a large dresser on the wall, and a broken clock was thrown on the floor in front of the dresser. With his bare feet, he stepped on the shards of glass on the floor several times, screaming in pain. There are 2 doors in the house. One leads to the bathroom and toilet, which can be opened, but there is still no light. The other door led to the living room, but the important door was closed, not locked, as no building would have a lock on the outside of a washroom door, and seemed to be blocked by something heavy from the outside. He bumped his body several times, but the door pattern wind did not move. Although he understands his situation, but there is no way to escape, I am afraid that he can only wait here for someone to rescue him. Jiangnan had nothing to do. He leaned his back against the wall. His whole body was soaked with sweat, and his throat was thirsty. He groped with his hands, walked to the dressing table, and turned on the water pipe. Although the water came out, it was full of rust smell and could not be drunk. The back of the neck was still very painful. He put his head under the tap and poured water into it, and the pain seemed to be a little relieved. But then, severe drowsiness struck again. He sat on the ground with his back against the wall, and the tiredness that gradually expanded to the whole body turned into numbness, and his mind was filled with a cloudy white mist. "How's the little tip going? Is Kobayakawa, who stayed in the lobby, all right? What does the photo of washing holding in his right hand mean?" Jiangnan has been unable to slowly consider these issues. After a while, his consciousness slid down the steep hill again, sinking into the darkness just now. There were a few brief periods of sobriety afterward, but every time I saw darkness. He seems to have dreamed many dreams in his deep sleep. The dreams transcend the time and space of reality. The dreams are mixed with various images, sounds, odors, and feelings, repeatedly torturing Jiangnan's tired heart. "Hey, Jiangnan, wake up." Jiangnan thought he was still dreaming when he heard this kind voice. He quickly remembered the owner of the voice. But he immediately rejected the idea. He felt that this person could not be by his side. "Jiangnan, Jiangnan. What's going on?" Someone was shaking their shoulders desperately. He is calling his name. The sound is in the ear. His voice is so urgent. Jiangnan slowly opened his eyes, thinking that this dream was probably over. "Ah, wake up." With light. It was him. He was staring at himself anxiously in front of him. "Ah, oh, this is not a dream. Brother Shimada. I am saved." "Great, you're safe at last. Are you hurt?" Brother Shimada, Brother Lugu, Jiangnan didn't care to wipe the tears from his eyes, and called his name repeatedly. Jiangnan asked, "How did you get here?" Lugu said, "The details will be discussed later," he said, holding Jiangnan's hand to help him stand up. "Can you do it? Can you go?" "Can." The pain in the neck has disappeared, perhaps because of the mood, and the mind seems to be much clearer. Just very thirsty, hungry, stomach aches. The whole body is weak, and the soles of the feet that are pierced by the glass are very uncomfortable. Jiangnan looked around, and sure enough, he was locked in the washroom of Zhong Pendulum. The door that couldn't be pushed open just now is now open, and the light from the living room shines into the house. Jiangnan wanted to know why the lights in this room were not on, so he looked up at the ceiling. The lampshade was broken, and the light bulb inside was destroyed. The same goes for the lighting on the dresser. No wonder the light doesn't turn on no matter how you press it. The lights in the bathroom and toilet are probably the same. He put on his slippers and was helped by Lugu to the living room. There were two people standing there. One was Ibo Seo, and the other was a small, half-old man whom he had never seen before. Both of them were pale and sweaty, staring at themselves. "Let me talk about the situation first," Lugu said. "Because of something, I came here the day before yesterday. It's noon today, in the field," he said, pointing to the little man. He saw blood on the ground at the gate, and told him I and Miziba. We went to take a look, and the blood was continuously flowing from the old hall population. Knowing something was wrong, he hurriedly opened the iron door and ran in. "Have you seen a dead body?" Jiangnan asked. "There is a man's body covered with a blanket in the middle hall. Ms. IPO said his name is Watanabe, and he was a student. When he saw him first, Tiansuo went to report to the police. What about the other corpses? There is a female corpse in the dormitory. I heard that the surname is G. She is a student of W University. That's all we have seen. Only these? Jiang Nan was stunned. What about Kawarazaki and Itsumi? In the reference room. Lugu shook his head solemnly and said, No, is Kawarazaki one of the students? What does Inner C do? Photographer of Shitan Society. Oh, Lugu wiped the sweat from his nose. There's a notebook thrown in the hall, jotting down everything that happened since you came in, like a timetable. That's what you wrote, right? Yes. I looked at the book, and I already knew what happened here. The reference room also read it. The book said that there were the bodies of Kawarazaki and Itsumi in room 3 and room 9, but there were none. But there are still murders. Traces of the scene. Jiangnan was silent for a while, then, Mr. Lugu, how is Zayabayekawa? Where is he? It's the deputy editor-in-chief of that Chaos magazine. There's nowhere for him. Is there such a thing? The three of us looked at the whole house. There was a mess everywhere, the clocks were all smashed, the skylights in the hall were broken, and it seemed that someone was trying to escape. A corpse. Finally found you in this room. Lugu pointed at Jiangnan's closed washroom with his chin. There was a piano and a cabinet in front of that door, and it was blocked. I felt strange. When I opened it, it turned out that you were here. But then, what was going on? All the questions came to my mind together, and they flew around like fireworks. Lugu stared at Jiangnan with distressed eyes. Jiangnan wanted to avoid his gaze and turned his face away. At this time, he noticed that Guoxing's body lying in front of the table had disappeared. Where's the corpse? What did you say? Guoxing Juan's body is gone. Guoxing? Guoxing means Manan? Was he also killed? Here. Jiangnan pointed to the ground. He suddenly walked towards the desk. The inverted triangle pocket watch that has been in his arms is on the floor. The glass of the watch was broken, the hour hand fell off, and it was completely broken. When I came, he was lying here, his head was smashed open, he was on his back, he had stopped breathing, and he was still holding a photo in his right hand. Photo? What photo? The one in the music box. Ah, that's the one. A bent photo, dropped under an unseen, overturned chair. Lugu immediately walked over, took out a handkerchief from his trouser pocket, and wrapped his hands to pick up photos to avoid leaving fingerprints. It's Forever and Yukimi, right? It was taken on the day of Mrs. 14th birthday. Master took it. Sayiko looked at the photo in Lugu's hand and said, It was indeed kept in the music box. What happened? Jiangnan. Lugu saw the photo, put it on the table, and turned to ask Jiangnan, the notebook only wrote that you found Junichi Kawarazaki's body yesterday afternoon. What happened after that? Can you tell me? Aren't the police here yet? Yeah, the notice was announced. Because of the typhoon, the road was broken, and it is being repaired now. It doesn't seem to be coming soon. It's really unfortunate that it happened at such a time. According to Lugu's request, Jiangnan told what happened later. He tried to catch the main issue as much as possible and put it briefly, but he was very uncertain as to what it actually was, because his mind was still quite confused. What time was it yesterday when I saw Guoxing's corpse here? Lugu immediately asked after he had finished speaking. Jiangnan thought for a moment. I remember putting down Kobayakawa and walking out of the hall at 1 o'clock in the middle of the night, so it should be about 1:15. When were you attacked? It was a while later, when I took the photo from Guoxing's hand and was looking at it. It was called from behind. Oh, that's when we were in the clock tower. Lugu said and looked at Saiko next to him. She nodded honestly. So, you're saying that after losing consciousness, he was locked in this room by criminals, right? Lugu quickly stroked his pointed chin with his palm and said in a stern voice, the problem is still behind. Have you seen it over there? Jiangnan asked Lugu when he found that the door to the bedroom was open. Lugu tilted his head and thought for a while. No, I haven't gone yet. What kind of house is that? It's the bedroom. Saiko replied from the side. Oh, that's... Lugu trotted towards the door. Jiangnan and Sayoko followed. Tinsua, who had been standing in the corner without saying a word, also followed tremblingly. The bedroom was not much different from before. There are no shadows of the missing people here. The broken clock on the floor and the wheelchair opposite the bed are the same old ones Jiangnan has seen. Lugu approached a smashed clock and said, "Is this a French pillow clock?" He bent his slender body, then turned his head to ask Sayoko, "This is also one of 108 bells." Sayaka nodded. Do criminals have hatred for clocks? Lu Shou said in a meaningful way. There is blood on the bell seat, and there is also on the carpet. Jiangnan pointed, I found it when I went to look for Mikoto at Guangming Temple in the afternoon the next day after I came in. Is that the person written down in the book? Well, there is indeed blood. Lugu raised his head and looked at the room again. Although the lights were on, it was still very dark. There is a big closet over the door, Jiangnan said. The two brown doors were not closed properly, and a yellow light could be seen through the cracks of the open doors. At this time, Lugu suddenly raised his thick eyebrows, nodded, and wanted to say something. He probably had a hunch that there was something he expected to find there. He walked straight to the back of the room. After a while, Jiangnan followed Lugu into the big closet. Unexpectedly, he came across the thing he was sure of and had been looking for. There was an opening in one corner of the floor, a hole that was 70 to 80 square meters apart. This was the connection between the inside and outside of the old hall entrance to the secret passage. Looking into the cave, I saw a steep staircase extending all the way to the ground. At this time, Lugu's actions became cautious. The lid of the population is fanned downwards. He lifted the lid up, then beckoned to Saiko, who was standing outside the closet door, looking in, please come and have a look. He pointed to the lid and said, this decking, like the other floors, is covered with black wooden imitation tiles. You see there is a hole in it. It must be the keyhole to open the lid. Do you have an impression of this? At a glance, there is a round hole with a diameter of 2 or 3 centimeters on the edge of the lid, and there is a black iron rod in the hole, with its head exposed. Saiko shook her head in surprise. There's something like this that I haven't noticed before. I think it was probably installed when the new building was added. The secret doors on the walls of the reference room were of course installed at the beginning of the old building. Lugu said, and turned his eyes to the keyhole again. It's the same keyhole. I have seen 2 since I went to this house. Ms. IPO, you know, one is on the floor of the columbarium, and the other is in the mechanical room of the clock tower that Ms. IPO took us to last night. That's the screw hole for the winding. Isn't it? Yes. Sayoko nodded timidly, as if she was very afraid of the answer that Lugu was about to come up with. In other words, the key used to wind the mainspring is also the key to open the cover. Is it okay to think so? Impossible. Then, Sayoko turned pale and shook his head. If, as Jiang Nanjun said, the slain Guoxing was indeed holding that photo in his hand, Lugu continued seriously, that is, before he died, he tried his best to tell people one thing. His intention is probably in the photo. There are two people in the photo. One is Eternal Girl, who died 10 years ago, which means impossible. Judging from the records of Jiangnan, the first murder in the old hall occurred around midnight on the 31st. Naturally, I haven't forgotten what happened that night. The three of us came back from the study in the bell tower. I have seen Yuji Mi's room. He is not there. Impossible. Lugu's eyes turned from Sayoko, who kept shaking his head, to the steps. He said, "Anyway, let's go first and have a look." Jiang Nanjun, can you come down together? Jiang Nan firmly supported his tired body and nodded, yes. The four descended the steps, and the lamps were lit inside. A long, tunnel-like pathway runs all the way forward. Lugu walked at the forefront and moved forward in a team. There is another step at the end of the tunnel. Go up the steps and into a dark place. Due to the light passing through the tunnel, I could barely see the surroundings. It was a small room. The walls all around seemed to be made of stone, and there was a disgusting stench in the humid air. It really is here. Lugu's voice echoed in the hut. This is the columbarium. A small flame was lit in the darkness, which Lugu lit with the smoking lighter on him. A candle was found in a niche on the wall, and Lugu lit it, raised it over his head, and lit the morning hall. There are 3 sarcophagi side by side on the ground. Jiangnan thought, since it is called the urn, then each coffin should contain an urn of the deceased. One is the ancient eternal Dian, the other is forever, and the other is... Just thinking of this, Jiangnan suddenly found a black cloth exposed on the edge of the sarcophagus on the far right. Jiangnan swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Mr. Lugu, look at that. He raised his finger and said, Huh? What? That, inside that coffin, there is something exposed. Which one? Ah. After Lugu saw it clearly, he immediately asked Saiko to open the hall door. After a while, the door opened and the light from outside came in. Lugu handed the candle to Jiangnan and walked towards the sarcophagus. Ms. Ipio, please allow me to open the coffin, okay? Before Sayoko could answer, he had already bent down, put his hands on the edge of the coffin lid, and pushed aside. The sound of stones rubbing against stones shook the silent air in the small morning hall, and people were horrified today. Ah! Jiangnan almost screamed when he saw the inside of the coffin. He managed to control himself. It's a new sight. Inside lay Shinjutsu, eyes so wide that they almost tried to pull them out. Lips that had lost their color were twisted to one side in pain. On the bruised and swollen eyelids, there was no trace of the little fox's lively and intelligent demeanor. The black spiritual robe that she was wearing was exposed on the edge of the coffin. She probably also found the passage in the big closet, escaped here, and was killed by the criminal. Maybe the criminals brought her here after she was killed in the old building? This is Miss Forever's sarcophagus, right? Deer Valley asks Sayoko. At the bottom of the coffin, next to the body's feet, was an urn. The other 2 sarcophagi should also be open to take a look. Lugu said, Jiangnan, come and help, you open over there. Okay. After a while, the 2 coffins were all opened, and Jiangnan couldn't help but restrain his exclamation. Sure enough, as expected, except for the urn, there are all horrible corpses. In the left coffin that Jiangnan opened was a female corpse. As soon as she saw the unique heavy makeup on her face, she immediately understood that she was Mikoto of Guangming Temple. She was wearing only close-fitting underwear, and her bare chest and belly had turned a dirty black-green. Except for the fading of a few makeup colors on his face, there is no change from before his death, except that there is no sleepy perfume smell, but it is full of disgusting rotten stench. She was killed. Jiangnan's empty body seemed to be grabbed by something. He groaned in a low voice and quickly left there. On the first night, she was killed anyway. In the coffin that Lugu opened was the body of an old man, dressed in a brown kimono. Who is this? Jiangnan didn't know him. Mr. Natsumiya. Sayoko said. Jiangnan also remembered. It was that old man, Nanomaya Taichi. I saw him on the first day when I came to the old building, and he ran over like they were chasing Jiangnan. This is the wrinkled old man, the fortune teller who yelled "Get out of here," in a hoarse voice. It's so strange, said Shigu in anguish. This old man has passed. He saw death. Death, that is, he saw a criminal who was sent to an ashes. That's why he... At this moment, suddenly... It's amazing. From outside the open door came Tasua's hoarse shouting. At some point, he went out alone. Come on, Dash. Lugu, Jiangnan, and Saiko hurried out together. Tiansua was standing 5 or 6 steps away from the columbarium. As soon as he saw the 3 of them coming out, he pointed to the backyard and said, "There is someone over there." The sun is very dazzling, and in a clear sky stands a tall bell tower made of stone. Below the tower and near the front left wall, there was a man lying in the barren green grass. Only the yellow clothes on his body could be seen. Fauci. Deer Valley cried. It's Fauci. Lugu ran to the man who was lying on his stomach and repeatedly called Fauci and knelt down on his knees. Jiangnan also knew the name Fauci. Ryota Fushi, together with Guashing and Kawarazaki, are members of W University's Association for the Study of Paranormal Phenomenon. At first, he was going to participate in this special event, but he didn't come because of an urgent matter. He was also the one who dug the pit with Guasheng 10 years ago. But, how did he meet Lugu? Why are you lying here? There are still many things that are unclear. It was probably late afternoon, and the distant mountains reflected the brilliance of the setting sun. Under the setting sun, the clock tower cast a long shadow. Jiangnan looked at the tower silently. Here, facing the front of the clock, you can see the majestic figure of the legendary handless clock. He followed Lugu and turned to the left along the tower, and saw several small windows on the dark brown wall, and there was a small balcony in front of the windows on the 2 floors and above. Maybe Fauci fell through one of these windows? So was it accidentally dropped, or don't? Jiangnan thought. Perhaps due to fatigue, hunger, and the stimulation of the strong sunlight, Jiangnan suddenly felt dizzy. He shook his body, and felt that what was in front of him had lost its color and was crooked, as if seen through a high degree of myopia. Suddenly, in the corner of his vision, something flashed. He quickly wiped his eyes. The consciousness of the broken line regained concentration, and he stared at it. It was a window on the 3rd floor in the stone wall of the tower, and in the open window, someone was looking out. That is... It's that boy. Jiangnan wanted to tell Lugu what he saw, but he resisted the dizziness of his head and was about to walk over. Master Tiansua. Lugu said loudly to the small man watching, "Please call an ambulance right away." Are you still alive? You're still angry, you tell them to come quickly. However, the road is all broken, the ambulance can't come, and the police haven't even come. No matter how difficult it is, you need to hurry up. You say it's an emergency rescue. I begged them to find a way to come faster. Seeing that Tiansua was still hesitating, Lugu got up angrily and ordered, "Can you do it? Hurry up, hurry up." Ah, okay. Tiansua stumbled and ran in the opposite direction of the clock tower. Lugu stood up and watched his back go away, lowered his head again, and crouched beside Fauci. You can't die, hold on, Fauci. Would you like to move into the house? Jiangnan went to Lugu and bent over to ask. Lugu shook his head heavily. I think it's better to stay where you are, as if you broke your head. It probably fell from there. He still knelt on the ground and glanced at the tower. Jiangnan also followed his line of sight and looked up. The boy just now was nowhere to be seen from the window on the 3rd floor. Fortunately, because the rain has softened the ground, otherwise. Can I do something for you? Oh, yes, I should get some cold water, towels, and blankets. Oops, where's Ms. Ippo? Hearing this, Jiangnan also looked around, and there was no Saiko in the open courtyard. Is she still in the columbarium? Where did you go? Lugu frowned anxiously. Did you go to this place? Master Yujimi dash. At this moment, Saiko's voice calling for Gui's contemporary master came from above the two of them. The sound came from the window just now. Master Yujimi. Lugu and Jiangnan stood up at the same time and looked up at the towering stone tower in front of them. Ms. Ippo, Deer Valley shouted loudly. But she might not hear it. Ah, please. There were intermittent mournful shouts. Young Master Yujimi, no, don't do this. Damn it. Lugu whispered, and immediately took off his jacket and put it on Fauci, and then sprinted in the direction Tian left just now. Jiangnan didn't know what to do. Should he follow him, or should he stay and take care of the injured? After hesitating for a while, he decided to go after Lugu. They turned to the back of the clock tower, found the back door, and ran into the building. Go through the two open doors to the top hall. This is the tower. Lugu ran towards the front stairway, which was steep and almost extended up against the front wall. Jiangnan ran here at full speed and was out of breath. The dizziness struck again, and he fell to his knees on the ground. Master Yujimi. Sayoko's voice came from above. Don't do this, come back soon. There were hurried footsteps over his head. Looking up, at the top of the tall stairs, a white figure was quickly rushing up the stairs. Ah, that boy, Yukimi. After a while, Sayoko also caught up, and the two disappeared on the fourth floor. At this time, Lugu had just reached the second floor. Jiangnan finally stood up, but no longer had the strength to climb the stairs to chase Lugu. He leaned against the stone wall on the right near the population, gasping for breath, looking out at the patio. It looks like the patio is more than 10 meters high. There is a rectangular opening in the center of the patio. What is this opening for? He couldn't figure it out for a while, but he remembered that Lugu had said that there is a mechanical room with a clock tower above, maybe just above the entrance of the cave. Master Yujimi, Sayoko's voice grew louder, as if it came from the entrance of the square hole. Stop. Yujimi. The voice disappeared. It turned into a shrill scream. With the sound of click, a white object flew out from the hole where Jiangnan was looking. Oops! Jiangnan shouted, and Lugu, who was running from the second floor to the fourth floor, also called out at the same time. A person, with his head down, passed through the dim space of the hall and fell all the way down. He is that boy. She was still wearing white pajamas. Just like when I saw him in the lobby of the new building on my first day here. The incident happened in an instant, and before even blinking an eye, the boy had stretched out his hands and smashed it onto the reddish-brown marble floor. Jiangnan was stunned, and he looked at what was happening in front of him at a loss. There was a dead silence in the hall. In Jiangnan's ears, the last call that the boy made when he fell was still circling. Elder sister. The Clock Mansion Murders. Susie read with you. Chapter 16. Song of the Goddess. What's the matter with smoking so much? The table in the living room was in a mess, and the ashtray was full of cigarette butts. Jiangnan was very surprised to see such a scene, so he asked, "Did Mr. Lugu smoke all this alone?" Huh? Ah, yes. Lugu nodded sadly and stretched out his hand to the Camel brand cigarettes. Have you broken the one-a-day rule? It was broken last night, and I thought it was an exception tonight, so I sucked it up. Who knew it would get out of hand? In a few days, I must abide by the original rules. At 8 p.m. on Friday, August 4th, Jiangnan Xiaoming visited the residence of Lu Gumenchi room 409 of the Green Village apartment of Weno Mao. He went to the hospital for a physical examination yesterday afternoon. Fortunately, I heard that no serious problems were found, and there is no need to worry about the sequelae of concussion. After fully supplementing nutrition and sleeping for a full night, my physical strength finally recovered gradually. Can you go back to work? I hope you don't have to be haunted by that endless nightmare every night. It seems to be fine now. You are much stronger than when you were a student. I don't think so, Jiang Nan said, glancing at the octagonal clock on the back wall of the house. The hands of the clock, as on his first visit, remained motionless a few minutes before 4 o'clock. How do you say it? The events that happened in those 3 days seemed like a long nightmare. It's very strange. I always feel that it doesn't feel like what happened in reality. Seeing so many people die with my own eyes, but it lacks a sense of reality. Jiang Nan was even a little confused about his current state of mind. He wondered if he was still not free from the effects of that huge shock. Or is it an instinctive sense of self-protection, with which one can escape mental pain? Anyway, it's much healthier than originally thought, which is better than anything. Lugu wiped out the less than half of the cigarette he had smoked and put on a new one, looking like a seasoned smoker. Affected by Jiangnan, he couldn't help but also took out his cigarette, and at the same time asked solemnly, "So, all the cases were done by that boy?" "You can say that," the writer replied nonchalantly, as if the matter had nothing to do with him. Jiangnan remembered something that happened the day before yesterday. After the collapsed road was repaired, a group of police arrived at the mansion. It was almost 7 p.m. In other words, they arrived nearly an hour after Guga Yujimi fell to the ground from the mechanical room of the clock tower. The ambulance that arrived at the same time immediately took Fushi Liangta, who was lying in the backyard, into the hospital. He also seemed to have fallen from the tower into the yard. Later, he miraculously saved his life, but he is still in a coma. Although detailed investigations such as autopsy have not yet been carried out, the authorities' views will probably not change. Lugu breathed out the smoke slowly and narrowed one of his sunken eyes, watching the smoke billowing in the air. After presenting so much physical evidence, they finally came to the conclusion that they committed suicide due to insanity. Naturally, this has successfully concluded the murder of one person. That was after Yujimi just fell to her death. Ibo Sayoko came out of the mechanical room in a daze, and Lugu learned what happened from her mouth at that time, which is roughly as follows. When Lugu and Gangnam came out of the columbarium, focusing entirely on Fauci lying there, Sayiko was heading towards Yukimi's room on the 3rd floor of the clock tower. According to her, before entering the secret passage, she heard Lugu hint that the murderer might be Yujimi, so she was anxious and had to go up to see his situation immediately. When he got to Yukimi's room, he was looking down at the backyard from the window, and when he noticed her coming in, he left the window and said, "It's over, Aunt Sayiko. My sister won't feel lonely this time." Sayiko asked him what was going on. "Could it be that you really took them?" "It's me. I killed them all," Yujimi answered decisively, her beautiful black eyes glowing strangely. "Because those guys bullied my sister, I did this for my sister's sake. They killed my sister, they killed her, I know it. Watching him grow more and more excited, Sayiko called out his name, trying to calm him down. But no matter what he said, he didn't listen at all. After a while, he suddenly raised his eyes to look at the ceiling and said, "Sister is calling me." His tone was so excited. "She's calling me, I have to go." Sayiko intuitively knew what the words meant. "I'm going, get out of the way. Aunt Sayiko." She yelled no to block Yujimi, who was about to run out, but he struggled desperately, got rid of her, and rushed out the door. The scene after that was as witnessed by Lugu and Jiangnan. Jimmy ran to the fourth floor and went straight to the mechanical room. He broke free from Saiko's obstruction, then climbed over the iron railings around the middle of the tower and jumped down. From then on until the police arrived, Lugu and Jiangnan went to Yu Jimi's room on the third floor and found several material evidences. A piece of black clothes stained with blood and mud may be a spiritual robe peeled off from Mikoto of the deceased Guangji temple. A pair of white thread gloves also full of blood and mud. A poker with bloodstains. It is said that it was used by the incinerator in the courtyard, and it was finally kept in the storage room of the Xingguan. There is another piece, that is, the mask that goes missing in the corridor of the new pavilion. These items were all hidden under the bed in the room, and the following items were also found in a drawer of the cupboard. Kobayakawa said that the spare keys for the old building that Mikoto had given to him. The key used to wind the clock on the top of the tower is also the key to the secret passage between the big closet of the Zheng pendulum and the columbarium. There are also several pieces of paper with the words "You killed them" written on them, which are exactly the same as the two found by Jiangnan in the old museum. They were written with the same writing instrument and the same handwriting. "I still don't believe it," Jiangnan said, looking at Lu Zhao, who was smoking silently. "No matter how nervous that young man is, he can't kill 9 people in a row." "You mean it doesn't fit his character?" "I think so. Before you came to the old hall, you met him once. Just based on the impression at the time?" "Yes." His expression was stunned, as if he was always in a dream and never woke up. "So I don't think he has anything to do with bloody events such as murder and revenge." "Oh?" Lu Gu said, wiping the tip of his nose with his fingers holding the cigarette. "I feel the opposite. That was when we had dinner together after seeing him." "On the contrary?" I think he's in a trance on the surface, but it's not. I even wonder if he's really crazy." "You mean he's in his right mind?" "In a sense, it can be said that, of course, according to the general situation, it will be considered that his mental state is not normal." "Your statement is a bit ambiguous." "Really?" "I mean, maybe so." Lugu frowned. "Then, let's start with the fact that Yukimi has gone mad. The first thing worth studying is his madness. Ms. Ipo said that he still believes that his sister is still alive and is by his side. I beg to differ. I think he at least knows that his sister died forever 10 years ago. And may also know what caused his sister's death. Also, he is said to have been a very intelligent child. I think this is consistent with the past. There is no difference." "Jiangnan Kuan, didn't I already mention the fact that I found Gu Arundian's diary in the study room of the clock tower?" Gu E Luandian already knew the name of the group of children who caused eternal misfortune 10 years ago. 9 times out of 10, Yujimi also heard about it from his adoptive father. And after Luandian died, he found out whether there is a very high possibility that the burnt diary is broken, so that we can understand what happened. Therefore, it is natural to strongly hate the 4 people who killed their goddess-like sister. Although they are very young, there will definitely be some the thought of revenge sooner or later. Here, we might as well make such an assumption, albeit a bit reluctantly." Lugu paused for a moment and lit another cigarette. Yujimi thought to himself that sooner or later he would avenge his sister and kill those 4 people. But murder is the most serious crime, and if caught is the death penalty. How can this be done? His young mind was troubled by this. Soon, he understands the rule that the mentally ill will not be punished for crimes. He thinks that as long as he is crazy, he will not be sentenced to death, as long as he is crazy. Is it possible? Although Jiangnan said so, he remembered what Yujimi said when he broke into the living room of the new pavilion the day he just went to the mansion. He said, "I want to kill the person who bullied my sister." Sayoko hurriedly tried to persuade her when she heard this. "At this time," he said, "I don't care, it doesn't matter." Then he must have said it doesn't matter what he did, and also thought about why it doesn't matter. According to what you said, Yujimi has been deliberately pretending to be crazy since then? Jiang Nan asked. My opinion is always hypothetical. After Lugu emphasized such a sentence, he further explained his hypothesis. On the one hand, as he said above, he kept asking himself to pretend to be crazy, but in fact his spirit was unknowingly true. He is clearly aware of the fact that he is dead forever, but he pretends that his sister is still alive. But on the other hand, he is convinced that he has really heard the sister's voice and thinks it is talking to him forever from the world of death. He wanted to deliberately deceive the people around him with some ridiculous words and deeds, but the real world is not like what he knows. What do you think, Jiang Nanjun? So Yujimi ended his life under the guidance of Sister's call after achieving the purpose of revenge. That's what happened. Jiang Nan was saddened after hearing this and sighed deeply at the table. Let me put the whole thing in order. Kagaya continued, yes, it is more appropriate to regard the beginning of this incident as the time when the special plan of the Chaos magazine was officially decided. After the participating members were decided, the list was handed over to Ms. Iwa. Yujia, he must see this list. Anyway, he is always the current owner of the Gu family, so he must have received some report from Ms. Ipo about agreeing to interview the mansion, so he has the opportunity to see the list of participants. Not surprisingly, so he discovered the names of his sister's 4 enemies, and when he learned that they were going to live in the old house, he quickly conceived a grotesque plan of revenge in his mad head. On July 30th, your interview team arrived at the mansion. Yujimi watched through the window of the clock tower and went to the hall at the right time in order to get familiar with the faces of the 4 people. Although they only met once 10 years ago, their faces at that time must still be firmly imprinted in his heart. In the hall he sought and recognized them from among you. Watanabe-kun is not one of the 4, didn't he notice at the time? Jiang Nan interjected. Lugu shrugged his shoulders slightly and replied, it seems so. Although it is imprinted in my heart, it was 10 years ago after all. So when did he take the mask off the wall? Maybe it was when you were listening to various introductions from Ms. Ipo and Mikoto Kamioji. This may not be in his original plan, but it was just a matter of time to cover up his appearance. Are sleeping pills really put into the water in the plastic bucket? From what you talked about, the possibility of prescribing the medicine is very high. Anyway, we will know the test results as soon as they come out. Is this what the boy did? Yeah. President Yujimi said that he couldn't sleep, so sleeping pills became his family's regular medicine. He simply thought that using sleeping pills to keep everyone awake would make it easier to take action. So he stole the medicine in advance. According to Ms. Ipo, it seems that the medicine storage room is not specially locked, and it is easy to steal the medicine. Of course, it was also possible that it was his own medicine that he had stored without taking it. The time to put the medicine into the plastic bucket may be the same time as the removal of the mask, or it may be before you arrive at the mansion, which is not at this time anyway. I heard that the gate of the old hall is locked until you enter, but it seems that the spare key is in the drawer of the kitchen, and it is not difficult to open the door. Lugu took a deep breath, still putting on a worried face. He picked up the Camel brand cigarette and found that it was empty, so he randomly crumpled it and threw it on the ground. Jiang Nan handed over his cigarette. Lugu shook his head and said, I don't smoke anymore, then put his hands on his cheeks in silence for a moment. Okay, let's talk about the situation that night. After a while, Lugu spoke again. In the middle of the night, why did Mikoto go to the Pendulum Pavilion alone? It can be imagined in many ways. For example, she might want to go to get an eternal relic for use in the next day's performance. At this time, it was very accidental. Yujimi walked along the secret passage. This may have been his father Luandian who told him about the secret passage and its secret door. Mikoto was surprised and blurted out, Why are you here? He immediately felt that the situation was not good. If the secret passage is exposed, she will be killed. The conversation and the sound of objects crashing at that time were heard by you outside the door, which is purely accidental. It's all accidental. Can't figure it out? Humph. Let me explain it in another way. For example, this possibility also exists, and there is some kind of connection between Mikoto and Yujimi. Connected? She said that she had helped with housework in the mansion for a while, so she knew Yujimi, of course. After leaving Gui's house, she still kept in touch with Yujimi secretly. Because she knew perfectly well that Yujimi was not as smart as people said. A boy with a problem, their relationship has not been interrupted after she became famous as a spiritualist. In this case, it may be considered that among the students in the reasoning research group of W University, there are 4 people 10 years ago. The news was told to him personally. Mikoto and Yukimi agreed in advance to meet at the Zonkan duplex that night. Of course, she also heard about the secret passage from him, and she may plan to get his help to perform a more effective spiritual performance. She went to discuss this matter in detail, but anyway, Yujimi had killed her there, and moved the body to the columbarium and hid it in a coffin. Then take off his spirit robe and wear it on himself to retaliate. 4 will be killed. He felt that it was impossible to kill 4 people in one fell swoop without a perfect opportunity. So he walked around wearing the same spirit robe in order to draw everyone's attention to his companions. It can be considered here that he fully exerted his peculiar wisdom. As long as the spare key in Mikoto's hand is snatched, everyone will not be able to get out of the old mansion, which is what he had planned for a long time. As you know the development since then, he sneaked into the old building as soon as he took the opportunity to commit crimes and murders. Out of an irrepressible urge, he wrote the "You killed it" note. He killed Taichi, the official of wildness, probably because Natsumiya saw him when he emerged from under the floor of the columbarium. The old man told me that he saw a black-clad death from the columbarium. This god of death happens to be the image of a murderer wearing a spirit robe and a mask. The old man of Nanomiya didn't know how to accept the lesson, and he may have gone to the columbarium later. So unfortunately, I suddenly encountered the Grim Reaper who got out of the trapdoor on the floor. Fauci's misfortune is probably the same as his journey. I don't know why he climbed the bell tower alone, but it was obviously there. For example, he happened to see Yujimi wearing a blood-stained spiritual robe back indoors. So, is it possible for Yujimi to recognize him as one of those children 10 years ago? Yeah. That's not impossible. At dinner that day, Yujimi saw the name of Fushir's Ryota and showed a strange expression. If he found out from Fushir-kuen's face at that time, Fushir was 10 years old. One of the former children, then. Fauci is now in the hospital's general treatment unit. Lugu was probably thinking about the physical condition of this new friend. He closed his eyes and sighed deeply. Did Jimmy kill Niheigen just to destroy the negatives? Jiang Nan asked. Probably so. He was sneaking into the old hall to spy on those of you gathered in the lobby when the flash of the camera suddenly flashed. He was afraid of being caught on camera, so he had to commit an unplanned murder. That's my analysis, as he may also consider trying not to hurt those who are not the target of revenge. For example, he only knocked you unconscious but did not put you to death. It's hard to say what would have happened if you hadn't fainted, but had resisted inexplicably. Why did you kill Shinji Anchuo? She has no relationship with the Gui family. She might have done something stupid. Her body was hidden in a coffin in the columbarium. Maybe she might have found the secret door open in the big closet and wanted to escape. What about Mr. Kobayakawa? Are you saying that he also did something bad for Yukimi? It's very possible. Shigeru Kobayakawa was already lost when Lugu and Sayoko entered the old mansion, and on the morning of August 3rd, his body was found in the forest east of the mansion. It was buried in a newly dug pit. The remains of Sano Guono, Junichi Kawarazaki, and Atsushi Utsumi, who also disappeared from the old building, were also found at the same location. From this it can be seen that the bloodstains on the floor of the gate of the new hall and on the passage connecting the old hall were left when the bodies were carried out. By the way, on the ground around the burial site, there are countless footprints that are believed to be criminals. After inspection, it was proved that these footprints were exactly the same as the shoe prints of Gu Gyojimi. Why did Yujimi specially transport the body out of the hospital? This is also a question that must be discussed. Lugu continued, the usual answer is that hiding the body is to delay the discovery, but this time is different. This time, I am afraid it should be interpreted that the criminal Yujimi's purpose was to dig a hole in that forest to bury the body itself. You mean that he wanted to avenge forever, that is to say, he fell into the pit and suffered forever, in order to clear this resentment for her. When Jiangnan said this, he encountered a new problem. But, if that's the case, why did he leave the bodies of Watanabe-kun and Kashi-san in the old house? It is much more difficult to transport the corpses one by one to the forest alone than to verbally say. You were attacked in the living room of Zongpenduan at around 1 a.m. on August 2nd. Mr. Kobayakawa's murder hypothesis it was shortly after you, so between this time and the morning, he was going to take out all the bodies in the old hall, but he couldn't. It was because there was not enough time, or he was physically exhausted. So after burying 4 bodies, I had to give up my original idea. Oh, that's right. But Jiangnan wanted to ask questions, but Lugu ignored it. There is one more thing that must be explained, he continued. Why did Yukimi destroy those clocks in the old hall? Why on earth did he use the clocks as a murder weapon? After he was the first to kill Makoto, he destroyed all the clocks in the Zhongpenxian, including the French cushion clock used as a murder weapon and all other clocks. After that, he used the clock as a murder weapon every time he committed a crime and destroyed it. It seems that only Guoxingjun and you were beaten with poker. So, when you and the others came in at the end, all the clocks that worked were destroyed? Is the clock in the hall also broken? Ah, yes. All 108 clocks were destroyed, many of them by you. Well, more than half of the clocks in the hall were broken by Mr. Kobayakawa. This abnormal behavior of Yujimi can be explained in terms of his heart disease. That is to say, he hates clocks very much. I personally heard him say such things. The reason why he hates clocks is because the old building is stored everywhere. The clock once perpetually tortured his sister. To torture her? Really? This is what Ms. IPO said. I always hate those clocks. She always seems to feel that the clocks are watching and restraining herself. It seems that the clocks are a symbol of the extreme unfreedom of her environment. Yujimi understands all this. So he hated things like clocks as his sister's enemy. He used the clock to kill those who killed his sister. This act of revenge was also revenge for the clock that had tortured his sister. After he completed the murder plan, he also destroyed the clocks that were not damaged but still in normal operation. After doing so, his purpose of revenge was achieved. But, on the other hand, doesn't he wind up the clock on the clock tower every day? Isn't this action contradicting his hatred of clocks? I don't think he realized that it was a clock, did he? You can't see the clock dial from the mechanical room. Even if you see the pendulum and the bell, it is compared with ordinary clocks, both in size and style. It's totally different. You are right. Although Jiangnan nodded and said yes, he still felt a little out of place in his heart. Indeed, such an explanation is well organized and there are many physical evidences. It is very likely that, as Lugu said, the views of the police authorities generally cannot escape this range. However, Lugu leaned his body on the sofa, stretched his waist vigorously and said, "It's roughly like this anyway." It seems to be acting according to the plan, but in fact it is a matter of nature, taking one step at a time. It seems that everything is to protect oneself, but finally embarks on the road of self-destruction. This is a peculiar case, but all the criminal acts in the process of the crime. It can all be explained as a result of the juvenile's loss of psychological balance. Date. Time. Inside the old building K equals Gangnam. External S equals Deer Valley. July 30th. 1800 hours. 1900 hours. 1940. 2100 hours. 2400 hours. The interview team entered the old hall. The first convocation. Adjourn. S. Fauci arrives at the Timepiece Museum and meets Sayoko. Fauci saw a figure in the courtyard, by Jimmy. July 31st. 1:30. 3 o'clock. 3:30. 1400 hours. 1500 hours. 1700 hours. 1900 hours. 2100 hours. 2200 hours. 22:30. 2300 hours. K went to the toilet, and after following Makoto went to Zhang Pendulum. K hears voices and objects crashing. Makoto is killed. K get up. K. Zayabayakawa went to the Zhang Pendulum Pavilion, found the broken clock and blood, and looked for Makoto, but could not find it. Discuss in the lobby. The students start a game in the hall. Kobayakawa goes to room 7. Sakiko goes back to the dormitory. Adjourn. S. Fauci arrives at the Green Village apartment. S. received a call from Sayoko. S. Fauci arrived at the Timepiece Museum and heard strange noises in the corridor. Listen to Sayoko's introduction in the lobby. Sayiko goes to Yukiya's room. Nanomaya appeared in the lobby. Sayiko returns to the hall. August 1st. Midnight. 0:30. 0:40. 0:55. 1:30. 2 o'clock. 2:40. 3 o'clock. 3:30. 4 o'clock. 5:30. 6 o'clock. 8 o'clock. 9:15. 9:30. 11:30. 12 o'clock. 12:30. 1300 hours. 1320. 1350. 1400 hours. 1500 hours. 1630. 1820. 1910. 2130. 2200 hours. 2230. 2300 hours. Sakiko and Watanabe were killed. After witnessing the masked man, Kosho found the bodies of Sakiko and Watanabe. Xiaoshua told me about it. K was called by Kawarazaki. Try to break the door. Negotiate in the lobby. Utsumi is in room 9, behind closed doors. Small tip back to the bedroom. K, Guashing and Kawarazaki go to Zonkan duplex. Found note in large closet. K, Melon, and Kawarazaki return to the lobby. Kobayakawa goes to room 7. Kawarazaki to room 3. K, Guashing heard the shouts of Inner C. K saw the murderer in room 9 and found the body of Inner C. Kawarazaki was killed, 1310. K, Guashing crashed into room 9. Round with Kobayakawa in the hallway. Wake up tip. Kawarazaki's body found. K, Guashing, Zayabayakawa back to the hall. Kobayakawa is in the bedroom, not out of the house. K. Guashing check the tape on the door. Enter room 8 to find the secret door. K. Guashing opens the secret door. S. Fauci and Saiko go to the study room on the 4th floor of the clock tower. Yukimi is not in the house. It's starting to rain outside. Burst tire. Returning to the house by Jimmy. Adjourn. S. Fauci gets up. S. Fauci and Saiko eat in the hall. Yujimi got up but didn't come to eat. Entrust Tiansuo to repair tires. S. Fauci, Saiko go to the columbarium. S. Fauci leaves the Timepiece Museum. S. Fushi arrives at the Green Garden of Keklok Temple. Meet Ma Yuan. S. Fauci enters coffee shop A. S. Fauci returns to the Timepiece Museum and eats in the hall with Saiko and Yujimi. Taken back to the house by Sayoko. Saiko returns to the hall. S. Fauci and Saiko go to the clock tower to watch the mechanical room. August 2nd. Midnight. 1 o'clock. 3 o'clock. 3:30. 4 o'clock. 1300 hours. 1400 hours. Xiaobai was furious in the hall. Xiaoshua left the room and did not know where to go. Guashing went to the Zongpan duplex. K go to Zheng Pendulum Pavilion. When Guashing's body was found, K was attacked and passed out. Locked in the bathroom. S. Fauci, Saiko go to the study. S. Discovery Classical Diary. S. Fauci, Sayaka back to the hall. Go back. S. is called by Sayoko. Fauci goes missing. S. Saiko, Tiansuo enter the old hall. What's my guess? Jiang Nanjun. Lugu picked up a cigarette butt from the ashtray, held it in the corner of his mouth, frowned, lit the cigarette butt, and then stared at Jiang Nan intently. Oh? It seems that your confusion has not been cleared up? No, where? Jiang Nan just shook his head and changed his mind, nodding lightly. Yeah, how can I say it? Then you're saying that my analysis is not credible? Or... Lugu paused for a while, and exhaled a puff of smoke with no interest. You suspect that Gu Gaojimi may not be a criminal? No, my question is not so specific, and I can't explain it myself. Oh? All right. I have some materials for you to see too. Lu Zhao finished speaking, with a cigarette in his mouth. He left the table and disappeared into the Western-style room next door, which might be his study. After a while, I got back a stack of paper, and I don't know what was written on it. Here, this is it. After Lugu handed the things to Jiang Nan, he sat down on the original sofa again exhausted. Didn't you draw a schedule in your notebook? The police took it as evidence, and I got a copy today. Lugu has a brother who is investigating a work at the Oita Prefectural Police Station. Jiangnan has also seen it several times. He probably got it through this door. I made this note sheet based on that copy and what you told me. Jiangnan took it over and took a look. It was a document typed on a computer and printed on a 16-card paper. It was a comparison table of the events in the old pavilion and around Lugu. What? It's very clear, right? Lugu said after a while. Jiang Nan raised his eyes from the comparison table spread on the table and said, You analyzed it from the perspective of proving your absence? Exactly. Lugu replied, pursing his lips as if whistling, and nodded. All of you Jimmy's actions during the period of committing the crime are not alibi. Well, that's true. Jiang Nan turned his attention to the form again. It is estimated that Makoto was killed on July 31st at 3:30 a.m. Zakiko and Watanabe were killed, and it was around midnight on August 1st when Xiaosua saw the criminals, at 12:30 noon. At this time, Jiangnan himself saw the criminal through the door glass. About 30 minutes later, Kawarizaki was killed, Guoxing was killed, and Jiangnan was attacked around 1 a.m. on August 2nd. Yujimi did not appear in front of Lugu and others during these times. This means that he may be alone in the clock tower room. Only once was he found out in the middle of the night. Since the situation is so clear, even if there are some inconsistencies in the speculation, the culprit will undoubtedly be the culprit. Outside the old hall, everyone other than him, such as me, as well as Fauci-Kuan and Ms. IPO there is an alibi in all matters. Therefore, as long as the three people do not conspire to lie in advance, it is impossible to commit the crime, and the three are never in a partnership to commit a crime. I know this better than anyone else. That's right. Jiangnan always felt uncomfortable in his heart, although he echoed it verbally. He felt as if he was stuck somewhere, as if he had overlooked something. Lugu still had a gloomy expression on his face. At this time, Jiangnan felt that it was not himself, that the doubts in his heart had not disappeared, but he was probably himself. Excuse me, Mr. Lugu, Jiangnan decided to ask another question that had always been on his mind. What happened to the poem Silent Goddess? Has the mystery been solved? Oh, that poem, said Lugu, pursing his lips again. I haven't told Ms. IPO yet. But... Just then, the phone next door rang. Lugu made a soft sound in his nose, said sorry, and left the sofa. Is it a call to urge the manuscript? The writer returned shortly after, and Jiangnan asked him half-jokingly. He shook his head sternly. Call from the hospital. Fauci seems to be awake. The Timepiece Museum is surrounded by a lush forest, and its front yard looks even more desolate than when it was first visited the week before. Contrary to the cloudless clear sky in summer, the towering figure of the clock tower has become gray and dull. Whether it is the lush evergreen trees in the courtyard or the fence wall around the old pavilion, perhaps due to psychological effects, it seems that faded. There was no car in front of the gate. The detectives in charge of the case seem to have not arrived yet. Ibo Sayoko, dressed in a black dress, greeted them both at the gate. She still has a hearing aid in her right ear. But compared to the first time we met, he became quite thin and looked even older. Her eyes seemed to be recovering from a long illness, they had sunk in, and her white hair had increased significantly. Have you informed Yujimi's aunt Terumi Adachi about the accident? Lugu asked after a serious greeting. Yes, Saiko said, and lowered her eyes. It seems that she is very sad and said she will be back soon. Where's Master Tiansua? Resigned. He himself offered not to come here again. Oh, so it is. Lugu raised his left hand and looked at his watch, whispered, "It's 9:30, and walked towards the corridor leading to the back. Let's go together, Miss Ippo. Huh? At this moment, Sayoko was at a loss and raised her head hastily. Go to the clock tower. Lugu added, didn't we agree on the phone last night? I thought, let's talk about the meaning of the poem The Silent Goddess. They came to the hall on the first floor of the clock tower, which still looked groggy after turning on the lights. Closing the two doors, no light from the outside can penetrate at all. There are no ceilings on each floor of the tower, and in the silent space, there is the gentle turning of the big bell gears in the mechanical room at the top. Lugu slowly walked towards the middle of the hall. 3 days ago, the bloodstains left by the boy who fell from above have been wiped clean. May I listen to your advice? Sayoko followed Lugu and walked a few steps from the door, stopped and asked, Mr. Lugu taught a few days ago that the so-called silent goddess refers to the bells on the tower. Lugu didn't want to answer at all. He first stared at the reddish-brown marble floor, then at the high-rise patio, and after taking a deep breath, turned his face to Saiko. Ms. IPO, he called to her, and then said, "Why do you hate that young man so much, that is, Koga Yukimi?" Jiang-nan turned to the position where he could see Saiko's side face, leaned against the cold stone wall, and carefully observed her expression. "What?" She responded immediately. Her expression was extremely unnatural for a moment, and her face was tense. Jiang-nan sees all this clearly. "What are you talking about? I love young Master Yujimi very much. Where's the hatred?" A smile appeared on her cheeks. "You said you didn't hate him at all? Did you say that from the bottom of your heart?" Lugu put his hands on his hips and stared at each other with sharp eyes. Saiko held back her smile and kept her eyes away from him. Fushikuan, who was in the hospital, regained consciousness last night. Lugu said, "Of course, the body is still immobile, but the doctor said that there is no danger, so don't worry. He said that there is something that must be told to me anyway, so he put me called. He told me two things." Saiko remained motionless, looking away. The first thing, how he fell from the tower. He said it very clearly. That morning when it was almost dawn, Ms. IPO was also you in his room, and when you said you had something important to say, you lead him to the tower and push him down from the window on the 3rd floor. At this time, the owner of the house, Master Yujimi, was still sleeping soundly on the bed. "How is this possible?" Saiko said, with a fake smile on her face. "Mr. Fauci must have made a mistake? Was it because of a head fall that he had such hallucinations in his head? Is it an illusion?" Humph. Lugu seemed to imitate her and smiled. "One more thing, it's about what happened in the summer 10 years ago. He said you look at the month card for that year, 1979. He also said the problem was with the date. He did leave the first page of the notepad in his room. The calendar for July and August of 79 was written on it. He said you didn't find out the problem until you went to his room that night. Which is..." Lugu closed his mouth, his hand still on his waist, and took a step towards Sayoko. He continued, "I think you'll know that he was one of the 4 kids who came here 10 years ago when the school held a summer camp. Fauci said the 4 of them met Eternal one afternoon in the woods and took her away. Send it back to this home. According to Fushikuan's recollection, the day I saw forever was the last Sunday in July. According to Jiang-nan, the deceased Guashengman's Wenonkuan also mentioned this situation. Fushi further recalled that the pit was the head one day he and Guasheng-jun dug together. On the other hand, you told us that it was the afternoon of the 29th of July to be lost forever in the forest and fall into a sinkhole. Therefore, Fauci generally thought that when they saw forever it might be 29 days ago, and forever went to the forest alone on another day. However, after looking at the calendar for that year, he realized that July 29th was the last Sunday of the month. What exactly does this mean? Going to the forest twice in the same afternoon forever is not only contradictory to what you said, even if you consider her specific situation, it is completely impossible. So, can we come to the conclusion that the very fact of falling forever into the pit they dug doesn't exist at all? You lied to me. Further, not because of the pain caused by falling into the pit and scratching the face, so I wanted to kill myself, but because of some other reason. At this time, I heard Saiko sigh softly. She seemed to be overwhelmed by Deer Valley's voice that resounded throughout the hallway, her eyes always looking down at her feet. Never fell into the pit. If this conclusion is correct, why do you make up such a lie? I think you are not willing to let us know the real reason for suicide forever. Then why do you say before us that it is because of falling? How about the pit in the forest? Is it a coincidence that you're talking about it and the fact that Fauci and the others actually dug the pit? Lugu said while shaking his head in denial. I don't believe in such contingency. I find it easier to think that you're trying to fabricate a falsehood for forever by claiming it was the cause of eternal death after you knew they dug a pit 10 years ago. Past. Am I wrong? Sayiko lowered her head and said nothing. I think a little further, the reason you thought of making up the fact, is it because there was an unfortunate accident in the summer of 10 years ago, and someone fell into their pit and died, right? Ms. IPO. Sayiko stood still like a stone man, and Lugu took another step towards her. Your daughter's name is Today, and she also died that summer, right? You said that when she died forever in August that year, she developed tetanus from a slight injury. Tetanus was caused by an injury. The reason for this injury is exactly because of their pitfalls, right? Lugu put down the hands that were on his waist and changed his arms to his chest. It wasn't Koeiwa who died by falling into a forest pit, but IPO Kyoko. This completely changed the composition of the event that was originally depicted. Madam IPO, only you have a real motive for murder, in order to retaliate for the pit. Revenge and kill them. I don't know if you already understand the fact that only two people, Fauci and Guashing, actually dug the pit 10 years ago. But last night Fauci said the same thing. That is, on the 28th of July, the day before they saw Eternal, when they came out of the forest after digging the pit, it seemed that someone had been watching them. Maybe this person is you. If so, then as you wrote in that diary, you already know that not all four of them are guilty, knowing that you have a plan to kill them all. You said it was me? Sayiko heard this before she spoke, her eyes still looking at her feet. You mean I killed them? That's right, Lugu replied without hesitation, when she said in a slightly trembling voice, have you forgotten? I have. Alibi. Lugu said first to stop her, yeah. You have a very good alibi. Maybe you hung up the phone at the moment when Mikoto was killed at Kamioji Temple. You were always in front of me and Fushikuin during the time when Sakiko and Kashi were murdered. It was the same when Itsushi Yukakai and Junichi Kawarazaki were killed. They ate in the hall of the new building, and then the three of them went to the columbarium together. When Guashing Minzwa Nan was killed and Jiang Nanjun was attacked, you were checking the contents of the cardboard box with us in the study. No matter what happened, you have an impeccable alibi, so Lugu glanced in the direction of the steps and said, I first considered the possibility of manipulation. Manipulate? Master Jimmy actually killed you. You are hiding behind the scenes and manipulating it. This possibility exists. Because he is mentally abnormal. You take care of him alone for a long time, and he absolutely trusts you. It is entirely possible for you to instill in him that the bad guys who brought misfortune to my sister are coming and instigating him to kill. That's my opinion. It's ridiculous. Sayiko raised her face quietly and retorted in a cold tone, I'm not Mr. Hypnotist. Do you really think that's possible? The possibility is not zero at least. What an alarmist. Sayiko asked in a stronger tone, what evidence do you have in your heart? That's the usual tone of a real criminal. Lugu shrugged, shrugging a little cowardly, I can't come up with any evidence. In that case. But, you know, I'm only referring to the behind-the-scenes manipulation, this assumption. Sayiko closed her mouth with a suspicious look on her face. Lugu continued, what I want to say is that the truth is not behind-the-scenes manipulation. I have the evidence, that is, you did all the murders yourself. About the events that happened in the old building in those 3 days, Jiang Nanjun gave a detailed explanation. After listening to it, I felt a few doubts. Generally speaking, the situation he explained is that the criminal may be Ujimi, because of his mental illness. At this point, it seems that this explanation can be used to end everything. However, once the whole process of events from beginning to end is reassembled and analyzed, it always feels a little unreasonable. Small doubts add up, creating an irreconcilable sense of alienation. This is how I feel. I can't figure out what's going on here, and it's frustrating. As a result, my nicotine intoxication in the past relapsed. Lugu smiled bitterly and said with a crooked mouth, "Let me list these doubts first." Then, he said, "First, why do criminals use clocks as murder weapons? Moreover, why should they destroy all the clocks that are still in operation in the old museum after committing the crime? This is also a question of the same nature. Of course, it can be explained that Yukimi hates clocks because of criminals. But is this the truth of the matter? Second, why did criminals put sleeping pills in the drinking water in plastic buckets? If you answer according to the general idea, it is for the convenience of moving in the old building, in order to create an opportunity to commit crimes. But I always feel that such a planned approach seems impossible for a teenager like Yujimi. There is also the same reason for killing the photographer Yukakai Atsushi, which is not commensurate with his ability. He believes that Utsumi has photographed his own image and killed Utsumi in order to deal with the negative. Although it can be assumed that this was the motive for the killing of Inland Sea, the problem is that the development of the film is very late, that is, after the crime is discovered and the police come to search. So does Yujimi have such a high level of wisdom to protect himself? The criminal, on the other hand, deliberately left some notes indicating the motive for the crime, saying "you killed it." Yujimi also casually left many physical evidences that he was the murderer in the house, and finally committed suicide in that way. It can be seen from these actions that he has the idea of as long as he can achieve his goals without worrying about the consequences. That being the case, why does he need to deal with the negatives that would endanger his own safety in the future as a reason to kill a photographer who has nothing to do with revenge? Lugu stared sharply at Sayoko, who lowered his face again, and continued talking. Another question: why did the murderer knock on the door of Shinji Anju after killing Ryosuke Watanabe and Sakiko Kashi? This action is really difficult to explain. For example, it is conceivable to mistakenly think that there is an object of revenge in this room, but then a question arises: if this is the case, why does he deliberately knock on the door? Under the circumstances, no one locked the door as a precaution. Sneak into the room secretly, it is a piece of cake. In fact, Sakiko was attacked while lying in bed and was killed before she could resist. Moreover, on the wall of the hall there is a floor plan of the old building drawn by Gua Sheng, and there is a room allocation table on it, which shows who lives in which room. Criminals have every opportunity to see this room map. It can be seen from this that the criminals knocked on the door even though they knew that it was a new bedroom. What was the reason behind this? My question is not over yet. Why did the criminal only knock him unconscious but not put him to death when the Zheng Pendulum Pavilion attacked Jiangnan? Is it because his conscience plays a role in trying not to kill people who have nothing to do with the original purpose? Did the criminal notice that the group photo of Yang Yang and Yujimi in the hands of the slain Guasheng Jun was clearly a hint on his behalf? If he noticed it, he could easily imagine that Jiang Nanjun, who witnessed this fact, could pose a threat to him just like the negatives taken by Neihai. So the criminal knew this fact and didn't kill him? Or did he not kill him because he didn't know? Why put the unconscious Jiang Nanjun in the washroom? It is also puzzling to destroy all the lighting fixtures inside. Finally, there is a question. Why did the criminals transport the bodies of Kobayakawa Shigeru, Gono Mansano, Kawarazaki Junichi, and Yukakai Atsushi out of the old house and bury them in the forest? Of course, it can be understood that this is Yujimi's way of revenge, which is to push them into the cave and make them the same as forever. However, in that case, why did the bodies of Watanabe Ryosuke and Kashi Sakiko remain untouched? Although it can be considered that it is due to lack of time or physical strength, but leaving the two people who were originally the target of revenge behind, and moving Kobayakawa and Yukakai who have nothing to do with the purpose of revenge, this action cannot help people. Confused. I think whether the criminals have reversed the order. Lugu said here and stopped for a while to observe the reaction of the other party. Sayoko said without moving, and then what happened? She urged Shikatani to continue in a tone that sounded like a sigh. What I have listed above are my doubts about the crime of the murderer itself, and I also have a few doubts that do not appear to be directly related to the case. For example, why before entering the old hall, everyone must wear the same spiritual robe as her according to Mikoto's request? It is a semi-underground building. What kind of structure is the old pavilion without windows? And why doesn't the huge dial of the bell tower have no hands? Another 31 night, when Fauci and I were invited to visit, I heard a strange noise in the corridor connecting the foyer, which also made me suspicious. When I am full of doubts. Last night, Mr. Fauci told me about the previous situation and let me know the truth. You are the real murderer who wants to kill him. So, I had to reconsider whether the so-called impeccable alibi you put out was really flawless, so I used the induction method to finally get all the doubts to be convincingly explained. Once the facts are clear, the answer is extremely simple, clear, and logical. I even blame myself for not seeing it at once. Sayiko's shoulders trembled. Lugu slowly moistened his lips with the tip of his tongue and said answer to her. The Clock Mansion murders. Susie read with you. The speed of time passing in the old pavilion is different from the outside, right? Normal. Time. Old hall. Time. Inside the old building K equals Jiangnan. External S equals Deer Valley. The interview team entered the old hall. The first convocation meeting. Dismissed. S. Fauci arrives at the Timepiece Museum and meets Saiko. Fauci sees a figure in the courtyard, Ujimi. K went to the toilet, and after following Mikoto went to Zhang Pendulum. K hears talking and objects crashing. Mikoto is killed. K gets up. K. Zayabayakawa went to the Zhang Pendulum Pavilion and found the broken clock and blood, and Mikoto could not be found anywhere. Discuss in the lobby. The students started a game in the hall. Kobayakawa went to room 7, and Sakiko went back to the dormitory. Dismissed. S. Fauci arrives at the Green Village apartment. S receives a call from Sayoko. Sakiko and Watanabe were killed. After witnessing the masked man, Kosho finds the bodies of Sakiko and Watanabe. Xiaoshua told Guashing about it. K was called out by Kawarazaki. Try to break the door. Negotiate in the lobby. Utsumi is in room 9, and he is locked out. S. Fauci arrives at the Timepiece Museum. I heard strange noises in the hallway, and I heard Saiko speak in the hall. Saiko went to Yukiya's room, and Nanomaya appeared in the lobby. Saiko returns to the hall. Small tip back to the bedroom. K, Guashing, and Kawarazaki go to the Zonkan duplex. Found note in large closet. K, Guashing, and Kawarazaki returned to the hall, and Kobayakawa went to room 7. Kawarazaki goes to room 3. K, Guashing heard Neihai shouting. K saw the murderer in room 9 and found Neihai's body. Kawarazaki was killed, 1310. K, Guashing broke into room 9. Round with Kobayakawa in the corridor. Wake up the tip. Kawarazaki's body was found. K, Guashing, and Zayabayakawa go back to the hall. Zayabayakawa was in the bedroom, not out of the house. K, Guashing checked the tape on the door. Enter room 8 in order to find the secret door. K, Guashing opens the secret door. S, Fauci, and Sayoko go to the study on the 4th floor of the clock tower. Yukimi is not in the house. It started to rain outside. A tire burst. By Jimmy back to the house. Dismissed. S. Fauci gets up. S. Fauci and Saiko eat in the hall. Yujimi gets up, but does not come to the hall. Entrust Tianxua to repair the tires. S. Fauci and Sayaka go to the columbarium. S. Fauci leaves the timepiece hall. Xia Byakuan was furious in the hall. Xiaoshua left the room and did not know where to go. Guoxing went to the Zompan duplex. K goes to Zhong Pendulum. When Guoxing's body was found, K was attacked and passed out. Locked in the washroom. S. Fushi arrives at the Green Garden of Kek Lok Temple. Meet Ma Yuan. S. Fauci enters coffee shop A. S. Fauci returns to the Timepiece Museum. Dinner with Saiko and Yukimi in the hall. Yujimi was brought back to the house by Saiko. Sayaka went back to the room. S. Fauci and Saiko went to the clock tower to watch the mechanical room. The time for the old building was originally booked. S. Fauci and Sayoko go to the study. S. discovers the classic diary. S. Fauci and Sayaka go back to the hall. Go back each. S. was called out by Sayoko. Fauci was missing. S. Saiko, Tianxua enter the old hall. What is the so-called time? Lugu said, looking at his watch. Then he turned his head to gaze at the dark brown marble walls surrounding the hall, and finally to the patio. Jiang Nan took out his pocket watch from his pocket and checked the time. It was a little after 10:30 in the morning. What exactly is time? Lugu repeated this aggressive question. There is no doubt that I am not here to teach anything about the theory of time in physics. I am talking about time as a social institution, like language and law. Time is nothing but us. A system created by human society. Nature, by its nature, is not static, but has undergone various evolutions with different times and regions. Let's take a look at an obvious example. In pre-medieval Europe and in Japan up to the Edo period, time was set according to the rhythm of people's lives. This is the so-called irregular system, that is, the length of a unit of time varies according to day and night, season and region. With the invention of European mechanical clocks, this time system transitioned to the time system, dividing the day into 24 equal parts. This time system was implemented in Japan in the Meiji era. After that, the relationship between life and time was reversed. Time ran at a certain speed, and people's lives were strictly arranged according to time. Ah, looks like I don't have to ramble on asking so much nonsense, right? All in all, if you ask me what the nature of time I am talking about means to you, I will have to give it some thought, and perhaps answer with self-deprecation that the clock turns. We modern people rely on clock devices to clearly capture the form of time. We intend to use the clock to calculate and control time, but in fact, on the contrary, our body and spirit are bound and dominated by the time created by the rotation of the clock. That is it. Speaking of this, Lugu took a breath. Seo stood opposite Lugu like a wooden man, his expressionless eyes fixed on the writer's chest. Miziba. Dear Valley called after a while. She heard the sound, and her shoulders trembled again. When I was about to put a question mark on your alibi, the first thing that came to my mind was a way to confuse the idea of time. By setting the clocks in the old hall a few hours ahead or slowing down, there is a difference in the concept of time for many people. That is to say, to secretly change the time of all clocks in the process of everyone sleeping. This is a common method in the world of mystery novels that you like and often read. However, I quickly discovered that this approach is impossible for criminals. Because it is extremely troublesome to speed up or slow down all the clocks in the museum one by one, and even if it takes time and effort to do this, there is still one watch that is extremely difficult to reach. This is what Jiangnan has been bringing pocket watch on the side. It was impossible for him to touch it completely without being noticed by him. Moreover, according to Jiangnan, this watch was secretly brought from the decorative cabinet in the hall after the first night of the meeting. You were not there at the time, so of course you couldn't know about it right away. Now, in order to achieve the purpose of clarifying the truth, a major change in the method of conception is required. It must be freed from the fixed notion that time always advances at the same speed, and that clocks turn the same no matter what. That is to say, to know. If the device that creates and governs time itself operates at a different speed than the ordinary device, then the evolution of time has to be different. This is the answer to the mystery of all the timepiece museums. Lugu, please come here and lick his lips as if he is counting the time again. Sayoko's gaze moved upwards, looking at the corner of his mouth. Jiang Nan took a deep breath and could not help but leave the wall and check his body. I'll start with the final conclusion, Lugu said. The 108 clocks in the old hall, including the pocket watches in Jiang Nan's pocket, all run at a faster speed than the outside, which is 1.2 times that of ordinary clocks. Minutes run as their hour. After Lugu returned to the Zhuang apartment late last night from the Kamakura City Hospital where Fushi Ryota lived. Find the answer to your question as you just said. He immediately sat in front of the computer in the study and began to revise the original comparison table compiled based on Jiang Nan's notes. The figure of 1.2 times is the value he obtained in order to adapt to various factual relations in the revision work. If the time inside the old museum starts at 6 p.m. on July 300th and advances at a speed of 1.2 times, then 1 minute is 10 seconds faster, 1 hour is 10 seconds faster, and 1 day is 4 hours faster. 3.5 days is. According to this ratio, the time gap between the internal and external is bound to widen. Based on this situation, Lugu reformulated the comparison table with the external normal time as the standard. Brilliant. The time of the incident in the old building and the alibi that Sayoko was outside were all corrected to invalid time figures. In other words, the facts are very clear, and she did not have an alibi in all aspects of the case. Now Dear Valley has brought the revised comparison table. He took out a folded piece of paper from his jacket pocket and explained to Sayoko, who lowered his head. Let me answer the few questions I just raised, Lugu said and threw the comparison table at Saiko's feet. First of all, regarding the issue of Mikoto at Kamioji Temple making everyone put on spiritual robes. I think this is also what you instructed her to do to achieve a certain purpose. The so-called purpose is to make everyone here take off their watches. Because you can't directly issue an order to prohibit everyone from bringing watches in. So I made some unheard of reasons, what soul hates impure things, especially. Hate things made of metal, and so on, let everyone take off all clothing items and put on pre-prepared clothes. This rule is also to prevent people from bringing in any items that can know the normal time, such as radios, tape recorders, etc. Why do criminals use clocks as murder weapons? Because in the end, you need to destroy all the 108 clocks of different speeds inside and outside the old hall without leaving a single one. But you feel it's too unnatural to only do this kind of damage, so you use the clock as a murder weapon from the beginning, to cover up your vandalism. Why do criminals put sleeping pills in plastic drinking buckets? Doing so is convenient for one's own criminal activities, of course, is also a reason, but there is also an important intention, which is to disrupt the biological clock in everyone's body. Turn 1 minute into 50 seconds, 1 hour into 50 minutes, and 6 hours into 5 hours. The time gap is getting bigger and bigger, and the other party must never realize that this trick is needed for this. Then mix an appropriate amount of sleeping pills into the water, so that all the staff are always under the action of the drug. They will neither wonder why they do not sleep or feel sleepy in the middle of the night, nor do they feel that time flies too fast. This is where your heart is. Of course, nonetheless, all parties must have felt that something was wrong at one point or another. Jiang Nan thought in his heart, that's true. For example, on the night of the first day, the 30th, it was past 12 o'clock when I returned to my room and went to bed. The next day, I opened my eyes and saw that it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I couldn't help being surprised. During this period, although he went to the toilet and saw Makoto of Kamioji Temple and followed him, if he simply counted the time, he would have slept for nearly 14 hours. Later, they came to understand that someone might have given sleeping pills. In fact, in the old hall on the 30th, 12 p.m. is 11 p.m., and 2 p.m. the next day is 10:40 a.m. Therefore, the real sleep time is 11 hours. So what's the point of killing photographer Tsumi Toshihiro? Lugu continued, emphasizing that his image was taken into the camera by him can indeed be the motive for the criminal to commit murder. However, regardless of Yujimi's situation, as far as you are concerned, when he took pictures, you were never there. The scene was there. So why did you have to kill him? The answer is extremely simple. The first thing you want to destroy is not his negatives, but the 2 cameras he is carrying. You may have been careless and didn't realize beforehand that almost 100% of the cameras recently released are equipped with clocks, which record the date and time of the photo in the photo. Superior. You only find out after killing 2 people, and in a deliberate rush to grab the camera in order to unplug the clock. At the same time you worry that the Uchiha may have looked at the watch and sensed the time discrepancy, so you won't let him. You destroyed the negatives out of fear that there might be negatives with the normal date and time recorded in them. When Jiangnan and Guoxing discovered the secret doors connecting the data rooms and opened them one by one in sequence, they found the camera taken by the criminals in room I. Both cameras were dropped to the ground and destroyed. Jiangnan exactly remembers 2 high-performance batteries among the flashes, lenses, cassette lids, and negatives scattered on the ground. Why did the criminal knock on the new door after killing the first 2 people? In order for the criminal to make his alibi outside the old hall, it is necessary for the criminal to appear in the old hall in order to give the other party the exact time to commit the crime as much as possible. Because no matter how complete the alibi is made outside, if the time for committing the crime is confused, all the previous efforts will be forfeited. The moment when the clock used as the murder weapon stops can indicate the time of the crime, but it is not enough. Because this kind of scene can be faked in large numbers. So you went to knock on the door of the newcomer. Your intention is to let her see her figure and clearly show the other party the exact time when the criminal appeared in the old hall. Why didn't the criminals kill Jiang Nanjun? This problem can be explained by the same reasoning. You need at least one of them to survive. This person is familiar with and can recount everything that happened in the old house. You need this person to prove to the police the so-called facts such as what day and who was killed, what time the culprit appeared, etc. You think Jiangnan is best suited to play the role of this proof person and therefore did not take his life. Why did the criminals put the bodies of 4 people in the forest? Avenging the death of your daughter who fell into a pit and was injured is certainly one of your motives, but there's also a question of precedence. Why did you leave the bodies of Watanabe-kun and Sakiko-san, while the bodies of Yukika-kun and Mr. Kobayakawa were disposed of? The answer is clear. You're trying to be as vague as possible about the time of death inferred by the forensic autopsy. Is that so? As time passed, the error between the time and the proper time in the old museum became wider and wider. There was a 5-hour difference between Watanabe-kun and Sakiko-san when they were killed, and it was more than 7 hours when Yukikai-kun and Kawarizaki were killed, and 9 hours when Guoxing watched. As for Mr. Kobayakawa, it will be more. And considering the situation when the body was handed over to the police, it is not difficult to imagine that the shorter the time of death, that is, the newer the body, the smaller the range of inferred time of death. So you pick up the order of the shortest time to die and transport the 4 people out of the museum to hide in the forest. As long as this method can delay the discovery of the body by half a day or a day, the time of death will accordingly become inaccurate. In your opinion, this way, you can avoid a critical conflict between the exact time of the incident provided by Jiang Nan during his testimony and the time the police deduced. After Lugu said this in one breath, he asked Saiko, "Am I right?" urging her to express her stance. Breathing hard, she stroked her forehead with her palm as if very tired. "I don't understand at all." She replied hoarsely, "I don't know what you said." We have the evidence in our hands. Several clocks have been repaired, and we can check the speed of the hands. Yes, there is another way to check the skylight in the hall. The 12 skylights in the hall of the old hall are naturally equipped with corresponding devices. In order to enclose everyone in a time at a different speed from the outside world, it is necessary to completely block the light from the outside world to cover up the normal operation and alternation of day and night. The skylight must have been constructed in such a way that two thick tinted glass panels were placed on the inner and outer sides, with a shading plate sandwiched between them. Then put a light bulb or other light source on the combination of the inner glass and the shading plate. And there is an automatic device connected to this group of light sources, through the on/off button or other mechanisms to adjust the brightness to grasp the dawn and the light in the old hall. Dusk. Because of this situation, you have to destroy not only 108 clocks, but also the skylight. You wanted to keep Mr. Kobayakawa as another witness, but in the end you killed him, probably because of the reason right here. In order to escape, he starts smashing the skylight, so you have to kill him too. Miss IPO, is that true? Are you saying that I made that kind of device specially? Sayoko replied as if out of breath, "The same goes for the clocks you're talking about with different speeds, how could I?" Of course. Lugu nodded vigorously and said, "Of course you are powerless to do these things, and I didn't say that you specially made those things to carry out this evil plan. You just used the original thing." At this time, Lugu raised his voice and said, "There is no doubt that all this was built when the old hall was built by the ancient Erendian. To create such a space, its time-running speed is different from that of the outside world. That's exactly what he built the Timepiece Museum for. It may have been 15 years, no, 16 years. When Ko-London entrusted Seiji Nakamura to design this house, his mind was about the future. He had no doubt conceived of the basic structure of the semi-subterranean building with few windows on the basis of a definite intention. He was intent on controlling the course of time, so to speak. Built a time machine in his home to reach the future before the outside world. As Kagaya spoke, he walked gently towards Sayoko, who was depressed and motionless. Saiko was taken aback and was about to parry when he had passed by her and walked straight forward to the front of the two gates. He turned back unhurriedly, raised his face and squinted at the high and darkened patio. Why does he want to build such a building? Lugu asked loudly. There is no doubt that this is for his only daughter named Forever. Saiko didn't look back at Lugu. She still stood there, her shoulders trembled slightly, and at the same time she let out a deep sigh, which reached Jiang Nan's ears. Always the same as in her mother's time, dreaming of being a happy bride on her 16th birthday. However, the fortune teller Taichi Nanomaya once again announced a terrible prophecy to Rindian. He will always die before his 16th birthday. This fortune teller had accurately predicted the death of the era. At the same time, as if to prove the quasi-nature of the fortune teller's prediction, the hospital proved that she had suffered from an incurable disease that modern medicine could not do. As a father, what was your mood at that time? He poured out his love for his wife who died early, and poured it out into eternity, to the point of madness. Therefore, he was absolutely reluctant to believe Mr. Nanomaya's new prophecy, but in the end he had to believe it. You can never live to be 16. He thought that the simple desire to wear a wedding dress like his mother could never be fulfilled, and to die as the fortune teller had predicted. After a period of painful torture, an extremely absurd dream developed in his heart. In this normal passage of time, it is never possible to live to the 16th birthday. Then you can change the speed of the passage of time, let the time move forward faster than the normal speed, create such a space, let you live in it forever, in order to fulfill her desire to be a bride at the age of 16 as soon as possible. As a result, all the clocks in the Timepiece Museum began to move forward at their own specific speed starting from August 5th, 15 years ago, the day of the eternal 10th birthday. In a space where time passes at 1.2 times the speed, a year can be spent in 10 months. So if you spend 5 years outside, you will spend exactly 6 years inside. Therefore, it is 1 year earlier than the date predicted by the fortune teller. In this way, you will always be able to welcome your 16th birthday subjectively and psychologically. He worked hard to make this project a success, and the results could be seen everywhere in the house. The 108 timepieces may have been secretly made by Luan Dian, instructing his subordinate Ikuo Hattori. Since they took the form of imitation old timepieces, no one would have any doubts about the movement. I think that's what he's putting so much pain into. The skylight lighting device just mentioned is also one of them. In addition, the entire building is a semi-underground structure, which can block the outside air temperature. At the same time, complete air conditioning equipment is installed inside. This is because he considers that the 6 years in the museum will definitely encounter the completely opposite seasons of the natural world outside. Moreover, it is not simply a cooling and heating device, but also a device that keeps the temperature of the whole building constant. I don't know the details. For example, it is possible to achieve the above purpose by using this method to leave space inside all ceilings, walls, and floors to circulate air that maintains a certain temperature. Naturally, the same amount of brain power is required when it comes to solving ventilators. Always go out for a walk, and strictly limit the time when the day and night inside and outside the museum are exactly the same, and there is no clear seasonal difference in temperature and scenery. Most of the trees planted in the house are evergreen trees, which is probably also a painstaking effort by Luan Dian. The surrounding forests are also mostly evergreens such as oaks and nanchus. These trees don't change as much in appearance from season to season, at least they don't turn red or deciduous. As long as the temperature is not abnormal, it is possible to let her go out for a walk by treating the mid-autumn season as early summer. Nevertheless, it must be extremely painful for her to be forced to spend most of the time in the pavilion without sunlight. However, Luan Dian is convinced that by this method, letting her live to her 16th birthday is the greatest love for her. When I interviewed Mr. Ma Yuan Changping, he said to his dead friend, actually, he doesn't have to do that. On the contrary, it has made forever miserable. He added, Luan Dian is desperate to make his daughter's ideals come true. However, he actually built such a strange building, he is simply crazy. Indeed, in a sense, the mind of Rindian may have entered a state of madness. Also, about the records in the living room of Pendulum House. It is said that all the records there are contained in self-made record sleeves with self-made labels on them, and the original records on the record sleeves are all removed. Presumably this is also the masterpiece of Luan Dian painstakingly. Because you can't always see the box cover label and the track playing time marked on the record. There are no tuners and decks on the stereo combo, probably for the same reason. Then, secondly, there needs to be several people who work together. They are Hattori Ikuo, who is entrusted with making special clocks, Ma Yuanji and his father Ma Yuan Changping, who are forever engaged in marriage, the adopted son Yuji Mi, not to mention the attending Dr. Hasegawa Shunjiang, and Terai Aki, who was hired as a nurse, to help with the cooking. The Temple of Housework and Guangjiang, and then you and your husband you. From the old man Nanamaya, who had been living in an independent hut since then, was among them. He needs to explain the situation to so many people at least and get their cooperation. So time at a different speed from the outside world began to pass in the museum. Always aware that her body is getting weaker and weaker in that extremely unfree living environment, and she gradually feels restless and even annoyed and hated by the clocks placed in various places in the museum. Despite this, she still looks forward to the upcoming 16th birthday, so 6 years have passed, and just like looking forward to the stars and the moon, I will look forward to it in a few days. One day, Si and Ming Jiang bring Eternal to the courtyard. She hasn't come out for a long time. That day was July 29th, 1979 in the outside world, 10 years ago. With his back to Lugu, Sayoko, who had his head down, sighed again. Lugu also took a deep breath at the same time. His eyes seemed to be looking into the distance, and he continued to the patio. I will always slip into the forest alone when Ming Jiang doesn't see it. Because she heard the children playing a very happy voice. So, she saw Fauci and the other 4 who came to play, and started talking. Jiang Nanjun told me that the deceased Guoxinjun described the situation as follows. The conversation between them was very innocent and straightforward, but she suddenly began to suffer, and they hurriedly took her out of the forest to her home. According to my imagination, her mood changed so suddenly, she must have been shocked to hear from their 4 children. Innocent and straightforward conversations, which may include conversations about the right time in the outside world, such as what month and day today is, how many years is this year in the solar calendar, etc. Through the conversation, she learned the truth that that day was July 29th, 1979. At the same time, I also know that it will take more than a year to truly celebrate my 16th birthday. She probably didn't believe it right away, thinking they were lying and yelling at the kids. However, after returning to the museum and thinking about the many events that have happened since she started living in the old building, she felt out of place with the words and actions of the people around her and the feeling she had in her own arms, and finally believed that those children were not lying. So, always thinking, why have I been living in a time with a different speed from the outside world? Why do you all cheat on yourself? After thinking about it, she felt that there was only one answer, and that was that she might not live to her true 16th birthday. She desperately asks Luan Dian, Yu Jimi, Ming Jiang, and maybe you for the truth. Of course you deny it, but she no longer believes the old cliché. That is to say, this is the real motive for suicide forever. She fell into the abyss of disappointment, became half mad, cut her wedding dress to shreds, put it on, and committed suicide. The 4 children who told the truth, naturally ignorant, left after the summer camp. After reading about the tragedy that happened 10 years ago, Kagaya moved his gaze, which had been staring at the patio, to Saiko's back. Sayaka sighed again. Jiang Nan alternately looked at the gestures of the 2, and took out his pocket watch from his pocket again. The time is around 11 in the morning. After dying forever, the nurse Temple and Ming Jiang, who felt a great responsibility, hanged themselves in the forest. Then your daughter Tashiko fell into the pit that Fossey had left and was injured and died of tetanus. After last month, your husband Hirasaku he also died in a traffic accident. Not long after that, my Yuenji, his eternal fiancé, was killed in the mountains. Deer Valley continued. The ancient Arendian again commissioned Seiji Nakamura to design for him, and began to build the clock tower and the new building, which was completed in the summer of 1980. He fell ill and died shortly thereafter. 9 years passed after Luan Dian's death. In the meantime, all the clocks in the old hall continued to operate according to his wishes. On the other hand, among those who participated in his ridiculous dream, 2 more died. One is the attending Dr. Hasegawa Toshima, and the other is Ikyo Hattori, a very talented subordinate in the company. In this way, there are only 5 people left who know the truth about the tragedy 10 years ago. That is, Yusun Ibo Sayada and Yuji Mi, Nano Maya Taichi, Ma Yuan Changping, and Mikoto of Guangming Temple and others. At this time, 2 of the 4 children from 10 years ago, namely Guono Minsano and Kawarazaki Junichi, suddenly appear in front of you. At the same time, you believe that Ryosuke Watanabe, who accompanied them, is also one of the 4, because you think their names are very similar. This was last fall in September. Since this chance reunion, you've decided to take revenge on them. Of course, you go through several stages of preparation. For example, What kind of organization will the paranormal phenomenon research of W University to which they belong? Who are participating now? As long as you want to understand the situation in this regard, it is not that difficult. So you unknowingly start to investigate, and it was also found that the name of Sakiko Kashi, one of the four, was also on the research group's list. At this moment, you got in touch with Mitsui Terai, who is active in the society as a spiritualist, and got a long-awaited message from her. This is that Mitsuo has a lover named Zaya Bayakawa who works in the editorial department of the Chaos magazine. Shiro. He is an old alumnus of W University and has interviewed the Paranormal Research Society. In the process, you came up with a plan to recruit Gua Sheng and other 4 people into this mansion, use the time difference inside and outside the old mansion to kill them, and at the same time ensure that you are not on the scene. You think that there are only 4 people besides yourself who know the secret of the old hall now. One of them is Yuji Mi, who has become mentally ill, the other is the old man Nanomaya who has been confused, and the other is Ma Yuan Changping, who is also suffering from Alzheimer's disease, and can't even speak when meeting each other. You regularly visit him in the green garden of Keklok Monastery, and you know his situation well. There is only one Guangjiang left. As long as she can gag her mouth, it is impossible for others to know this secret. So, the first thing you do is... Sayoko, who had kept her head down and turned her back to Shikatani, raised her head at this time. Then, as if being pulled by an invisible thread, he slowly moved his gaze upward. Lugu stared at her expression, nodded and said, "Yes," and then continued the half-sentence just now. It is to remove the hands of the giant clock dial on this tower. Jiangnan raised his eyes, looking at the top patio as if he was going to chase Saiko's gaze. In the dim darkness, the square hole opened its mouth wide, and the inside of the hole was pitch black, and the sound of gears turning gently came from the mechanical room opposite it. At this moment, the voice seemed to suddenly become louder, but in fact, it was purely a feeling. When I went to the green garden of the Jile Temple to visit the old man Ma Yuan, I happened to hear the owner of a coffee shop talking about the timepiece house. He said that the big bell on the clock tower of the house is called the changeable bell. Since it has always been random, people nearby gave it such a name. I didn't pay much attention to it after listening to it, but the more I thought about it, the more strange it became. Under normal circumstances, to say that the clock is not accurate, it refers to a few minutes faster or a few minutes slower. But the hands on this clock tower are not just a matter of how fast or slow a few minutes, but always random wandering. What does this linguistic difference indicate? The answer is undoubtedly clear. That is, the giant clock on this tower built after eternal death. It also follows the will of the ancient Erendian, and runs at the same speed as the 108 clocks in the old hall. So it's not surprising that it always seems to be wandering around randomly, without a straight head. To do this, you have to take off the 2 hands from the dial on the pretext that the metal parts are rusted. This was last November. So Luan Dian also did the original tricks on this tower clock. Why? This is closely related to the poem The Silent Goddess that he left on the lid of the coffin. Then, Lugu hesitated and looked at his watch. Saiko was still sculpting the patio, standing upright and motionless. Jiangnan looked at her and thought to herself, how much did she know about the mystery of language in the poem The Silent Goddess? The goddess is bound in a silent cell. He was executed on August 5th, 1992. At the end of time, the 7-colored light shines into the sanctuary. The shouting is earth-shattering, you listen. That beautiful and touching dying tune. The only song of the goddess of silence. It is a song of sorrow, a song of prayer. With the corpse of the sinful beast. Dedicated to my grave to comfort my soul. In the car that came here, Lugu told Jiangnan his views on this prose poem. The date August 5th, 1992 indicated in the poem, if ever returned, would be her 28th birthday, and 28 was the age of her mother's death. Forever Girl hopes that she, like her mother, can be a bride on her 16th birthday. She looks exactly like her mother. So after this simple wish is fulfilled, how long can she live with her weak body? What did her father, Galundian, think about this? For example, is it possible to make such an assumption? Lugu offered an idea. The Clock Mansion Murders. Susie read with you. Luan Dian turned his affection for his wife into his love for his daughter, so he may have ignored the doctor's announcement. It was difficult for her to live to be 20 years old, and a fantasy arose in her mind that not only her desire to be like her mother when she was 16 was fulfilled, but also her desire to be like her mother after 16 was fulfilled. In other words, let her live to 28 years like her mother, and then die. However, it turned out to be forever 10 years ago, before he even passed his 16th birthday and died. Luan Dian may have been madly sad, sighing, angry. He would definitely think that it was going well, everything went as he wished, that he would always celebrate his 16th birthday in a time and space that was different from the outside world, that he would be able to break the prophecy of Taichi Nanomaya at that time, overcome the disease, and she would continue to live in the same space and time, yet. So, it seems that the date found in the poem is not the real August 5th, 1992 that will come 3 years from now. It always means that the 28th birthday will always be greeted in the time and space made by London. Only this view is more appropriate. Therefore, it has been 15 years since the time in the old museum on August 5th, 1974, and today happens to be August 5th, 1992 in the time and space of the museum. Dear Valley came to the above conclusion. Then he said to Jiangnan, "That's why I'm in such a hurry." Because of the sudden call, she seems to be very panicked. But I must not let go of today. If my thinking is correct, the end of time probably refers to the birth of eternity, the time is noon. The clock on the tower has been moving for 9 years just to align with this moment. Of course, there may be some errors. I want to finish some things before this moment arrives. I don't know. Is it too late? Jiangnan looked towards the patio again. Lugu only told him that the silent goddess refers to the 3 clocks hanging side by side in the square hole. It turns out that several bells that have never chimed in 9 years will play their one and only song on August 5th, 1992, that is, at noon today. But a huge and unsolved mystery still haunts Jiangnan's heart. However, Lugu continued to expound his views regardless of what he was thinking. I can only subjectively imagine how you persuaded and asked Kamioji Mikoto, i.e. Terai Mitsui, to cooperate with you. However, I think it is very likely that Mitsuko only knew how to live in the old hall forever, and she later I am afraid that the process of suicide is unknown. She only worked in Gui's family for a period of time. Regarding her sister Mingjiang's suicide, I am afraid she only heard that she committed suicide because of the guilt of eternal death. In this case, you're likely to talk to her and convince her that you're always going to die by falling into a pit in the forest, such as when you start talking like this. He knew the names of the 4 children who dug the pit from the dead Luan Dian, and all 4 of them are now participating in a research group at W University. And they don't seem to be aware of the culpability they committed in the past. Instead, they are very interested in rumors that there are ghosts in the house. I want to simply provide them with a chance to come to the old building, so that they can feel their guilt. Can you help me? So, you introduced the specific plan to her, which is the original copy of the special plan of the Chaos magazine. The general steps are to invite them to the old hall to hold a spiritual meeting under the name of Challenge the Ghost of the Timepiece Hall. Through the mouth of the spiritualist Terai Mitsunoki, the truth of the events that happened 10 years ago is revealed. Questions about the passage of time in the museum are also effectively clarified in the process. As for Guangjiang, there is no doubt that the prank they played 10 years ago was also an indirect reason for her sister Mingjiang's suicide. In addition, the successful success of this plan will also enhance his reputation as a spiritualist. So she agreed to cooperate without raising any objection. At this time, of course you have to ask her, don't reveal the secrets about the old building to anyone, even to her lover Kobayakawa, etc., and repeatedly told her to keep it secret. In the end, as you intended, through her work, the special plan was made possible. The afternoon of July 30. Needless to say, the injection of sleeping pills into the plastic bucket was done before the interview team arrived. It used to be a question of how much to invest in. Too much is not acceptable, and too little is not acceptable. However, it has finally passed the experiment of me or yourself, so it can be put in a moderate amount in advance. Before long, they arrived at the house as planned. The personnel encountered accidental situations. Fushi Jun couldn't come due to urgent matters, so he temporarily found a substitute role. It's not a big deal for you, because it is not Ryota Fushi, but Ryosuke Watanabe as one of the 4 people. You follow each order, identifying targets one by one and getting familiar with their faces. Then, according to the steps discussed in advance, Guangjiang asked everyone to change into spiritual robes and take off their personal belongings such as watches. In the process, you remove a mask from the hallway wall. You expect one of them to find out about it, right? When the murderer wearing this mask haunts the museum, the discoverer will say that the culprit is wearing the missing mask, and they will first suspect each other within themselves. I'm afraid that's what you planned? 6 p.m. There is no doubt that you have adjusted all the clock hands of the old museum to this official start time in advance. When the door of the old hall was locked, Mitsuko took the spare key from Kobayakawa, what was said about 16 years old at the soul-calling meeting, the dark cave, and the discovery of what was found behind the decorative cabinets in the hall. Even if you have the key, all these words and deeds are done at your command. In the early morning of that night, it was 3 in the morning in the old pavilion, and it was 1:30 outside. You agreed to meet Guangjiang secretly at the Zheng Pendulum Pavilion on the grounds of discussing the next steps. You didn't forget to tell her at this point that you must bring the spare key you borrowed from Kobayakawa. You take out the key from Yujimi's room and sneak into the old hall through the secret passage. You naturally told her about the secret passage in advance, so you waited for an opportunity to kill her here. Silencing is the primary purpose, and you also have an attempt to move her body to the columbarium and hide it. In this way, in the upcoming serial murder case in the museum, everyone's suspicious eyes can be drawn to her, and she is considered a suspect. Well, on the other hand, after their group entered the old hall, at about 7 p.m. on the 30th, you received 2 sudden visitors, that is, Fauci and I. The sudden appearance of 2 uninvited guests confuses you, and you naturally reject it on the spot. When you finish reading the book I gave you, you feel that this person can take advantage. Your original plan was to use the farm, or go to a friend's house, or call a friend and get an alibi outside. But at this time, you changed your plan and decided to bring in the mystery novel writer Lugu Mencher, who likes to play detective games, as a witness to your absence. You may be a little bit windy when you consider taking advantage of this person, but it will be of great benefit in future work. So, you called me immediately that night. It was 3:30 in the morning, which is also the old building time when you killed Guangjiang. After you killed Guangjiang, you soon heard Jiang Nan's cry outside the door. So, you learned that he came to the door after following Guangjiang at the time. And you knew that the crime was going to be dated based on his testimony and the time the broken clock stopped, so that call you gave me was your first alibi. At the same time, you took the initiative to discuss with me on the phone, and asked me to promise to go to the clock museum at 9 p.m. on the 31st. Lugu paused for a moment. But, Madam IPO, he called to Saiko, would you turn your face around, please? She hesitated for a long time and turned to Lugu. In a short period of time, the age seems to have doubled, and the movement is very slow. Thank you. Lugu said, staring at Saiko. She lowered her head feebly. Before you implemented this plan, you have undoubtedly drawn up a timetable for the inside and outside of the old hall? You use it to study the order of committing crimes, when to kill people and obtain an alibi, etc. Around these issues, you took into account all possible situations and made careful arrangements. However, no matter how meticulous research is done in advance, it is impossible for things to develop 100% as expected. So, you take a countermeasure so that you can peek inside the museum while you are outside the old museum. Lugu raised his right arm slightly and pointed at Saiko's face. That's the earphone you've been wearing in your right ear. Maybe a real hearing aid or a radio now. There's nothing wrong with your ear actually, am I right? Saiko didn't answer right away. After a while, she nodded slightly, raised her trembling hands, and pulled the earphones from her ears. Sure enough, Lugu said, this earphone is not a hearing aid, but a bug? The other may be placed under the table in the hall of the old hall? Yes. It seems that Sayoko has resigned to fate and is no longer stubbornly insisting. She said feebly, that's why I had to kill Mr. Kobayakawa in the end. Not only did he break the skylight, but he also found the bug under the table, so It may be inappropriate for me to say this now. Lugu immediately narrowed his eyes and looked at Saiko. She closed her mouth again and lowered her head. I'm not a criminal police officer, and I don't condemn bad phenomena from a social justice standpoint like some people do. I'm not good at that, and I don't believe in that kind of justice. The conversation told the police. They want to settle the case with Gu Yujimi as the murderer, so let them handle it. I don't think it's anything. So please believe that what you do in the future is always your personal freedom. You can turn yourself in or run away. I just want to know what's going on in this house. I just want to know the truth. At this moment, not knowing what Saiko was thinking, she raised her face slightly, shook her head slowly, and said, please go on and on. She urged the other party, who was exposing her crime, to continue. All right. Lugu nodded slightly. Jiang Nan looked at his pocket watch again. It was 11:40 in the morning. In 20 minutes, it will be 12 noon. Lugu went on to say, you use the wiretap to grasp the internal situation and wait for the opportunity to commit crimes. So on the night of the 31st, you put on the spiritual robe you robbed from Guangjiang, put on that mask, and sneaked into the old building again. You killed Miss Kashi and Watanabe-kun, and let Miss Shinjin see you. This happened at 12 o'clock in the middle of the night in the old hall and around 7 o'clock in the afternoon outside. I am afraid that it was also at this time that the note you killed was left in the large closet of the Zheng Pendulum Pavilion, including the one that was later found in Yujimi's room. From the font, that's what you asked him to write. It is entirely possible if he is subtly induced in the name of eternity. The old man of Nanomaya saw the Grim Reaper coming out of the columbarium, that is, you in black and wearing a mask, just after this crime. The next day, when you heard about this from me, you must have been surprised, right? So, I came here at 9 o'clock with Fushikuin as agreed in advance. After you killed the two of them, you hurriedly changed your clothes, relaxed your nervousness, and then came out to socialize. In the hallway, we said that when you heard strange noises, you must have been anxious in your heart. At this time, Jiang Nanjun and the others were repeatedly trying to break the big iron gate in the old building. The sound of a gong in the distance came from there. It was actually the sound of someone slamming the iron door with a chair or a clock. You had no choice but to say that you didn't hear it and to prevaricate it. Since then, you have been monitoring the movements in the old building through bugs while talking to us in the lobby of the new building. Thinking about it now, your performance at that time was indeed a bit abnormal. You frequently touched the earphones with your hands and appeared absent-minded from time to time. Of course, in that situation, it's not surprising to have this behavior. At 10:30 that night, You went to the bell tower after saying that you delivered meals and medicine to Yu Jimi. I think you had given him sleeping pills at the time and he was already asleep. Your purpose is to hide the sleeping Yukimi somewhere, either under the bed or in the big closet. Stop by him as we lead us back from the study in the clock tower, so that we can see that he is not in the house. I happened to offer to meet him at the time, and even if I didn't mention it, I think you would have offered it. My car tire blew out, probably because of you. You're trying to keep us in the house with this trick until the next day, so that we can act as your alibi. After we decided to stay overnight, we entered your pre-prepared room. It was about 4 in the morning. After about an hour or so, you start your next move. At that time, it may have been noon on August 1st in the old hall. You got hold of everyone in the museum at that time through bugs. At this point you realize that you have to grab the camera and destroy the negatives, knowing that Inner C is alone in the house. So you broke into room 9 through the secret door and beat the drunk Inner C to death. Jiang Nan and others rushed over when they heard the shouting, and saw your shadow through the dark glass on the door. You must have panicked at the time, but on the other hand it felt like a good thing. Because the time of committing crimes in the old hall will be determined based on their testimony. When they did their best to clear the obstacles blocking the door, you used the secret door to escape the room, dealt with the 2 cameras, and then successfully killed Kawarazaki-kun, who lived in room 3. You forged your alibi about the 2 murders about 6 hours after you committed the murders. It was noon on August 1st when Fauci and I started our meal in the lobby of the new pavilion, and you have been with us at this time. Then, before 1 o'clock in the afternoon, we went to see the columbarium together. At this time, in the old hall, Jiang Nan and Gua Sheng were desperately searching for the secret door and password. Needless to say, you are not allowed to show Yu Jimi in front of us during this period of time. So you put him on sleeping pills to sleep in the house. Of course, perhaps locking him indoors from the outside with a key. According to the time agreed on the night before, Fauci and I went to the Green Garden Nursing Home in Jikloxi at about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. You said to prepare dinner for us and that we must be back around 7 o'clock. After you controlled our actions in this way, you soon hid in the old hall to carry out the next murder plan. I think Shinjianchuo may have been killed by you at this time. Lugu asked Saiko, is it because she discovered the secret passage, or is there some other reason? That's what you said. Sayoko replied indifferently, as if giving up on herself. At that time, I came to the extreme wall from that passage, and was about to go to the bedroom when I heard that Miss Shinkinsho had entered the next door. In the living room. I was startled and ran to hide behind the bed. When I realized that I forgot to close the access door, she had opened the bedroom door and got into the big closet. Humph. That's true. As Mr. Lugu said, I wanted to try not to kill her as much as possible, but she found the passage door and ran in. I chased after her slowly, and when she was about to run out of the columbarium, I put the she. Jiang Nan thought, Xiao Xiao must have been shocked to death at that time. Not because she discovered the secret passage, or because she was attacked when she was about to escape. Since it had been closed in the old building, she really believed it was midnight on August 1st. But what she saw when she pushed open the door of the columbarium completely shattered her original understanding. Although the sun was covered by thick clouds in the violent wind and rain, what appeared in front of her eyes was not the middle of the night, but a real world of daytime. Yeah. Lugu nodded and continued, you hid Miss Xinjian's body in the coffin and returned to the old hall. At this time, Gua Xingjun came to look for Shinjianchuo. The Dong Pendulum Pavilion. You found him in the living room and killed him. You expected that Jiangnan would come here after a while, so you held the photo in the hands of the deceased, in lieu of the deceased's last words, implying that the murderer was Yu Jimi. When you saw that Jiang Nanjun had found Guaxing's body and noticed that photo, you attacked him with restraint so as not to deal a fatal blow to him. Of course, you may have thought that if he resisted, he would have to kill him. He died, and there was another witness, Mr. Kobayakawa, who was alive. Even if Mr. Kobayakawa failed, there was also the record that Jiang Nanjun kept in his notebook. I didn't expect that Jiang Nanjun would easily faint under your blow. It was a very lucky thing for you and him. You find him carrying a pocket watch, destroy it immediately, and lock him in the washroom. You destroyed the lights there to try to disrupt his sense of time as much as possible. Because from then on, he still needs to stay there honestly for a whole day. In the case of sleeping pills working, being in a dark room can avoid suspicion and extrapolation, and can pull him back into the time flow of the old house. This is your intention. You were faced with the situation where you had to kill Mr. Kobayakawa for the reasons I just said, and you killed him in the end. And you killed the old man of Nanamaya because after you committed the crime, when you got out from the floor of the columbarium, you happened to be caught by him. Is that so? Saiko nodded, showing an expression like a clay sculpture and wood carving, and Lugu said this again, that's it. When you committed a crime in the old hall, when Fushikuin and I returned here, it was 7 o'clock in the afternoon one day. It's all over. But what you have to do is far from over. Then, you introduce Yukimi to us for dinner. I'm not a picky eater, I remember eating it in big gulps, but I felt that the taste of the dish was really heavy. I'm afraid you were exhausted by then. It is said that when people are tired, they will unconsciously put more salt in cooking. This is probably not my subjective guess. After you brought Jimmy back to the house and put him to sleep, you arranged an alibi for the last crime outside and never left our side. You accompany us to visit the mechanical room of the clock tower and help us find things in the study. The written material found there may be a diary written by the ancient Erendian himself. But it was so mutilated and indistinct that I thought it might be your hands. You found the diary among the relics of Luan Dian, ripped off the page, charred it to your own disadvantage so that others could not read it, and clipped it in a picture frame. You wanted to give it to the police as evidence to prove Yuji Mi's motive when they came to search, but it happened to be discovered by me, a reasoning writer who calls himself a lay detective. After returning to the hall from the study, I remember that you said you would drink some hypnotic wine together, so you brought brandy. I suspect that sleeping pills were put in the wine, and I couldn't sleep the next day. You also put medicine in Master Tiansua's wine. He couldn't go back that night because the road collapsed. You used this method to make us sleep to the death, but you went to the old hall to do a series of deeds, first broke the rest of the clocks, smashed the skylight, and then put on Yujimi's shoes to transport the body go into the forest to bury and so on. Beyond that, though, the big question remains Fauci's existence. Ryosuke Watanabe, who killed him in the first place, was not one of those children 10 years ago. You eavesdropped on Guashing's conversation in the hall of the old hall, learned about the situation, and figured out that Fushikuin, who came with me, is the one you want to clean up, and I heard that he was digging the pit with Guashing the culprit. Therefore, if you take him as the culprit who killed your daughter, you will definitely kill him. Your plan is that if he drinks that medicated wine and doesn't wake up, kill him with his usual method. However, he lay in the house after meals without a drink and spent sleepless nights, reminiscing about 10 years ago and discovering the date issue I originally mentioned. Then you go to his room and invite him to the top of the clock tower. It's almost noon. Lugu looked at his watch and looked around the walls of the hall on the spot, then stretched his slender body upwards as best he could, looking at the patio. But there was no sign of anything unusual. The sound of the gears of the giant bell, as usual, gently shook the stagnant air in the hall without stopping. Lugu glanced at Jiangnan, shrugged his shoulders slightly, and said to Saiko, I have nothing more to say about what happened on the afternoon of the second day. During this time, Master Tiansua found bloodstains at the gate. You have plans to make a name for yourself. Because of the storm the previous 2 days, the road collapsed, so the police arrived late, which is something you can't ask for. You and I entered the old hall to help search the hall, and you followed the predetermined steps to rescue the witness Jiang Nan from the washroom of the Zheng pendulum. It was also your intention to open the secret door in the large closet. The question is, how did you force Yuji Mishang to commit suicide? I can make some explanations based on my own subjective analysis. Kagaya observed Sayoko's reaction. In a hoarse voice, she asked Lugu to continue. While Jiang Nanjun and I were walking to Fushi, who was lying in the backyard, you hurriedly ran into Yuji Mi's room and said something like this to him. Always calling you. At the big clock on the 4th floor, if you don't hurry up, her life will be in danger. He misses his sister day and night, and saying that, he must run up desperately. At this time, you called him loudly, as if to dissuade him from going up, so that those outside us could hear. Since he knew that he was always calling himself, he couldn't listen to what others said. You have estimated the approximate time when we discovered what was inside the tower. You asked him to go to the mechanical room, followed closely behind you, then ran straight to the big bell, pounced on Yukimi, who was looking for her sister, and pushed him down from the square hole with all your might. Sayiko's shoulders trembled even more. She lowered her head and showed a cold face, which contained no human emotion at all. After taking revenge on the enemy who killed your daughter 10 years ago, put all the blame on Yujimi and let him suicide. This is the last resort of your long-planned criminal plan. So, Lu Zhao took a step forward and said, I asked you before, why do you hate Yujimi so much? Me, Sayoko just said, shook her head lightly and stopped, then turned around, turned her back on Hirogu, and walked towards the center of the hall. Yes, the one I hate the most in this world is indeed young Master Jimi. Sayiko glanced at the place where the boy fell to his death, and said in a tone without cadence, let me tell you about that summer. What happened now? 10 years ago? Yeah. Sayoko, still standing there with her face back, began to speak. My child Jinzi disappeared on August 15th, that is, after the death of Miss Young, after Ms. Mingjiang committed suicide. She went out to play and did not come back until it was dark. My husband and I were in a hurry and searched everywhere. We couldn't find it that day. The next afternoon, my husband found her in a pit in the forest, unable to move. She broke her leg when she fell, and the injury was very serious. Later, the wound became infected, turned into a disease, and finally, I naturally resent those who dig holes and play. I thought it might be the children who came to play at the end of July. But I never dreamed that this had something to do with Master Yukimi. Are you saying that Miss Today's death is related to young Master Yujimi? Lugu was surprised and asked again. Sayiko nodded silently. I didn't know until the next summer. It was after the new building and the clock tower were built, when Master Jimi moved here to live. At that time, his words and deeds were somewhat abnormal, but it had not developed to the point where he lived. To the point of needing to see a doctor, such as about eternal death, he can fully understand and accept it as a real problem. By chance, he told me about it. He said, last summer, when I disappeared, I found her crying in the forest that night when everyone was scrambling to find her. She cried because she fell into the pit and couldn't get out. But I don't want to tell anyone. Leave it there and let him go to that dark place like his sister. In this way, my sister will not feel lonely. At that time, Master Yujimi said to me, please forgive me, this is for my sister. What did he say in all seriousness? No childishness. Jiang Nan was very surprised when he heard it, and couldn't help but say thinking that there is such a thing. If Master Yujimi had told someone about this situation at that time, today's son might not have lost his life. When I thought about it, I felt a strong anger in my heart, but I didn't lose my temper with anyone, I just hid it in my own heart. I have been constantly encouraging myself not to resent others and blame others. In the past few years, this is how I have lived. I have followed the Master's last words and have been taking care of Master Yujimi in this house, for those abnormal clocks winding up. I can only do this every day, waiting for my dead daughter and husband to greet me. There is no other way. Sayoko kept shaking her head as she spoke. Last fall, if those students hadn't come here to visit, I wouldn't have. Sayingo said that, she closed her mouth, and her shaking her head suddenly stopped. Miziba. Lugu called, I have another question for you. What more do you want to ask? Why did you push Fauci under the clock tower and go to the yard to see if he was dead? At that time, there was plenty of time. Maybe. Sayoko replied with a long sigh, because I'm so tired. But maybe I wanted to resign at the time. Or just think about it, Sayoko said, looking back at Shikatani. If he's lucky enough to save his life, that's God's will. Do you understand what I'm saying? She seemed to pour out everything in her soul, her seemingly boundless and empty expression. A smile appeared in an instant, and then disappeared. Just then, there was a sound of metal plates rubbing against each other. Jiangnan immediately raised his head and looked up, holding his breath and listening. The sound of gears from the mechanical room was still the same. Also, no sound can be heard. When he was observing the vicinity, trying to figure out what the sound was just now, this time it was not one place, but the same metallic sound was heard everywhere. The sound disappeared after a while. Mr. Lugu? Jiangnan asked, looking at the writer standing near the door. What was the voice just now? Lugu put his index finger to his lips with a SH and took a step forward. He looked very nervous and quickly looked around the surrounding stone walls. After a while, the change has begun, Lugu whispered, pointing to the south wall. It sounded again. This time it wasn't the metallic sound just now, but a rustling sound, very soft, very soft. Jiangnan stared at the stone wall of Lugu's finger. Ah, cried out. Sayoko's reaction was the same. Part of the stone wall gradually changed color, from dark brown to bright red. At first, it was just a thin red strip less than a meter long, but this thin red strip slowly unfolded downward, like a thick curtain was opened, and bright red light shone in from the outside. This is sand, Shikatani said to Saiko. The walls of this hall are covered with a lot of stained glass, and the corresponding parts outside the wall are also broken with glass of the same color. What is sandwiched between the two pieces of glass is not a stone wall, but filled with sand of the same color. It looks like a rock. The sand is now sliding down the big hole underneath. The change that Lugu mentioned just now is not a single place. Except for the east wall with stairs, the same phenomenon occurs everywhere on the other three walls. The sand slipped and the walls became glass windows. These windows are of different colors, red, yellow, cyan, green, and purple, and colorful rays of light are shot through the windows. Time ends. Gu Yi Luandian, the owner of the bell tower, who has never met before, began to read his poem aloud in the depths of Jiangnan's eardrums. 7-colored light shines into the sanctuary. Jiangnan's eyes widened, staring blankly at the strange and magnificent scene. Before long, the windows all over the wall opened. The darkness in the tower was immediately dispelled, and 7-colored brilliance crisscrossed the hall. In an instant, another change began. Get out, Madam Ippo. Kagaya greeted Sayoko, who had been standing in the center of the hall. This time, out of nowhere, seemed to be under my feet, and there was a heavier metallic sound than the original sound, a strange sound like a rusty iron door being pulled open. Jiang Nanjun, you are the same. Go outside the hall. Going outside? Jiang Nan was still confused until now, wondering why he was so nervous. Why? At this time, he felt his feet shaking slightly. Could it be an earthquake? Jiangnan thought like a rebound, but soon realized that was not the case. Jiangnan Jun. Lugu shouted loudly, come out quickly. The ground shook violently. The entire bell tower made of stone also creaked strangely. The shouts were earth-shattering, and Jiangnan hurriedly ran towards the beckoning Lugu. He wondered, could it really be as predicted in the poem? You listen. Ms. Ipo. Lugu opened the door with the back of his back and called Sayoko. At this moment, the sound that shook the air in the hall like a chirping overwhelmed his shout and became more intense. Ms. Ipo, hurry up too. Sayoko still stood still. Ms. Iba. Jiangnan ran on the ground that was shaking intermittently, and finally reached Lugu. At this moment, the tower body trembled with a loud noise. Lugu and Jiangnan quickly ran out of the hall door. Escape through the back door and run as far as possible. Lugu ordered loudly, looked back at the hall again, and called out Sayoko's name. The ground shook violently, shaking the building constantly. At this moment, above his head, a clear bell rang. Jiangnan thought, "This is the goddess of silence." He even forgot his own danger, and even the sound of the ground disappeared from his ears. In an instant, he was fascinated and intoxicated by the beautiful sound of the bell. You listen. That beautiful and touching dying tune. The only song of the silent goddess. The goddess who has been silent for 9 years is now about to sing her only and last singing. At the top of the tower hangs 3 clocks that have nothing to do with the clockwork machinery, and there are no drawstrings on the clocks for striking. There is only one way to make such a silent goddess sing, and that is to shake the whole building and knock down the clock tower. Sayoko stood in the center of the hall, looking back at the ringing bell. Then she suddenly shouted, raised her arms as if dancing, and fell to the ground. Ms. Ipo. Deer Valley shouted, Ipo. Sayoko was lying on her back, and a rapidly falling object slammed into her chest. Lugu and Jiangnan screamed at the same time. The sound of the collapse of the ground, the tinkling of bells, and now the strange sound of something falling, all kinds of sounds mixed together. The rapidly falling object was a long black rod. It is actually a large hand that has been removed from the clock dial and has been placed in the mechanical room. It fell from the square hole in the patio. Ah! The black murder weapon was deeply stuck on Sayoko's chest and swayed from side to side. Jiangnan turned his eyes and shouted, "It's too miserable. Can't stay here, let's go, Jiangnan." Lugu pushed his shoulder with his hand. Quick, run away. The two escaped from the back door of the new pavilion. Jiangnan followed Lugu closely and ran desperately on the barren lawn. During this period, the bell tower was still trembling with the shaking of the ground, and the 3 bells continued to ring with a delicate and sweet sound. After a while they ran to the front of the forest. Look back. The huge black bell tower has begun to tilt. A large group of flying dust storms, as if rolling from the ground, rushing into the air. The tower slowly fell towards the center of the backyard. That is exactly the target that the 12 o'clock on the clock dial of the clock tower is facing, that is, the direction of the columbarium where Guarundian and his 2 favorite women slept. It is a song of sorrow, a song of prayer. Jiangnan remembered the second half of the poem. With the corpse of the sinful beast. Dedicated to my grave to comfort my soul. The bell tower is kneeling in front of their tombstones in the lamentation of the silence goddess. The collapse of the bell tower seemed to stop for a moment, and then the part from the mid-waist to the upper side seemed to slide down and staggered to one side, and then collapsed with a deafening loud noise. The song of the goddess disappeared, and the tower's collapse continued, and in the bright afternoon sun, the speed gradually increased, as if the upper body that had collapsed to the ground was about to collapse, and it didn't move for a while. He was executed on August 5, 1992. So the false time that has been passing by in the old hall finally ended, and the absurd dream was also shattered. End. Until the end, I was still dubious. Lu Gumenshi poured the boiling water from the thermos into the bowl of noodles and said to Jiangnan. Jiangnan has been holding his cheeks with both hands, looking at his hands. But I've already thought that unless the bell tower itself is knocked down, there's no way to make those bells ring. Ms. IPO also said that when the tower was built 9 years ago, the contractor changed in the middle. So, if you had told me earlier, I wouldn't need to be so panicked. Jiangnan complained a little, he said, 1 step away, we'll be dead. Forget it, don't talk about it. Lugu scratched his head embarrassedly and said, however, I really didn't expect Ms. IPO to end up like this. Actually, didn't you expect her to have this day? Where is it? It's a matter of the past. I'm not a fortune teller. Lugu frowned, retorted, and then sat down on the sofa. The ashtray on the table was still full of cigarette butts. After a while, he grabbed the lid of the bowl of noodles. Isn't it time? Jiangnan said. Well, about 30 seconds. Lugu said indifferently, when you were in the old restaurant, you ate this kind of fast food? Someone must have an opinion, right? They must say that this noodle is too unpalatable, and it's not hungry at all. Because time goes so fast there, 3 minutes is equal to 2 minutes and 30 seconds. The time is now Sunday night, August 13th. The location is room 409 of the Ueno Mao Green Village apartment. Last week, Gangnam received visits from detectives from the Kanagawa Prefectural Police Department almost every day. He thought that Lugu would definitely be asked the same question over and over again. In fact, he can say that the real murderer of the whole case is the dead Sayoko, and it's over. But he didn't want to put Lugu aside anyway and did it himself. He just repeated over and over again what happened when the clock tower collapsed. He didn't know how the detectives understood his words, nor what the authorities would draw on the case in the future. By now, he was not so interested in these. I think the clock tower collapsed because of this kind of device, Lugu started to explain after devouring the instant noodles. He seemed to have guessed what Jiangnan wanted to ask. Can you imagine a huge, flat box made of thin iron plates in your head? Fill the box with fine sand and place it on an underground platform. The stone bell tower sits on this. Oh? What about under it? Under the box, there is a huge and solid cave made of cement. As soon as the flap at the bottom of the box is opened, the sand will automatically flow down. After the flow is exhausted, the box cannot bear the weight of the giant tower and collapse on its own. This will cause the entire tower base sank, so the unbalanced tower body had to fall down. Maybe this is the device. Maybe the police have already figured out what kind of structure it is after investigation. Then the device that opens the bottom cover is connected to the big pointer? I think so. The device that controls the flow of sand between the tinted glass on the wall is also attached to the clock's mechanism. Maybe when the sand in the wall runs out, the switch will automatically open the bottom cover of the box. Probably so. Speaking of which, the construction company actually contracted the construction of such a dangerous building. Didn't they change the company in the middle? They kept secret what the building was going to be like at first, and only let the company build the foundation part. Then they hired another company to build the tower body. In short, it might be this way. Of course, there will be a detailed division of labor in the specific implementation. The construction department backed by the ancient Arendian must be mobilized and launched together. Didn't designer Nakamura Seiji express reluctance? How should I put it? Maybe he knows everything, or he may be completely deceived. For example, telling him to only do this kind of design, not to actually build it, etc. No matter what, Seiji Nakamura himself died 4 years ago. Those who participated in the absurd plans of the ancient Alendans and should be held accountable no longer exist. But Jiangnan raised a question that he had been thinking about over and over for the past week. Why did the ancient Erendian tear down the clock tower he built by himself after 9 years? This is a difficult question to answer. Lugu lit a cigarette and closed his eyes, as if recalling the miserable and terrifying scene in his heart. August 5th, 1992, which is the day that London thought the end of time. Yes, he may have had the illusion that the times, forever, and himself, must be I have to live in this house until the last minute. When the time ends, and the three of them really die, and when they enter the eternal sleep, then the death knell will be sounded to send the whole family to the end. Then what does the bones of a sinful beast mean? The fortune teller accurately predicted the death of his wife and daughter. The very fact that he let the fortune teller live in the bell tower was his intention. The tower fell, and the people who lived in the tower would also be crushed. Down below, lose your life. So you mean Yukimi is also included in Beast? Not bad. Lugu slowly opened his eyes and took a deep breath. Doesn't it mean that the students who gathered in the Clockwork House 10 years later, and the murderers who killed them, were all contributed as the corpses of sinful beasts before the cemetery and the eternal tombstone? Jiangnan thought to himself, could it be that he really foresees the situation in 10 years, so he? Thinking of this, Jiangnan hurriedly shook his head. He felt that such a thing could not be possible. Absolutely impossible. Because the world we live in is a free real world, which has nothing to do with the absurd dream world depicted by the crazy heart of Lundian. All this can be said to be a joke of fate. Yes, that would suffice. But, Mr. Lugu, Jiangnan asked, did you tell the truth to the police? You mean Mizibot is the murderer? Lugu replied with a displeased face, not yet. Do you think it's over like this? It depends on what you and Fauci-kun think. If you feel angry just like this, you can go to the police station or somewhere. Although Fu Shijuan is still in the hospital, his body is recovering quickly. However, so far, he seems to have only told Lugu about the situation in which he was pushed down from the tower. Fauci already knows that he has lost so many good friends in one fell swoop. What is his mood now? Jiangnan thought of his depressed look 3 years ago, and shook his head alone. He couldn't help thinking of those terrible past events, and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Jiangnan wanted to change his mood, stood up from the sofa and said, I'll go and make you a cup of coffee. Just as he turned to go to the long kitchen table, he noticed that the pendulum of the octagonal clock on the inner wall was swinging. I thought that it might have been repaired after the last meeting, or that Zheng himself had just started walking again at some point. He involuntarily took out his pocket watch from his coat pocket and carefully checked the time of the 2 clocks, one big and one small. It was only when he saw with accuracy that he was now living in a normal time that he was happy. He glanced back at Lugu, who was watching him, and said, after Fauci recovers, let's go to Jiangtian Island with the 3 of us. I know a clam shop there, and it tastes great. The older friend didn't say a word, just slightly exposed his smoke-stained yellow teeth from between his thick lips. Okay. Here is our sharing for today. If you like Susie channel, you are welcome to click, subscribe, follow, share, forward our channel. Your support is our driving force. Thanks for watching.